Jeff Marsh, who made 9 one-day centuries and 22 50s. He's a terrific record to live up to.
Comes from reasonable stock, doesn't he? Gives him some kind of chance. Jeffrey, great player for Australia and a very nice man, him and his wife Michelle.
And Teeny bowls. Marsh drives up his sleeve through the covers. Has it got enough on it to go for 4? It just beats the dive of Dermody, and away it goes for 4.
And that's what I'm saying. Before the field restrictions, you get it through this infield and you do not even run. You just stand and deliver, and away she rifled through. That was a bit of I would have thought of Sydney Harbour.
You think he dived over it?
I think he dived over it a little bit.
No.
Minnie, do you reckon?
Having seen Dermody all summer, I doubt it.
Oh, no, that's gone under his arms.
Is
I reckon. Yes, he's fallen over the top of that. It's a good length on the up, Sean Marsh. A good positive step towards the ball. Beautiful stroke.
1 for 37. Teeny bowls on the pads of Marsh, who plays to mid-wicket.
One thing, that the quality of left-handed play, Drew, anything that peels on the leg stump, the really great left-handers just found ways of scoring runs. If anything, Sean maybe gets a little bit tucked up there, hasn't found the nature of maybe working that same ball off his hips into areas where he can get off strike.
Well, that brings up an interesting point. As a batting coach, you can answer me this one.
Ooh.
In comes Ntini, and he bowls to Marsh, who leaves the ball pretty close to the off bail. Why would a left-hander be more able to do that to a ball on his pads than a right-hander?
Oh, you've got me. Oh, look, these days...
well,
these days...
Because his dominant hand is the left hand.
There's a lot of right-hand bowlers who get into the pads, and this is great for bowling at right-hand, left-handed as well. Any batsman of quality, once he gets into your pads, is just food for drink. You know, you just got to be good enough to get him off your pads. But Sean, when it gets on length, just tucks him up a fraction, and his front leg, it maybe gets out a little bit too far. Drive it back in so it's equal with his back legs, so he's able to use his hands just to manipulate the ball on the bat to behind square.
If I listen to you all day, I reckon I might be able to bat. I might be able to get to double figures.
Well, that's what I get paid for. I hope to know that I'm able to do some nice batting drills there for Tasmania, and just the nature of my business up at the Domain and doing coaching. So I'd like to think that I know a little bit about the batting, but it's great to see Ponting here today as well. Tasmanians love to see the little master, and he loves coming down to Bellerive. He's really got a big task on him today. If he gets in, this ground's not going to be big enough, Drew.
8 overs completed, 1 for 37. Stain continues wide of the off stump and called wide by umpire Gould. So he hasn't endeared himself to them again. That was pretty wide. Man out Warner, caught by Boucher off Stain for 5. He lasted 7 balls. Great disappointment to the crowd. They'd seen plenty of David Warner because he'd slogged Tasmania a couple of times in domestic cricket, but they wanted to see him succeed coming into this side to replace Michael Clarke, but he made 5 off 7 balls with just 1 boundary. Stain bowls on the off stump and Ponting defends. Just repeating that Johan Burta won the toss and sent Australia into bat. Raised a few eyebrows. Maybe the fact that he knew that Warner was at the top of the order, he could put some pressure on the kid at the start of the game. That may have had something to do with it. And if that was his reasoning, well, it's worked beautifully because he's got Warner back in the pavilion. In the selections for Australia, Warner came in for Michael Clarke, whose thumb injury sustained in the first test in Perth didn't quite come up after the one day of the other night. Stain bowls to Ponting. Reaches for this one and plays out towards cover point Gibbs Fields, and there's no run. And Ryan Harris making his debut today alongside David Warner. Harris in for Sean Tate, who didn't come up after bowling 10 overs the other night. I think he might be a 20-20 specialist. 4 overs might be his limit because 10 saw him right out. Peter Roebuck's joined us. Morning, Pete.
Good morning.
Magnificent day in Hobart.
What a wonderful day. 6 blokes with the name beginning H playing for Australia. First time ever.
Is that right?
First time ever. H.
Stain bowls and Ponting hits it on the rise down behind point. Goes to third man. They get just a single. He took a bit of a chance. Wasn't to the pitch of the ball. 2 slips there for a catch. So Ponting now goes to 5. Marsh 23. And it's 1 for 38. We're in the 9th over.
So I come up with all the crucial insights. That's what you pay me for.
Is this what's been happening in the press room, is it?
Yeah, we've been
all the
discussing.
H's.
No, I just spotted it. 6 out of 12. Nathan Horrocks, the 12th man. Ryan Harris making his debut. The Hussies. James Hopes, Brad Haddon.
And Hilfy. Stain bowls, and Marsh tries to pull him, but misses and hits him on the thigh. Missed the pad. Ooh, it's a nasty one. He goes, well, it's a bit higher than the thigh.
A 7 if you count the 12th man. A 7 out of 12, beginning with H. So you pay me for my insights, not my mathematics. 7 out of 12. That's got to be a record, eh? There's 3 W's played for the West Indies at one time, but he got the 7 H's.
Sean Marsh is in a lot of trouble here.
Is he?
He's gone down, firstly on his haunches, now he's on his back. Ricky Ponting's walked up the length of the pitch, and we thought he was going to be saying, "Are you all right, mate?" And then he gestured with his bat to hit him right where the ball just got him. Yes,
he wasn't at all sympathetic, because everyone knows what's happened, and that it's a temporary inconvenience, although rather a painful one. Where do you reckon that hit him?
Well,
Drew?
In between the knees.
Anyway, he's down, but not for the count. He's down for the count of about 50, but not for the count of eternity. So he'll recover shortly. He's playing very well. Marsh hit a couple of lovely cuts. It's an interesting pitch, isn't it, this morning? The ball has been helping the bowlers a little bit, sometimes lifting unexpectedly, but as soon as they go off target, it's 4 square of the wicket. You've got to bowl very straight here.
Here's the physio on Alex Contouris. Now, what's the physio going to be able to do with this injury, Pete?
That's the sort of question I was thinking of asking you to go. Offer sympathy and succour. The magic sponge. Bring out the magic sponge. That's what they used to do in soccer before everyone started sort of lying as if they'd been shot by someone. Bring out the magic sponge, and magically, 30 seconds later, they'll be up and running around again.
Well, it's not magically 30 seconds for Sean Marsh. He's taking a lot longer than that. Horrocks came out with a drink. The physio's come out to offer, I don't know, words of consolation or something or other, justify his contract.
Sean Marsh, yes. And of course, fathers and sons. Sean, the son of Jeff. Brothers, the Hussies, are out there. It's a family game. Ryan Harris, his brother, plays, doesn't he, for South Australia?
No, unrelated.
Oh, same last name. There's a few of those, and the Morkles.
Now, how does Marsh recover from that? He faces Stain again, who bowls it right on the stumps. Well bowled Dale Stain, and well played Sean Marsh right behind it to defend it out towards mid-wicket. 1 for 39 in the 9th over. Montini's bowled 4 overs for 20. Stain's in his 5th over, 1 for 15.
No Morny Morkel today to bowl in the middle.
No.
They left Intini's in for him, and De Villiers in for Van Jasveld, of course. Must have passed a fitness test.
Van Jasveld has to be a better player than we saw on Friday night. First game, nerves.
Yeah. It happens, eh?
Stain bowls, and it's deflected by Marsh, who hesitates to take the single, but Ponting's right behind him and calls him through for the run. And the run is easily taken. Stain has a little word to Marsh at the end of the over. And from what I've learned of Dale Stain during the summer, it would have been along the lines of, "You all right, mate?" I think it's been a really top contest at every level. 2020 one-day international and test matches, but I haven't seen the aggro that we've seen in recent summers.
I don't think, and that also applies when New Zealand were here. We've had not, as far as I know, not one single referee's report or mention or even consultation, because sometimes they go and try and deflate things earlier in proceedings. But no, it's been a lovely summer's cricket so far, and long may it last, and let's hope the rest of the summer is just as good, the last of these one-day games.
I've been caught out here. I'll just do the first ball, and Teeny starting the next over. They're really ripping through these overs. He bowls, and it's driven by Marsh, wide of mid-off. Fieldsman gets a hand of the ball, Botha, and knocks it down. He was going for 4 if he hadn't touched it, but they got just the 1. Total 1 for 40 now, with Marsh 24 and Ponting on 6. And Peter's going to come in. We'll have 2 Peters at the microphone here this morning.
That was a terrific shot from young Marsh. Beautiful, booming extra cover drive, and a very fine interception from Johan Botha. And Teeny just looking a little bit unhappy to the lefty, but he's bowled well so far to Ricky Ponting. Let's see what he can do now. Good morning, Peter.
Good morning. Good morning, Peter. Good morning. It's Intini from the southern end running into Ponting, and that's outside the off stump, and he tried to play a late cut shot. It almost kept a little low and reached Boucher on the bounce, and there was no run. The score is 1 for 41 in the 10th over.
Is my recollection your recollection that Ricky Ponting hasn't been at his best at Bellerive over the years?
Oh, I don't know about that. The last time he played a one-day international here was December of 2007. He made 100 against New Zealand.
Was that his first one?
It might have been. It was certainly a very good innings as Ntini bowls to Ponting on the drive, on the rise, drives, and that's very well fielded in the covers by J.P. Duminy. I'll get Rick Finlay to check that one out, but it was a very well received century against New Zealand. He did make a pair in that famous test match against Pakistan back in 1999.
Oh, the Langer Gilchrist.
Yes, he made a pair. But my recollection is he does pretty well. He doesn't play often here for Tasmania, of course.
No.
But, I don't think the record's all that soft.
Okay.
It's certainly a century in his last outing in an international match here against New Zealand before heading off to the Greyhounds that night to watch his dog.
Yes,
that was a good day.
Have they been going all right as Greyhounds? I never hear of him winning much.
They get good coverage in the press here. Yes, he's big news, you know, Ricky Ponting in his home state.
Absolutely, gosh, yes. It's a wonderful thing. Boone, Hilton House now, Jason Frazier, of course, KREJZA.
Yeah, and a former Tasmanian captain umpiring here in Rodney Tucker as Ntini runs into Ponting on the back foot, plays a defensive shot, and ultimately it was a short ball that rose of a good length, and it was fielded by Neil McKenzie at point.
He's got a good reputation as an umpire, Rod Tucker. It's good to see him and Paul Rifle coming in and taking up that profession.
And the other umpire today is a former England player, and no doubt someone you would have played cricket against, Ian Gould.
Yes, a good deal. Gouldy, yes. Pugnacious left-hander.
Sussex, was it? Sussex?
Yeah, kept wicket as well. Played for Middlesex, I think, a bit too.
Ntini to Ponting. That's a short ball that rises once again, and Ponting trying to force through the offside. Steers it out to Duminy at deep point.
What did you make of the first over? I haven't seen replays. The 4 leg buys and the one down the leg side of Ponting on first ball.
Of this over?
No, previously, earlier on. SABC haven't got any replays of the sort of things that you see. There's a couple of interesting moments, I thought.
Ponting still early in his innings. Ntini to Ponting. Short! That took off. And Ponting knew nothing about that. He was on the move. He was trying to force it through the offside, as he has done through the over. That one took off, and Boucher took it above his head. So signs there of some unpredictable bounce there in the wicket. That's the end of that Ntini over. That's 10 overs gone. Australia is 1 for 41. Marsh is on 25. Ponting is on 6. David Warner, I think to a lot of people's disappointment, made just 5. And this is after Australia was sent in this morning by the South African captain, Johan Botha. It is I would have to say, close to perfect morning for cricket. Yes. Bellerive, Peter, there's sunshine in abundance. There are some clouds floating around the estuary. Boats drifting on the river, which tells us there is virtually no breeze. That'll change in the afternoon, you know, and that'll maybe assist some of the swing bowlers, particularly Ben Hilton House. The ground is at capacity.
What's the capacity?
16,000 thereabouts.
Right.
And I don't think you can get a better sight for a cricket match here at Bellerive.
It's beautiful. It truly is, and particularly perched up here where we can see the water and the yachts. And Dale Steyn.
Dale Steyn's in for the members' end. He's bowling to Sean Marsh, and on middle stump, Marsh defends the ball into the onside, and Steyn fields off his own bowling. The score is 1 for 41 in the 11th over. Peter, Ricky Ponting's previous scores in one-day internationals here, 134 not out in his previous game against New Zealand. Prior to that, there were scores of 10, 6, 37, 15 and 6. So you're right, the record was a little soft until the New Zealand game.
I just had the feeling it'd been a bit dusty. But look, that happens. Probably trying that fraction too hard almost. Probably his parents are there trying to impress him.
Yeah, they would be. As Steyn bowls to Marsh, that's on off stump, and Marsh stretching forward. Prods the ball into the onside, and there is no run. South Africa, since I've been commentating this game for the last couple of overs, have kept things well in check. There's hardly been a run scored.
They've tightened up their line. The runs that have been scored have been off wide deliveries for the most part, and they just realised that, I think, adjusted to it. Second slips moved out to strengthen the covers. We're in one of those power play things now where the umpire waves his arms around. What does that mean?
That means it's time for the batting team to capitalise on the fact there's only 2 players outside the circle, and it's a time to score, let's say, something like 50 runs in 5 overs. That's a good benchmark. Staying into Marsh, off stump, defends again, no run. And I'd like to know how many balls in a row that's been without a run scored. That's 8 balls in a row without a run being scored. 1 for 41.
And there's one
in the
close
11th.
fielder in this phase. Is that right? I have to ask, because it changes every year.
One catching man.
Yeah, from 10 to 15, you're allowed one catching man, it would seem. And then later on, the batsmen can have a power play themselves, can't they?
Yes.
But that's an interesting innovation. That's changed the balance of the game a bit.
It was very interesting on Friday night, wasn't it? The way it was played so late. Steyn bowls. Marsh drives on the up. Doesn't time it. And Steyn fields on the follow through. And that's 9 balls in a row without a run being scored.
They haven't got Morne Morkel in this game to come on now and really build on this start. Tini took his place. But Albie Morkel, of course, took the new ball in the MCG. A slightly lighter weight bowler, but as we all saw at the MCG, he can wheel a bat. Carlos to come in there as 4th seamer. The offie, Johan Butt, will have a crack, I reckon, at some point.
This is Grandstand Cricket on ABC Local Radio. Australia playing South Africa, game 2 of a 5-game series. Peter Newlands and Peter Roebuck at Bellerive Oval. Perfect sunshine, perfect cricket weather. As Dale Steyn bowls to Marsh, a slower ball, and Marsh dug that one out. And took a long time to get down to him, but he saw it coming and checked his shot, and there was no run there. The score is still 1 for 41 in the 11th over, and Dale Steyn is 1 ball off a maiden over. That's the right way to look at it.
I reckon he's been one of the pleasures of the summer, Dale Steyn. It's good to see a honest, good, fast bowler sending them down. A good athlete, good pace, good trier. I think people have enjoyed that.
Yeah, well, he certainly is an athlete as he's into Marsh. Full pitch, off stump. Marsh does on the drive, doesn't clear Butter at mid-off, who was very deep. That's the end of a very, very good maiden over. Perhaps Sean Marsh still a little bit shaken up by the blow he took in midships in the previous over. And Steyn has bowled the maiden. His figures 1 for 16 off 6. In Tini's figures are none for 21 off 5, the only 2 bowlers used so far by South Africa. Australia, after 11 overs, is 1 for 41, and that's a run rate of 3.73 per over. Marsh is on 25, and Ricky Ponting, his captain and hometown hero, is on 6 at the moment. Could you just while we've got a moment, Peter, just describe what you can see to us here? I mean, I do it a lot in my day-to-day work here at the ground. Is the colour of the water and the incredible scenery we can see. Well,
what's azure?
It's a particular type of blue.
I think it's
like
azure.
in the Mediterranean.
Yes, there's a lot of azure out there.
Yes, that's the word I like. Ntini to bowl another over from the southern end to Ponting. He's trying to whack that over mid-wicket off the outside off stump. He didn't connect, and that's no run. And there was a sign there of I would not use the word desperation, but he's very, very keen to get the scoreboard moving, and he decided on that occasion to put a foot down the wicket and swing across the line. Didn't connect, and there was no run.
No, he had 1 slog in Melbourne, and that was really a huge swipe. No white water out there today. Very still, beautiful, and we see some lovely brown hills beyond the water encircling us. Little pockets of houses here and there, just on the water's edge, and a sense of the blue beyond, out through Bass Strait there. That's Bass Strait over there, isn't it?
No, that's not. That's actually heading down to the Southern Ocean. Storm Bay it is. As Ntini to Ponting on the drive, doesn't beat the fielders patrolling the offside. Doomany fields once again.
So that's not Bass Strait out there.
No, that's Bruny Island is just down to the right.
All right.
That may not mean a lot to you. Beyond that is the mouth of the Derwent, and then Storm Bay, which heads directly south, and beyond that is the Southern Ocean, and then Macquarie Island, and then Antarctica.
Oh, right, so it's going that way.
About 10 days by ship.
Oh, right.
Ntini into Ponting. On the back foot, tries to square cut, and that's another ball he plays and misses that. Boucher doesn't take it cleanly, and we still haven't got a run on the board. Australia are, to use the nautical analogy, Peter, becalmed, a bit like those yachts out drifting on the glassy river there.
Isn't that in the doldrums, nautically? Isn't the doldrums a specifically nautical phrase?
Yeah, I think it's a particular part of the the latitudes where boats drift like that group of yachts is drifting out to our left. Ntini bowls to Ponting. He's through there, square drive. That's 4 on the front foot. Had to happen sooner or later. And Ponting, who survived a bit of a rough catch, hit through the line, found his gap, and that ball raced to the boundary on the offside, just behind point, and Australia has got 4 runs to its total, and that means the score is now 1 for 45 in the 12th over. After how many balls? After 14 consecutive balls without scoring.
Well, that was a magnificent shot. The slog actually had its effect because it got square leg back and kept cover up. And that was a beautifully timed shot. Didn't try and hit it too hard.
Very heavily protected offside field. And Tini bowling to that line, off stump once again, and Ponting forces it back with a lot of belligerence for a defensive shot. And there's no way that ball was getting past the bowler. No run scored. Ponting's on 10, Marsh 25, Australia sent in 1 for 45 after in the 12th over. The man out, David Warner, and I heard a groan around the crowd when he got out, you know.
Yes, he's exciting,
for 5,
isn't he?
yeah.
People love a new bloke who has a crack.
Yes, a new face. Last ball of Ntini's 6th over. To Ponting, and that's the drive, straight to cover, dropped. Yep, put it down, straight to him. And I reckon that was Neil McKenzie. It was straight to him with great force. Well, one thing you know about this game, Peter, is you can't give great players second chances, and that was if it wasn't regulation, it was close to it, but it went straight to him at a great speed, and the catch was put down. Ponting survives. Australia 1 for 45 off 12.
It did go very hard, yes, but it was bad head high, and badly missed by McKenzie. They kept the fast bowlers on, looking for the extra breakthrough, and nearly had it there. Wickets are crucial at this stage of an innings. Ponting cutting loose, finding extra cover. McKenzie's one of the weaker fielders in the South African side, and he put that one to ground.
Straightforward chance. Put that one in your memory banks as a moment in the game as we see a bowling change, the first of the day.
He was dropped, wasn't he? Wasn't he dropped in Melbourne off an easier one even than that? Van Jasveld at square leg.
Ponting,
yeah. Yeah, at square leg he was dropped. So bowling change, you're saying, Peter?
Yeah, it's Jacques Callis, and he is going to operate from the members' end, replacing Dale Steyn, whose figures are 1 for 16 off 6. Australia after 12 overs, 1 for 45, with Marsh on 25 and Ponting on 10. So Ponting's been dropped. I couldn't refresh you about the
Yeah.
I was actually busy during the Sydney to Hobart yacht race, and I didn't follow every single moment of the game. Great game that it was. As Callis bowls his first ball, and Sean Marsh plays a lovely cut shot for 4. That pierced the gap between backward point and third man, and the timing was exquisite. Lovely flourish of the wrist, and Sean Marsh has 4 more to his tally. He's 29 now. Australia moving along pretty well. 1 for 49 in the 13th.
First ball after a drop catch. It's amazing how often it goes for 4. Carlos a bit too wide there. I felt also that at point Gibbs was coming in too quickly. The ball will go to him at high pace. Must bowl straighter than that, Carlos.
He's into Marsh, and that's a ball on middle stump. Just moves away from the left hand of Marsh on the back foot. He was happy to stroke it into the offside for no run. I think afterwards I detected the rehearsal of a pull shot. Maybe he felt he could have played a horizontal bat shot to that ball. It was a little short.
Change of angle now. It happens a lot in the South African side. Boucher goes up to the sticks and just changes the placements of the fields to get the angles exactly right.
Once again, a very strong offside field as Callis bowls and Marsh drives. Lovely shot straight to mid-off. They'll take a single. The fieldsman doesn't hit, and they get through comfortably. Now, Steyn was the fielder at mid-off. He was quite deep, and Marsh ran with the shot. And there was an easy single. Australia has got 50 runs up off 75 balls, 1 wicket down in the 13th over. And we're Australia, that is, is scoring just under 4 per over. I was watching a very, very, very entertaining 2020 match last night between New South Wales and Victoria. It was a brilliant cricket sporting contest, and New South Wales defended a score of 129 and therefore earned the right to host the final. But I was amazed at how often fieldsmen, and I've watched cricket a lot, field the ball, throw at the stumps and don't hit. I just wonder why, if there couldn't be some sort of statistic to measure a team's accuracy in hitting the stumps in the field, because it does make a big difference. Callis bowls, Ponting forcing it through the onside, wide of mid-on. There's Dale Steyn, and they'll pick up 2 runs there. The ball was on off stump, but Ponting got the gap, wide of mid-on, and they trot through for an easy 2. Ponting's on to 12.
Clever play. Across the stumps, knows there's gaps on the leg side, knocks it into mid-wicket for 2. Yes, the dead-eyed Dicks, really. Alan Border was 1, Steve Waugh was another. always seem to hit.
It's almost like a player could make it his specialty and earn a place in a team on that skill alone. It's as Callis bowls to Ponting, off stump line. This time there was no attempt to work it into the onside gaps. He was his left foot came a long way down the wicket, and he played a orthodox copybook forward defensive shot.
I think Viv Richards hit 3 times in a row in was it the
75
World Cup final? Yeah.
There were 3 run-outs in that game last night, but they weren't necessarily direct hits. They were more that sort of confusion that sometimes comes with run-outs. But if a player can develop that skill, he'd be valuable. Callis to Ponting, off stump, beautiful shot straight down the ground. That's going to run for 4 up the hill, and there's 4 runs for Ponting. That was a shot of intent. The previous ball he defended with great caution. On that occasion he swung through the line with a bit of loft, and it was straight and very effective for a boundary. 11 off that over from Callis, and Australia after 13 overs is 1 for 56. Marsh on 30, Ponting on 16. The partnership is now worth 39 and is building nicely. Australia with a run rate of 4.31 per over. Peter Roebuck, I think it's fair to say, has got a platform here.
Yes, it has. I think you can see why South Africa bowl first. There's been enough in the wicket for my money anyway to justify bowling first, on the assumption the pitch will probably flatten out as the day goes on. That's what one associates anyhow with Belrive. And the South Africans took the 1 wicket and nearly took another one, so they would have said, well, if we'd got that. And they've beaten the bat a couple of times as well, with balls that have lifted more than anyone expected, but they haven't quite been able to press home their initial breakthrough. The Australians have weathered the storm, and they're starting to attack now, get on top of the bowling. The second string bowlers are coming in. Carlos's first over was a little bit sluggish, I thought, and now I think we're going to see Albie have a go.
Albie Morkel, the hero of Friday night's win in Melbourne, is coming on with the ball now in bright sunshine, bowling from the southern end. And Sean Marsh plays a short ball, the hook shot or part pull shot, swiveled it down on the ground. It rolled all the way to fine leg, and the batsmen have got a run, and the score is 1 for 57 in the 14th over. Australia was sent in this morning by the South African captain Johan Porter in the second game of this 5-match series. It's a crucial second match, and the conditions are just ideal for cricket. It's not a hot day, but the sun's got a lot of kick to it, and the ground is at capacity. As Morkel bowls, Ponting hooks a short ball in between backward square leg and fine leg. Good fielding down there at fine leg prevents the boundary, and they come through for 2 runs. It's A.B. de Villiers down there at fine leg, and he and Emlar combined to prevent a Ponting boundary. It wasn't a completely controlled shot.
Surprised with a bounce, I
yes.
think. Got high, didn't it? Head high. He's going for it, Ponting.
He is.
He's not holding back.
And there's definite signs of aggression here from Ponting, and he's into his innings. Morkel strides in. Ponting off the edge. As he forced it through the offside, he takes a single as it rolls down to third man. Dale Steyn, who's been quite busy in the field of late, does the fielding, and it's 1 for 60.
So who's on the final of the domestic? You said New South Wales were?
Yeah, New South Wales, if they lost last night, they would have come last, but they won and they finished first. That's how tight the competition is.
Is that right?
They've earned the right to host the final in Sydney next Saturday, and they'll play the winner of the Queensland-Victoria game played at the Gabba on Wednesday night. As Morkel bowls to Marsh, short ball, and he forces it up the wicket, and Morkel fields off his own bowling. And the score remains 1 for 60.
We'll have to have a news break soon, don't you reckon? Coming up towards 11 o'clock.
Yeah, we'll go to the news headlines after this over. So, yes, that's what happened to New South Wales. Tasmania ended up finishing bottom. If they won 1 more game, they might have finished top as well.
Right.
Very, very tight competition. But, gee, last night's game was interesting. Low-scoring game. Very interesting. Morkel bowls, and Marsh strokes it to the covers, into the covers, fielded by Amlar.
I like low-scoring one-day games. They can be very tight.
For sure.
One bloke can win it for the side by getting 40 or 50 out of the blue. Who were the blokes caught your eye last night?
I thought Nannis bowled very well.
Yeah,
his figures, he got 4 for maybe 15 or 16 off his 4 overs. Bollinger was very tight.
Yeah.
4 for 11 off 4 overs. He looked really good. As Morkel bowls, and Marsh plays a ball on middle stump into the covers, where it's fielded by Amlar. That's the end of the 14th over. Nannis for sure, and Bollinger as well.
And Ponting lofts Callis down towards wide long on for a couple of runs as Steyn hurls it back on the bounce. Ponting getting underneath the ball from Jacques Callis that was pitched around the line of the off stump.
Sun's out, sponge out. Steve Smith's 100 not out. Wickets while you work. This is summer.
Don't let life get in the way of the Ashes. Catch every ball live and ad-free on the ABC Listen app.
ABC Sport Digital Radio.
From the archives.
He's looking for the bowling here. There's just a little bit in the pitch here, which can make batting, attacking like that, dangerous. He could hit one straight up in the air, but Ponting's made 21. He's backed himself on a few occasions, and he's played a few daredevil shots, having been dropped at short cover, a tough catch. Callis tries again, and he hits him high, and this time Steyn coming around, and it's gone wide of him. It's gone out the deep mid-wicket, and it stops like a pitching wedge, and Duminy collects it inside the line. I think he was trying to hit it over the boundary into the Derwent River, but he picked up two. Glenn Hughes is back, and Australia trying to push it along with Ponting's attack.
Well, he is certainly. He's in big hurry, isn't he, at the moment? Ponting has his climb to 23 off 29 balls.
Callis again, and he's walking forward to drive him beautifully down to de Villiers at mid-off. 23 to Ponting, 31 to Marsh. Warner out in Steyn's good opening spell. Squared up and caught behind for just 5. Australia sent in 1 for 64 in the 15th.
Oh, I think South Africa would be well pleased with this start from their bowling stocks. One thing of late, maybe over the last 4 or 5 overs, the Australian batsmen haven't been able to rotate the left-hand, right-hand combination, and bowlers have been able to bowl long spells at batsmen.
As Ponting comes forward and jabs the ball away towards backward point third man, and they take a single. He moves to take 2, in fact, the third man, 1 for 66. And that angled stroke, pronounced forward shot from Ponting and opening the face of the bat to get 2 runs.
Jim, they were able to get 2 runs, and it's very deep down to third man and fine leg. So anything wide of the players down there, it allows you to come back for that second. So that was a well-judged shot, Ponting.
Callis comes in. Ponting's looking and pushing around his pad straight to mid-wicket. He can't get a run as it's collected down there by Botha to end the over from Jacques Callis, the great all-rounder from South Africa. So Ryan Harris and David Warner making their debuts for Australia, and South Africa have got de Villiers back to bolster their batting, and Ntini has replaced Morne Morkel. 25 to Ponting, 31 to Marsh, 1 for 66 after 15 overs. They can spread the field now. That's the end of the bowling power play, and the decision now is when Australia, the batting team, under these changes in the laws in the last 12 months, take their power play, which is normally fairly late if you've got batsmen in.
Yes, well, Ponting and Marsh are well set here. Ponting 25 off 32, Marsh 31 off 51, a little bit slow, but he's got plenty of time in the bank here to build on a 100-plus score.
Morkel bowls, and it's lofted by Marsh for 4. 1, 2, 3, 4 bounces into the line down the ground. The crowd loving that, waving their banners around there with 4 and 6 on as he played through the line and got plenty on it to safely loft the ball between mid-on and mid-wicket. No one back, and the 50 partnership comes up in 66 balls, and Marsh goes to 35.
Yeah, a great shot. The Marsh is well set here, and on this wicket that is true with good bounce on the up. Nothing wrong with that cricket stroke.
Morkel again, and Marsh cuts him away to the protected area at deep point. Square of the wicket, plenty of chances to score here. This is not the MCG, nor in some ways the SCG. And you get good value for your shots, plenty of boundaries. Steyn, an excellent opening spell. 6 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 16. And Ntini more expensive, 6 overs for 25, but he had Ponting dropped. Callis 2 overs for 17. Ponting trying to have a piece of his bowling. And Albie Morkel, the man of the match hero from Melbourne, is bowling his lively right arm mediums. He's got a long on, a deep square and a deep backward. And he comes in from the Antarctic end and bowls a ball that just beats the outside edge of the bat as it goes through to Boucher.
It's a great carry, isn't it? The bowling options of the South African attack leaves them with only the spinner, Bolter, the captain. Be interesting to see how long before he comes into his bowling. Many options besides Bolter. That gives them the 5 with.
Well, Duminy could bowl a few overs. Bowl your little offies.
The batsman would hope.
As Ponting pulls a short ball in the air in front of Callis, charging in, and he couldn't quite get there. He took it on the bounce in front of square. Again, venturesome Ponting here, taking the bowling on and playing with some risk, and he very nearly holed out there. 1 for 72, Ponting to 26.
Most attacks, Jim, like the 6th bowling option, and Duminy hasn't bowled much at all. He'll only be just on this wicket here. They may be one bowler shy or a genuine all-rounder shy here of a real quality attack. Morkel looks good. Had a blistering game last. In fact, man of the match, wasn't he?
He was. He took 2 wickets and then 40 off 18 balls. He's a very strong-looking bowler. He approaches Marsh, who drives him splendidly down to mid-off, but he doesn't score as Amlar picks up. Now, we need to put Hobart on the map again, and I was down at Salamanca Place yesterday, where they have their wonderful market, and I picked up a tea towel, and which told me a hell of a lot about this place I did not know. And some of our listeners may not know that this was the first place to have parking meters in 1955. As Morkel bowls and he pushes away on the offside. First place to have Tats Lotto in 1896. Electric lighting in Launceston, that's a first. 1895, it's the end of the over while I prattle on. First telephone call between Launceston and Campbelltown, 1874. First game of golf at Launceston in 1827. First game of lawn bowls in 1845. First case of rabies in 1867. Enact legislation to protect native animals, 1846. Daylight saving was the first here, 1970. If you're listening in Queensland, get the message. A legal casino in Hobart, 1973. Trout hatchery, salmon ponds, 1864. Compulsory state education system, 1868. A floating bridge of a type of, which was dismantled, that was 1939. A whaling station at Ralph's Bay, 1805. The first agricultural society in Australia, 1821. This is fantastic stuff as Callis bowls, and there's a run there as it's knocked down in the gully by Gibbs. Ponting moves to 27. An Australian to work in Antarctica, L.C. Bonacci in 1886. I don't know what this means. A novel published, Quintus Seventon, by Henry Savery in 1831. Oh, yes. A special authority to manage parks and reserves in 1915. And did you know that Tasmania has the oldest bridge at Richmond, 1825? The oldest live theatre, the Theatre Royal in Hobart, 1837. The oldest brewery, the Cascade Brewery, 1824. Callis bowls and a punch by Marsh gets a single. We've got plenty of time to talk about these things. They're just knocking it around. The oldest golf course in Australia at Bothwell, 1839. The oldest private school, Launceston Church Grammar, 1846. The oldest savings bank, Launceston Bank, 1835. Continuously licensed property, the Launceston Hotel, is that a 24-hour? 1814. The oldest bookshop at Birchall's in Launceston, 1844. Launceston, you're on the map today. The military establishment at Anglesey Barracks, 1814. Continuously opened hotel, the Hope and Anchor, 1807. We love that. Callis bowls, it's edge just wide of gully and down to the boundary for 4. A lucky shot by Ponting. We come back to the cricket there because he got a thick edge. They put a man in a floating slip. It just went to the left of him, and Ponting picks up 4. Nothing about Mowbray for Ricky I can find yet, but we'll come to it. And that was a lucky shot.
It was. Jim, you've staggered me with all that. You could have saved your time if you'd asked me any of those questions. I had all that in my memory bank. So,
oh, did you?
Yes.
Well, I'll ask you a few others as we go. I'll test you out, Clint.
No, that was a... it wasn't rather lucky shot. The floating slip sometimes doesn't work. You're guessing sometimes when you're moving him out of the first slip area.
Callis bowls and Ponting pushes for a quick single in front of cover and gets home. Well run. Amlar came in to collect. He's living dangerously but attractively. He's 32 and it's 1 for 79 in the 17th over.
Jim, the ones are very, very important here. And do you know that the percentage of sides who score more singles than the opposition win 75% of the games? Do you know that? So the ones are most important when you're playing still any forms of one-day cricket.
Ask JP Duminy.
Yes.
He's the one man, the single man. Forward to mid-off. Marsh drives it very attractively. Well, did you know that the first Jewish synagogue was in Hobart in 1845? What else would you like to know? This is a wonderful tea towel.
It is.
Yeah.
It is.
It was irresistible.
They do it extremely well down at Salamanca. People come from all around
the
Australia.
lamb kebab was outstanding. And just the friendliness of everybody, as you find when you come to Hobart, but certainly at Salamanca Place. There's a few more facts I can throw at you if you like to hear them. Callis bowls, and it's turned away by Marsh through backward square. Just got to put this place on the map a bit more. They've got to do more of a sales pitch. 2 runs to Marsh, knocking it around the corner. He's 39, 1 for 81, and an unlucky over for Callis. Could have had Ponting out. How many off it? 9. So he's bowled 3 overs for 26, and it's 1 for 81. And we're going to have a drinks break, so I'll have to save up all this information for you, and we'll save up Glenn's remarks, because Peter Walsh, I'm sure, has got lots of facts, figures and news for us as they go to drinks. Australia sent in. Warner out for 5. Marsh is 39 and Ponting 32. 1 for 81. Walshy after 17. Yes, I'm not surprised you got that one about eastern suburbs. They've probably, certainly St George would have had 3 at one stage, I would have thought, somewhere along the line, but maybe they weren't all actually playing for St George at the same time they're playing for Australia. But someone else, I reckon, will come up with a club that's had 3 players in the Australian team at the same time. That's a good one. Marsh is batting. Yes, he might play for Australia. He's in test match cricket. He's getting runs here to advance his claims. He's 40 with another single as they're facing Morkel after drinks in the 18th over. It's 1 for 83, Glenn Hughes.
Interesting questions there. I think Sean maybe is down the pecking list for my liking. I think Rogers is all quality from Victoria, but at the moment he's not playing much cricket, has he? No 2020. Remember, he left Western Australia to go to Victoria to play one-day cricket. He's not playing.
Ponting cuts and misses a short ball outside the off stump, but it used to be considered a way into the side, didn't it, the one-day team?
Yes.
Doesn't seem to be.
Yes.
I mean, they picked McDonald as the sort of bits and pieces all-rounder in the test match, but Hopes as the bits and pieces all-rounder in the one-day team.
Well, that's right. There's look, I think Sean hasn't scored a lot of first-class runs this year, an opening batsman, and he's been thrust into that role this year with Western Australia as Morkel comes into Ponting.
And it's knocked down to backward point. We've got another first for Tasmania for you that Drew's come up with that we could add to this tea towel. Tasmania was the first state in Australia to provide a player picked as a wicketkeeper who'd never kept wicket in his life. K.E. Byrne in 1890 went on the tour of England. He was greeted by George Giffen at the wharf in Adelaide. "Oh, you're Byrne. You keep wicket." He said, "I've never kept wicket in my life." They picked the wrong Byrne.
Did they really?
Yes. As the ball from Morkel to Ponting is hit out to deep cover, and they get a single, 1 for 84. I don't think you could accuse the current selectors of anything like that, but well, it did happen then.
Jim, I saw David Byrne today, and he'll be watching this with anticipated interest. I'm not too sure who else is down here at the moment, but he'll be looking at Australia's form players for later on going to South Africa. Another 3 test series and a lot of one-day cricket. There's a lot of cricket in front of these players.
Morkel bowls in a hard drive by Marsh, is stopped down at mid-off by Amla, who pings at the stumps. Good fielding from him to stop the ball and get rid of it. And at the end of the over, Marsh has moved to 40. Ponting's 34. Australia have faced 18 overs. It's 1 for 84. And in a moment, Glenn Hughes will be joined by Drew Morfitt.
Just a little bit of hesitation there between Marsh and Ponting. Marsh hit a beautiful off drive. Amla, who's fielded very smartly, was at the deepest part of the circle, went to him very quickly. The players didn't obviously get the yes-no. They got the wait, and so he hesitated, just got back in time. Good piece of fielding. As we see another bowling change here, Drew, as the captain Bolter is coming in with his off spin. Doesn't give it a lot of turn, but I like his variation with his flight. He uses the crease well. He's a smart cricketer, this bowler. He's done a very good job in the absence of Smith, the injured Smith, who's gone back to South Africa.
Yes, he's been able to turn the odd one, and he's been able to keep the runs down a bit. The other night, he took a couple of wickets, 2 for 50 off 10. Well, you'd accept that, wouldn't you?
I think the nature of the game today, the only way of slowing down batting sides, you've got to take wickets. And as a frontline bowler, that is your main job. Runs sometimes don't pay as much the ingredients of taking wickets.
Captain to captain. Ponting leans forward and strokes him into the covers and gets a single to the left of de Villiers.
And remember there, Jim, look at the set field. Now, if he goes around the 5, runs an over mark, he's done an extremely good job. He's got 6 blokes or 5 blokes in the outer. He's got 2 either side. He bowls a good ball. The batsmen are able to use their hands to work it into a single.
Yep, this is the in-between time where they can have 5 outside the circle. They're on the rope. He bowls to Marsh, who works him off his pads behind square leg and gets a single, as it's fielded down there by Mackenzie. It was a naughty boy for dropping Ponting. When you drop Ponting at 10, that could cost you plenty.
Well, on this wicket as well. It's not going underground. This is a beautiful wicket. There's a great sunshine. In fact, the sunshine's really come out beautifully. A little bit of a light breeze. The breeze has changed a little bit as well, Drew.
This ball is on the pads of Ponting, and he works it behind square. And for the right-hander, Mackenzie's changed over behind square leg for the right-hander. Saves any chance of a run.
Just a northerly now, so Bolter's bowling with the breeze. He might get a little bit of light outswing with his arm ball, but not much at all.
Ponting nudges this behind point. Amlar fields, and they get a run. This is the time of the game when the field's back, and he can poke around a few singles. We're in the 19th over, 1 for 87. Ponting is 36 and Marsh 41. Man out. Warner caught Boucher, bowled Stain for 5. Butter bowls to the left-hander Marsh, who meets him on the full and hits it hard through the bowler's legs down the ground. They've got 1. Butter was in a position to get the hands to it. I don't know whether he's too keen to get onto that.
Well, he hit it extremely hard. I think Sean would be a little bit disappointed and not try and pick the gaps a little bit more. That the field placings are very deep. So he got another single. He's got off strike nicely as Bolter's bowling to the captain Ponting.
Bolter bowls and Ponting lofts him. Didn't go all the way, just chipped it into the outfield and mid-wicket, and he'll get a couple. Stain runs around from the boundary at long on to field, and Ponting back for the second. So Ponting goes to 38 off 45 balls. Marsh is 42 off 62 balls. That completes the end of the over. That's 19 overs gone, 1 for 90 after Australia had been sent in.
A good partnership of 73 builds into a nice one. One of these players will be looking to bat through the innings. I think Ponting will take it upon himself here, Drew, to really take the reins here and look to dominate this attack. Marshall, his job is now to maybe bat through and be around the 100 mark. You've got a lot of batting, and you don't want to waste that either. No. You don't want to be 4 down for 260 or 270. Let's be all out for 300 and go at them. As we see nearly Greg Blewett has arrived in our nice little Sunshine State. He's got off the plane a little bit late. I think there might have been a bit of a problem there.
Morkel bowls on the legs of Marsh, and he whips it off his pads out towards mid-wicket for 2, fielded just inside the rope. And to start a new over, Marsh goes to 44, and the total 1 for 92. Well, Bluey's been busy. He's been doing the domestic one-day up in Sydney last night, and the plane schedules don't necessarily get you here in time for the start of the game.
No.
Albie Morkel, the star, on Friday night. On his way in. Bowls to Marsh, who dabs it on the offside. No chance of a run. Just behind square, fielded by Gibbs. Just a philosophical point here. Ricky Ponting, is he absolutely universally loved and revered by Tasmanians because he now lives in Sydney? He doesn't play any cricket these days for Tasmania. Is he an ex-Tasmanian, or is he representing Australia from Tasmania?
I haven't heard many bad words about Ricky Ponting at all. The nature of the game, that his demands are so heavy. That's a wide down left side. That's probably Rod Tucker's first major decision that he's made. Look, there's no release for a bowler bowling down leg side at all. In that other question, Drew, no Ponting. Look, the crowd's out here. It's 99.9% of the people are in Ponting's favour. The other 1% wouldn't know about cricket at all. So you wouldn't bother about that. He is a great ambassador for Tasmanian cricket.
Morgul bowls and Marsh hits a one-hander down the ground towards long on. Gets one. Ponting wants two. Comes back. Marsh starts late. The throw goes to the bowler's end and they've completed the two. Ponting was about half a lap in front of Marsh.
And I think also that he's residing in New South Wales. That's close to where he needs to be. So Ponting's today looks extremely good. He looks up and running. He's had that lucky chance early on. He's climbed his way nicely to 38, nearly a run a ball. Looks in great nick to me, and he looks fit as well.
Marsh on 46, dabs this down towards third man for one. A.B. de Villiers back after his hip injury, fields and gets the throw back to Boucher.
Gee, there's some players going down lately as well, and Tate's pulled out of this one because he's been a bit sore. Ponting early on the year had the sore hand as well, so it doesn't look like there's many effects for that injury at all.
Well, I think he was nearly run out on Friday night and he landed on his hands, and I think he was feeling his wrist on Friday night, so I don't think it's 100%. He's now on strike, the Australian captain. Faces Morkel. He pulls in the air behind square leg. There's two in the deep, right between them for... Oh, beautifully fielded by de Villiers. I was going to say that was between the two of them, but de Villiers hurled himself full length and deflected the ball across to Callis and kept the score into two.
I tell you what, the crowd are a full appreciation for good standard of play, aren't they? There's no hissing or anything along those lines at all. They want to see good cricket. The nature of this game is fielding. It is such an important ingredient of keeping the pressure on the batting. Bowlers do a job, but it's the fielders who back them up, Drew.
De Villiers was great in the slips in the test matches.
Oh.
Morkel bowls, straight drive by Ponting, fielded by the bowler, and that completes the over. That is 20 overs gone in the innings, 1 for 98 Australia, with Marsh 47 and Ponting on 40.
Around about 5 runs and over. That is your minimum here, and one down as well. Look at the batting that's to come here. Michael Hussey, David Hussey, Cameron White, Haddon. That's great depth. All those players are extremely well adapted to hitting a big ball and also using their hands to get off strike and rotating. There'll be a run feast today, I can tell you, Drew.
Well, Haddon looks a bit of a waste at number 8, doesn't he? Because he is in great hitting form and he's probably not going to get a bat the way things are going.
Well, I think looking through the list here, David Hussey at 5, you got Michael First at 4, Cameron White, the other big hitter, the all-rounder at 6. Haddon has to go to 7. He's more dangerous than Hopes. Will play the anchoring role maybe down the list. Has opened in all forms as well, Hopes.
Bota around the wicket, bowls to Marsh, who defends. So Marsh is the rock around which the innings will be built for Australia.
It is, but at the same stage, you don't want to be wasting your batters down the years. His job is now to get off strike, as many runs as he can, a few little fours laced in there, off his hips. Well done, that's better, Sean. He's done that a little bit better of late. Into that hip area, I was saying before, he gets tucked up and he doesn't quite use his high hands to get the bat in the right line so he can drop the ball into different areas. That was a better shot off his hips.
Yeah, he got a single to square leg to go to 48. Gives Ponting the bowling to Bota.
And I tell you what, this ball of Bota has not turned 1 inch. In fact, I reckon there's a doozer here because it's not turning at all. He's just using his flight well. He's well protected on both sides. There's another little single for Ponting. The right-hand, left-hand combination is working well. He's using his hands beautifully to get off strike.
That's the 100 up for Australia in the 21st over. 1 for 100. Looks a good score, but as you're saying, just maybe a little bit behind the pace required. 1 for 100. Well, and it's been pointed out that Marsh has had 42 dot balls. So he's had to look a lot, hasn't he?
Gee, that is a lot in an innings that's only 68 overs old.
Marsh drives to long on, comes back for the second run, and a complete 2, and Marsh goes to his second successive half-century. Six fours, 69 balls for Marsh's 50.
He's played extremely well down the ground. He's been brutal on the width. He's played some crisp strokes. Well done, Sean. Second 50 there for him. The right-arm boater, not spinning much.
And Marsh works it on the onside. Might have just got the pad there and no run.
And that's what I mean about the dot balls there, Drew. That's got to be hit off his pads. He's well protected the leg side, so that's the line he's going to drive into, Sean.
But around the wicket. And he bowls. Marsh drives into the covers. There's a man in the deep. And Teeny comes off the rope and just the one. So Marsh goes to 51. Bowling now with 5 men on the boundary. So just knocking it around. Not too many boundaries coming. Marsh 51. Ponting 41. 1 for 103 after 21 overs. Warner, the man out, caught by Boucher off the bowling of Stain for 5. Crowd was on the edge of their seats waiting for the dasher from Sydney, but, well, he failed again for the second time in a row, the second 2020 game, and his debut today in one-day internationals, 5 off 7 balls with 1 boundary. First wicket fell in the 5th over at 17. No further loss, 1 for 103. Albie Morkel starts a new over, bowls to Marsh, short of a length. He's dropped at short cover. He went back, he got slight elevation on the ball, and Berta, the captain, dived to his left-hand side, 2 hands to the ball, close to the ground, put it down. Well, Greg Blewett, after flying in from Sydney last night, or this morning, has just joined us. Good on you, Bluey. You come in just when Australia nearly lost their second wicket.
Yeah, thanks, Drew. That was a genuine chance, wasn't it? The skipper diving away to his left, got 2 hands on it, but just burst through. So Sean Marsh now has reached 50.
Morkel bowls and Ponting plays it along the ground. And he gets the Bronx cheer, Johan Berta, who fields this one at mid-wicket after dropping a catch off the previous ball.
It's great to see Sean Marsh actually making some runs. He's had a horrid season domestically, but the Australian selectors on his form for Australia in one-day cricket previously have stayed with him, and he's reaping the rewards. He's had a great start to the series.
Morkel bowls to Ponting. Gets it off his thigh down towards fine leg for 1. Fielded by de Villiers, who throws the 1 bounce throw back to Boucher. And the total goes to 105 for the loss of 1 wicket. And Ponting is 42 off 50. Marsh is 52 off 72. So we just pointed out that the number of dot balls that Marsh has played. Up to 42 he was. Is that too many, or are you happy with the rate of his innings and the fact he's there and is the rock of the innings? Just watch Morkel as he bowls, and Marsh goes back and dabs it on the offside for another dot ball.
Yeah, I think ideally you'd like to be, you know, some of those dot balls, you know, a few quick singles here and there, rotating the strike. In saying that, I mean, in the past, the start to his career, his strike rate's been pretty good. I think it's up around about the 80 mark. So that for a young player is pretty reasonable. But certainly today, ideally, you'd be wanting a few more quick singles.
Morkel bowls. Marsh plays off his pads behind square leg, 2 in the deep. It's right between them and it'll go for 4. And he gets a pat on the backside from Ricky Ponting saying, well done.
Well, that makes up for a few dot balls, the odd boundary in between. But quite rightly said, Drew, the placement was perfect. There was deep square leg and fine leg, and it dissected those 2 guys perfectly. So Sean Marsh, very strong off his pads. And Albie Morkel, who had a great game the other night at the MCG, had Marsh dropped earlier, and now he's leaked the boundary.
7 fours in his 56, so that's not bad, but a lot of dots in between. 1 for 109. Marsh on 56. And he gets another one on his legs, and he plays it straighter to square leg to Ntini and just gets the single this time. Morkel takes his cap from umpire Rod Tucker, and that completes 22 overs after Berta won the toss and sent Australia in 1 for 110 off 22.
Good to see Rod Tucker doing some international games as well. I think he's a fine umpire. Of course, played his cricket down here and also for New South Wales. So also Paul Rifle.
He's 3rd umpire today.
Is he? Okay. But it's great to see some ex-players coming through the system. Paul Wilson's the other one, big blocker Wilson, doing some first-class cricket at the moment.
3 on the boundary on the leg side as Burta bowls to Marsh, who defends to the offside. Short cover. Gibbs has got a bit of territory to cover there, and ball pretty much went straight to him. A dot ball. That's where Marsh could have played it just a little bit square and eased a single. No trouble. Burta bowls, and Marsh drives again to cover. Well fielded by Gibbs, getting around to his left-hand side, and again, Marsh can't beat him.
As long as his intent is there, though, to get the single. Some days you just have days like this where you can't quite get your placement right for ticking over for the singles. But as long as his intent is there to keep scoring at a run of ball.
Burta bowls, and Marsh drives straight to Gibbs. Didn't have to move left or right. That's 3 in a row. Burta to Marsh to Gibbs.
And it's pretty hard to get past Herschel Gibbs when he's an excitement machine in the field. He's got great agility.
He's fielding about 25 metres from the bat. This one is whipped down to the long on by Marsh just for the single. A.B. de Villiers fields and throws a first bouncer back to Boucher. Just the 1 off 4 balls. Good bowling by Burta. He looks nothing. You think, why can't he be disappearing into the crowd? But people don't do it to him.
He's got pretty good variations, though, for mine. He's got a bit of a top spinner. He mixes his speed up fairly well. I saw in the 2020s, he was basically playing as a medium pacer, wasn't he? He was up around over 100 k's an hour.
He goes over the wicket to Ponting, who drives to long on for a single. Well, I don't want to see him try the Doosra because I don't want to feel the rumble in world cricket if he does that.
Well, I think it's because of his unique action. We'll call it that.
Yeah.
He can generate that extra zip, I suppose, through the air, and sometimes surprises the batsman.
Now Marsh on strike. In comes Burta and bowls. Marsh works him to the right of Gibbs and takes a single. So they did get 3 singles towards the end of the over, but well, a spinner with 5 men in the deep would cop a 3-run over any time. That completes 23 overs. It's 1 for 113. Marsh is 59 and Ponting is 43. Peter Newland's coming in to join Greg Blewett.
1 for 113 is the score. We've had 23 overs. The scoring rate is 4.91 per over. The partnership between Ponting and Marsh is worth 96. And Australia's got a good platform here as Morkel runs into short. Marsh, who drives beautifully off the front foot, but once again can't quite pierce the gap. There was nothing wrong with that shot that a metre or so either side of Burta wouldn't have fixed. It would have been to the boundary in a flash. But that's been, as Greg Blewett said earlier, maybe it's just that sort of day for Shaun Marsh, but he's does look classy. 1 for 113. As Morkel's in again to Marsh, and this time he just waits for it and plays it off the back foot down through to third man. There's certainly no slips in place right now for South Africa. And there is a single. It'll bring Ricky Ponting on the strike, who is on 43. And the score is 1 for 114 in the 24th, after Australia was sent in this morning by South African captain Johan Botha. David Warner on debut in one-day international cricket made just 5. And Ryan Harris is in the Australian team to replace a sore Sean Tate. Morkel to Ponting, and he plays that very fine, down to fine leg off the front foot. It was like a pull shot that went very fine. They get 3 for 2. A direct hit from the man at the fine leg. There's going to be a referral to the third umpire. That came out of nothing. It looked like it was a straightforward couple of runs, but that direct hit, Greg Blewett, from de Villiers has changed everything.
Well, if you go on the reaction of the South African fielders, they are extremely confident, because they know direct hits are generally out. But that's just looking at a replay now, I think Ricky Ponting's made it.
I reckon there's a stride in it. That's what the replay tells us, that they liked it. I don't think the replay suggests, from how, certainly from the way we interpret it, that he's in trouble. I think he's home, Greg.
Yeah, I agree.
So the replay says.
It was a great throw, wasn't it?
Yeah.
And it was always going to be tight. Ricky Ponting is a great judge of either a quick single or coming back for that extra run. And the throw coming in, it needed a direct hit for it to be close, but Ricky Ponting will survive.
Yeah, it's just a question now of waiting for that. The crowd's going to love this one, Greg. You wait for the crowd reaction. We'll let them tell you the story. Decision pending, says the scoreboard. The crowd, which is a capacity house.
That's about the loudest cheer for the day, I would imagine.
I think that's another way of saying not out. Ponting's on 45, Marsh is on 60, and the score is 1 for 116. Fantastic crowd here. Great weather.
Oh, it was I flew in this morning. It was fantastic coming in because, I mean, Tasmania is absolutely beautiful when the sun is out. Unfortunately, it doesn't come out very often, but can't deny the lovely people of Tasmania a bit of sunshine.
You've played a lot of cricket here. You didn't find the sunshine much?
No, I didn't.
Albie Morkel running into Ponting, and the ball on middle stump that the Australian captain drives at. It goes straight down the wicket, and Morkel defends. And the score remains 1 for 116. You know, it's the second driest capital city in Australia after Adelaide, Tasmania.
I did
Hobart,
know that.
Yeah. There tends to be, you're right, sometimes it could be a bit cloudy, quite a few showers, but in terms of actual rainfall, there's very little. That's why all those hills in the distance are so brown. As Morkel rolls to Ponting on the front foot drive, straight to point. That's sharp work in the at point there by Herschel Gibbs. Even though he's in his mid-30s now, still a beautiful mover, Gibbs.
Yeah, he certainly is. Obviously, he's been through a bit in the last couple of months, Herschel, but yeah, there's no doubting his athleticism. I think they're a fantastic fielding unit himself and De Villiers. Also, that the skipper, Berta, is pretty handy. Too many.
It's Morkel. Albie Morkel to Ponting in the air. Flicked behind square leg for 4. There's a man at deep mid-wicket and a fieldsman also at fine leg, but he picked that gap beautifully. He just lifted the ball off a middle stump, rolled the wrists and found the boundary in front of the very, very tightly packed hill. And there's a boundary for Ricky Ponting, and that brings up the 100-run partnership between Marsh and Ponting. 119 balls in 84 minutes. That's pretty good going, and Australia is on its way to a big score here, 1 for 116. And we've had 24 overs, and that's a run rate after just about half the innings of bang on 5 per over, Greek. And that surely can be built on.
Terrific partnership. Ricky Ponting, that was a streaky shot. It was high risk, but his placement was brilliant.
There's been a few of those today as Borta rolls in from the members' end, and Marsh back cutting gets past the fielder at a deep gully for 4. And the boundary is coming for Australia now. Using the pace of the ball, finding his gap. And that ball raced down the hill towards the southern stand, and Australia move on to 1 for 120.
Yeah, that was a lovely shot. It was a quicker ball from the skipper, Bertor, and probably about, I'd say, half a foot outside off stump. So he just used what width he had. And as you quite rightly said, the pace of the ball, and it was a nice shot.
Borta bowls, and there's more flight there, and Marsh strokes it up to Dale Steyn at long off for a single. And Sean Marsh is on his way to potentially a 3-figure score here. His father made 9 centuries for Australia in one-day internationals. He's you wouldn't know he was he's not his father's son in the way he looks at the crease, but he's certainly pacing this innings very well.
Now, I think we can safely say his strike rate will be a lot better than his old man throughout his career.
Good player that he was. Borta bowls to Ponting, and there's a half-century for the Tasmanian, and the crowd was very happy about that.
Yeah, Ricky Ponting saluting the crowd and also his teammates in the dressing room. He won't want to stop there, though. He'd love to get a century in front of his home crowd. He's played beautifully. He's been dropped once, but apart from that, he's looked supreme.
Yes, it's been a risky innings as Borta's in again to Sean Marsh, and he gets a single by just taking his hands off the bat and dropping it into the offside in front of the gully, the deep gully, and that brings Ricky Ponting on to strike. This crowd is ready for anything here today. They've come here to enjoy themselves, and they can sense that their hero is on his way to yet another major score. This time on his home ground. It's Borta rolling in again to Ponting, and that's a ball that he tries to play on the behind square leg. Unorthodox shot, sort of in a crouching position, trying to sweep the ball. Didn't beat the leg gully. And there was no run there. He's certainly in what you would call an expansive mood. Borta hustling through his overs, last ball of his 4th. And Ponting swings that in the air straight to mid-wicket. It'll be out caught. Drops. Oh, he's dropped that. That was regulation. It's in Teeny. I don't know what was going on there. It was he had to move forward from a standing position, but he's dropped it and he's conceded 4. And I think he might have hurt himself. Either that or he's got very wounded pride, Mackay Rentini. I think it might be some sort of injury. So that's a bit of a catastrophe for South Africa. They're dropping catches, Greg, and Ponting has been put down on 54.
Well, very unusual. We were just mentioning before what a good fielding side they are, but Ricky Ponting, yeah, at no stage did he try and keep that ball down. He was looking for 6, and he didn't quite get it where he wanted to. It was straight down the throat of the fieldsman, dived forward, and he's landed awkwardly. Obviously, I don't know whether he may have
Winded
when
himself?
he dropped the ball, and then you know, his full weight of his body went onto the ball, but it went onto the boundary for 4 runs. So Ricky Ponting survives, but he's being attended to now by their medical staff. He doesn't look too good. Hopefully, yeah, he's just winded. It's like he's checking his ribs. But that is a catch that should be taken at this level, and 3 catches that have gone down now to Ricky Ponting could be costly.
He got both hands to it. The ball was out of his hands by the time he hit the turf, and it just looked a regulation catch. It might have dropped at him a little bit, Greg. But there's no wind really to speak of. Often the wind is blowing from that direction, but no real excuses, I wouldn't have thought, for a player of Intini's experience, and you can only wonder what's going through his mind. He's hurt, he's dropped a catch, and he'll feel like he's let his team down.
Yeah, if anything, you're right. The ball may have had a little bit of top spin on it, and made a dip, but that's about it. But actually looked like, I saw the replay, may have, when he tried to catch it, his elbows were right underneath his body. So whether he just landed on one of his elbows and he was a bit short of breath there for a few seconds, but he's okay now.
Well, the score is 1 for 131 in the 25th. This is one-day international cricket on ABC local radio. Peter Newlands and Greg Blewett with you at Bellerive Oval on what's left of a Sunday morning in Hobart. Full house. Good wicket, Australia having been sent in, well placed here. 1 for 131, halfway through their 50 overs. And Ponting's on 54. He's had 2 chances now. Marsh is on 66. Warner made just 5. And South Africa need to lift their game a little bit, Greg Blewett, I would have thought, as Jacques Kallis runs in from the southern end. And Marsh plays and misses at a ball outside off stump. That did him with a bit of, maybe a bit of late swing. And Marsh made no contact there, but he's doing a very good job for his team on 66. Ponting's on 54. The batting to come: Mike Hussey, David Hussey, Cameron White, Brad Haddon, Hopes, Harris, Bracken and Hilfenhaus. All the H's, Greg. We think there's 7 players with the name H out of in an Australian 12. We think it's a first. As Kallis is into Marsh and plays it off the back foot down to a third man. Quite square in the end. The ball travelled quite square, and they get an easy single. And Ricky Ponting is back on strike. 1 for 131 in the 26th.
I've noticed a bit of a change in Ricky Ponting's approach to one-day cricket this season. I think he's trying to be a bit more expansive. Normally he's been, the rock, I suppose. Even though his strike rate is very good, he normally goes around about a run a ball. But to me, this season in one-day cricket, he's trying to play a few more big strokes.
Kallis bowls to Ponting, and that's the ball on off stump that he manages to work into the onside, and it might have taken some body or some glove. Just rolled in front of square leg for a single. But the Australians trotting through now at seemingly at a run a ball, and can really launch into the second half of the innings as of now, I would have thought.
Yeah, that's right. And also with Ricky, he's every now and then too, I noticed it in the 2020s, he's just doing a little forward press, which he's never really done. So just a little bit of change for Ricky.
Jacques Kallis. Marsh plays late and straight to a backward point on the bounce. Gibbs, those very clean hands of his. Fields, the ball that was travelling.
Sure, Marsh is what I like about his one-day cricket. It's pretty simple. He's got a fairly simple plan when he faces the medium paces and the quick bowlers. If it's full, he's looking to drive down the ground, and if it's a little bit short of length, somewhere around about middle stump to off stump or wider, he just tries to run it down the third man and get off strike.
He's an interesting player, isn't he? As Kallis bowls, and it's a slower ball that Marsh works off the edge of the bat into the offside for yet another single, and Australia doing well at 1 for 133 in the 26th. We see the domestic teams come through year to year, and of all the players you see, Marsh doesn't stand out as someone who's scored all prolifically on this ground yet. At this level, he looks very much made for it.
Yeah, well, he basically burst on the scene through the IPL, didn't he? Before that, he was, a solid player with someone
state player,
might have a good future.
Cullis bowls to Ponting, driving. That's the beautiful shot by Ricky Ponting, but it doesn't beat mid-off, and they get a single. That was well timed. The mid-off's very, very deep. It's Neil McKenzie, and he was deep enough to stop that ball speeding down the hill to the boundary. And the score after the end of that over, which is the 26th, is 1 for 135. Ponting is on 56 and Marsh on 68. Yeah, some players score quite heavily at the state level, but never get the chance or don't make it when they get to the high level. Marsh seems to be sort of had that sort of maybe, and that's what the selector's job is, to identify who can actually make it at this level. Marsh looks to have a lot going for him.
No, you're quite right, because he hasn't really had 1,000-run seasons or anything like that. I mean, last year he was very good, but you're right. I mean, there's other players around.
Yeah.
Someone like a Phil Hughes is still young, but he's averaging well over 50 in first-class cricket as an opener.
Border bowls again, and Ponting lifts this one, chips it into the onside. Intini's making ground from mid-wicket. He won't get there, and there is 4 more runs to Australia and their captain. That was beautifully placed. I thought for all the world that was going to be just a 2 or a 3, but Intini couldn't make the ground from mid-wicket, and Staines quite straight at a long on. And the timing and the placement in that instance was such that Ponting picks up yet another boundary and is on his way with his score on 60.
Oh, that was just pure class from mine. He didn't try and overhit the ball. He was purely content on placement, and that's brought about a change in field. There's only one man inside the ring on the onside, which is a short, fine leg.
Yeah, they're protecting that area now as Ponting rolls the wrist to a ball from Buta, and it doesn't beat the man at leg gully. And no run there for the Australian captain, Neil McKenzie, doing that job for South Africa. He dropped Ponting, that is, when Ponting was on 10. Tough chance, straight to him at a maximum speed at a short cover, but he did put it down. He's having to endure the remainder of this Ponting innings, as the next ball from Buta is played by Ponting in front of square leg, rolling the wrists nicely off the front foot, an attractive shot. Intini runs in from his station at deep mid-wicket, does the fielding, and the score moves on to 1 for 140 in the 27th.
I think what you'll find now with Ricky Ponting, if they continue that field, he'll try and weight his shots and try and pick up 2s.
Border bowls to Sean Marsh, and he makes room and strokes it down to Steyn at long off for another single. So in Marsh, do you see a test player of the future? I mean, what do you think about it? He's clearly someone the Australian selectors are very interested in.
Yeah, to me, they were sort of trying to groom him, I think, to take over from Matty Hayden. A sort of similar style. He likes to hit, straight down the ground, take the bowling on.
Border to Hughes, some flight there, so rather to Ponting, and beaten by the flight there. He was trying to work it into that onside, got a leading edge. The throw from Jacques Callis was from about 20 metres away, hurled straight back to Mark Boucher, and Ponting had to avoid being hit by the ball. I'm not saying there was any intent there from Callis, but it was a rifle-like shot. There was no chance of any sort of run out. Border with some air this time. Ponting tried to play that sort of lap shot, that's half sweep shot. Doesn't beat McKenzie at leg gully. And there's the end of Border's over. That's 5 overs down for him. Number 31. He'd be happy to get through this spell for, let's say, less than 50. And Australia keep on moving. 1 for 141 up to 27. Marsh on 69 and Ponting 61. Sean Marsh making a good impression in this one-day series. He's done well in the IPL. Could he make it in the test arena, do you think?
Well, I think he can, but I've just got a few question marks maybe about his ability to face a swinging ball and a ball that sort of seams around at the top of the order. And I think that's been his downfall basically in first-class cricket this summer. But he's definitely in their minds.
Cullis bowls to Marsh, a ball on off stump, and Marsh defends that ball down the wicket. And Cullis defends. He's got a younger brother who's got very high raps on him as a youngster. He's, I think, 18 years old. One of the youngest contracted players on the Australian first-class scene.
Yeah, I think I think he's pretty good at AFL as well. Okay. But from all reports, he's probably a little bit keener on his cricket, which is great news, because he sounds like a very exciting player.
He does sound good. As Callis is into Sean Marsh, and that's a ball on the off stump that Marsh in the end defends. It lifted on him a bit, and he played the ball down the wicket, and there was no run. The score 1 for 141 in the 28th over.
And going back to just talking about Sean Marsh and the Marsh brothers. It's going to be interesting to see what happens, obviously, with Matthew Hayden's retirement, who they go with. There's Phil Jakes and Hughes, and obviously Chris Rogers as well.
Callis to Sean Marsh, and that's on off stump, and he drops his hands, and the ball rolls into the offside. As soon as the ball hit the bat, they ran through for a single. That was very economical, very good running between the wickets. And Australia is doing it in singles at the moment, and preying on the bad ball and putting it away pretty well, and on its way to a very good score.
And I just think, my gut instinct says they'll go with Hughes, which will be really exciting, which is going to be really unlucky for Jakes. He's made 100 in his last test.
Well, you know, Jakes is not yet 30 years old. As Callis is into Ponting, it's a short ball that Ponting has to adjust his shot to. It rose on him. He was trying to force the ball through the offside, and he waited for it and steered it to point where it was fielded by Gibbs. No run. Jakes is not an old player.
No. And he's had a little setback from what I read. He was meant to be making his grade return this weekend, but felt a little bit of pain in his back, so he's put it back a week. But obviously Chris Rogers is making plenty of runs. He's basically been forgotten about.
Yeah. Callis to Ponting. It's on off stump, and it moves back into the Australian captain, who was trying to work it into the onside. It rolled out into under the offside. There was no run there at all. 1 for 142.
I'll tell you what's hurt Rogers is the 2020s that have been playing domestically, because he hasn't been playing for Victoria, so all of a sudden his name's sort of...
But the irony there was he moved from WA to Victoria, I think, so he can play more one-day cricket, and now he's playing one-day cricket but can't play 2020 cricket, and that's hurting him as well. Poor guy can't seem to win. You've got to be there or thereabouts, don't you? You've got to be up there before the selectors. As Callis bowls to Ponting, dances down the wicket, he checks the shot, drives, they get a single. If that ball had hit, that might have been interesting from J.P. Duminy patrolling the covers. But Marsh got through in the end without too much trouble. That was the way you made your name, wasn't it, Greg? Back in the mid-90s, you made a couple of centuries for the Australia A team, and you're presenting yourself that way.
Yeah, that's right. I'd had a couple of reasonable years in domestic cricket, and then got my chance through the Australia A, which were... great memories. I mean, that was it was great for us. I don't think the Australian team at the time enjoyed it too much, but to play in front of those crowds, and because the crowds were really into it, they loved the Australia A concept, and they were cheering mainly for the Australia A boys, the underdogs. But you're right, and probably Sean Marsh is maybe in a similar boat. I think if he goes really well in one-day cricket up the top of the order, then that will give his test chances no harm at all. But they want to see some runs in first-class cricket for WA.
Now, a bowling change here. It's J.P. Duminy to bowl from the members' end, and it'll be to Ricky Ponting. And the score after 28 overs is 1 for 143. And after one more over, we'll have Jim Maxwell in to take up the commentary. Duminy's going to roll out some right arm over the wicket offerings to the Australian captain. And that's a ball speared onto leg stump, and Ponting doesn't beat the fieldsman at short mid wicket, but they'll get a single anyway. And it was the captain, Boter, who did the fielding, so Ponting just ticks his score over by one more. He's on to 63. Grandstand, one-day international cricket on ABC local radio. Peter Newlands and Greg Blewett at Bellerive Oval on Hobart's eastern shore, where the sun at the moment is behind some high white puffy clouds, giving the capacity crowd some respite from what is often a very hot sun. As J.P. Duminy bowls to Sean Marsh, who makes room and swings and drives for 4 through the covers. Lovely shot from Sean Marsh, who had that one under control all the way, picked his spot, made him some room for himself, and hit it all the way along the ground in front of the members' pavilion. That was a lovely cricket shot from Sean Marsh.
Certainly was. He's a beautiful driver of the ball. He's just got that natural timing, and when he hits the ball, it certainly stays hit, and the placement was ideal.
As Duminy bowls to Marsh, same shot once again, not quite the placement. Staines got to run around from long off, and they'll get 2. And that's 2 more to the Australian total.
Well, they're setting a great platform here for the
150
come in. Yep,
150 it is. It's off 171 balls. It's come up in the 29th over. The run rate is approaching 5.5 per over, with plenty of batting to come as Marsh makes room for himself again off Duminy. Strikes it out to deep cover. Intini does the fielding, and they get 1.
Tell you what, I'd love to see David Hussey come in next with this sort of platform. We know how good Michael Hussey is. I think he's a great finisher of an innings, turning 1s into 2s. But with the platform that's been set, I think it's ideal for someone like a David Hussey who can just come in and really take the bowling on.
1 for 151 in the 29th balls. It's come up in the 29th over. The run rate is approaching 5.5 per over, with plenty of batting to come as Marsh makes room for himself again off Duminy. Strikes it out to deep cover. Intini does the fielding, and they get 1.
Tell you what, I'd love to see David Hussey come in next with this sort of platform. We know how good Michael Hussey is. I think he's a great finisher of an innings, turning 1s into 2s. But with the platform that's been set, I think it's ideal for someone like a David Hussey who can just come in and really take the bowling on.
1 for 151 in the 29th. Duminy to Ponting. What's Ponting up to here? Not much. He just plays a shot on leg stump into the ground, into the onside, and trots through for the easiest and most comfortable of singles. Australia picking up singles at will here, and also the odd boundary. And the score is looking pretty healthy. 1 for 152. South Africa, they need a little bundle of wickets.
They need to hold some catches if they haven't got themselves to blame, haven't they?
That's exactly right. Ponting was dropped on 10. He was also dropped after reaching his half-century in the deep by Intini. Both such catches you would expect to have been taken. As Duminy bowls to Marsh and tried to flay that one off a length into the offside. Didn't time it. No run. The end of Duminy's over. That's 29 overs down for Australia after being sent in. 1 for 152. Warner was out for 5. Marsh is on 77. Ponting's on 64.
Yes, a short ball from Callis, and Ponting that time got under it, and he found the fieldsman, and he found one who doesn't normally drop anything. And de Villiers at backward square clung onto it. It was the 3rd chance Ponting offered up in this innings. A very good innings. He's out for 64, and Australia 2 for 152 in the 28th over, 30th over.
Yeah, Ricky Ponting be very disappointed. The other night too at the MCG probably lived a bit of a charmed life, but he's looking good. He's looking very solid, but it's very unlike Ricky Ponting to make half-centuries in one-day cricket and not go on and make hundreds. So he'll be a bit disappointed, but that's the breakthrough that South Africa needed. But this is a very strong batting lineup for Australia, and you think just coming up to the 30th over, if you normally around about 30 overs, you double it, Jim. So I think Australia, if they play well from here, push the score up towards 300. And it's Mike Hussey. I was hoping that Dave Hussey might come out, but that's the way they've gone.
Why do you think Mike Hussey's had such a patchy summer of cricket? He's, other than the second 2020 the other day, and maybe for a bit in the declaration innings in Sydney, he's been right out of touch.
Yeah, I just think it just goes to show that the very good players aren't immune to pressure at this level. And I just think he probably missed out a couple of times, and then all of a sudden, little thoughts creep into your head. Because I know speaking to him in the West Indies, he doesn't take anything for granted, even though he's averaging, brilliant scores in one-day cricket and test match cricket.
Here he is facing Callis, and he gets off the mark. No, he doesn't. He hit it straight to mid-wicket, knocked down by Duminy, and there's no run.
And I think Damien Martin was very much the same. Even though he was going through a great patch, he still felt that, 3 or 4 bad games in a row, then his position was under threat like anyone else's. And I just think Mike Hussey probably thinks that the same as well. It took him so long to get into the team that, he knows how important it is. He just thinks every innings is a chance to do well.
Callis has him pulling a short ball away for 4. Oh, he enjoyed that. That's the perfect way to get off the mark. A little under pitch from Callis, and Hussey picked it up and smashed it to backward square. A very good, convincing boundary to start with.
Yeah, fine start there for Michael Hussey. And Callis, I think, tried to bowl a genuine bouncer. It just didn't get up. So Mike Hussey thought, right, I'll have a piece of that. That'll get me off the mark with a boundary. And his placement was very, very good.
Yes, Ponting playing the shot in the air earlier in the over, caught by de Villiers at backward square as Hussey gets a slower ball, adjusts and drops it down at his feet. There was probably a run had they gone straight away, but just the threat of Callis coming down the pitch was enough to keep him at home. 77 to Marsh, 4 to Hussey, 2 for 156 in the 30th over.
And just to continue on about Michael Hussey and his run of outs for the summer, I didn't see any change in his technique at all. I think he's very much got his game sorted out. I just think it was purely mental. He was just thought he was under pressure and things built up.
Callis goes into Hussey and another well-directed ball nudged into a gap on the offside in front of Buerta, and a single to Michael Hussey. He's 5, and Australia sent in 2 for 157 after 30 overs. Ponting dropped on 10 and 54, out for 64. And how many balls did he face? 72 balls. So he got them pretty quickly, and it set Australia up here for a chance to really push on in the last 20 overs. And they've also got this bonus that's becoming quite a factor in the game now and making the 50-over game a bit more interesting, I think, and that is they can call
during an emergency.
Phone reception off and on, no internet and no TV reception even with our generator.
Find your local ABC radio station.
Thank you for being with us.
ABC Radio is your emergency broadcaster.
Your home of rugby. ABC Sport.
For a power play, which they might leave somewhere until the last 6 or 7 overs. It certainly helped South Africa the other night when they got 52 from 5 overs to win the game. Now, it's going to be J.P. Duminy, and he bowls a ball that Hussey hits through the infield on the offside for a single, 2 for 158 in the 31st over. Greg Blewett having a spell. Neil Manthorpe joins us. Good morning, or is it? It's good afternoon.
Only just. Not a very good afternoon for South Africa, or they'll be hoping that the afternoon's better than the morning was. 3 catches dropped yet again. They dropped 3 and got away with it at the MCG, but they'll be very disappointed. They've worked incredibly hard on their fielding and their catching in particular, and they had an extended catching spell this morning before the start of play. Maybe they caught all the ones they were going to catch before the game started.
Duminy bowls to Marsh, and Marsh checks himself up and doesn't get a run, down to backward point as he was trying to probe into a gap. Mackenzie's there to field it at 2 for 158 in the 31st over. Beautiful day at Bellerive, and Marsh playing the sweep, gets it around the corner to backward square. He wants a second run, he won't get it as Amlar throws back at 2 for 159. So what do you think was in Buerta's mind about sending Australia in here?
Early morning, 10 o'clock start. I mean, it's not very dissimilar to South Africa in that respect. They thought that there was a bit of juice in the pitch, and they bowled very well. I thought Dale Steyn bowled very well anyway with the new ball, and might have had a bit more luck, but whatever movement there was has gone now.
Too many bowls, and the length delivery patted back by Hussey. How many grounds in South Africa are still day grounds? Any?
No.
They're all lights.
Yeah.
Because this is the last one here. This will have lights when you come back next time, which is basically about television as much as anything else. Hussey drives down towards long off, and they get a run. When I say that, it's also about people's viewing habits, I guess. If you've got a game on in the evening, prime time, you're going to get more people watching it. 2 for 160, but they're enjoying the sunlight here, all camped up on the hill in front of the scoreboard, standing. Lots of them standing. 16,000 here, and a drive down the ground. Duminy takes the heat off that shot played by Marsh. A very good save, as it would have gone past him for a single. So a tidy over, 31 gone, and Australia 2 for 160.
What's quite difficult to understand is, unless I was imagining things, the sun didn't go down until bedtime last night anyway, so
they're going to save on electricity when they have the lights here. Yes,
I'm just thinking, you know, to be honest, you know, the light was playable at 8:30. The sun was still up at 8:30 last night, so I was quite surprised that it was a 10 a.m. start. Couldn't quite work out the rationale behind that, particularly if there were as many people as it sounded like who were out late last night. You know, an early 10 a.m. Sunday morning. I'm sure there are a few people having a lie-in.
They could easily have started at 1 o'clock, really.
Yeah, or 12, I was thinking.
12, 1, yeah. But I may have mucked up someone's television schedules. I don't know what the story was there. But here comes Callis. He bowls now, and it's knocked away by Hussey. He can't get the single. Gibbs picks up just behind point. So it's an interesting situation. South Africa have got their team in with selection. Mackenzie, who's the fill-in player, is now a primary player after his innings the other day. Is this going to change the selector's view of him as a one-day player?
It may well do. I mean, I think it's his inclusion today, or Van Jaarsveld's exclusion, is more to do with the way he appeared to be out of his depth at the MCG on debut.
Callis runs in. Hussey pushes forward. Can't get a run again. Well bowled by Callis. He's just mixing them up a bit. In the 32nd over, it's 2 for 160. And
he did look out of his depth, and he didn't really look as if he'd taken to international cricket in the 2 T20 games either. So it's been a torrid start, torrid introduction to international cricket for Vaughan Van Jaarsveld. Neil Mackenzie's very, very experienced, of course, but hadn't played a one-day international since 2003 in Rawalpindi until the MCG.
Callis in, and a big swipe misses from Hussey. He was trying to hit that out into the river, and it went past his bat and the off stump. Another dot ball. But does Van Jaarsveld have a big reputation coming into this series as a one-day player in domestic cricket?
He's had a big season this year, but he's one of those players that it just appears for some reason to attract the attention and the affection of administrators and selectors. Not all of them. He's sort of you either love Van Jaarsveld.
Callis short, pulled away by Hussey, and that's 4. He got onto that, and the crowd excited again. Michael Hussey smashed it to the boundary to go to 11. 2 for 164 with Marsh at the other end on 78.
So Van Jaarsveld, as I said, he attracts. There are certain players like that. You know, I mean, if he does make 70 or 80 or even 30 or 40, he normally does so in very attractive style. But he's found that international cricket's a bit harder than South African domestic cricket.
Callis in, a slower ball pushed away towards mid-on. He just, to be honest, maybe it's nervousness, just didn't look the part in the field.
Yeah.
Didn't look a good athlete. That might be harsh, but he just didn't move well, did he? Apart from dropping catches.
And guess what, Jim? He's lost 9 kilograms from last season. So if he doesn't look like an athlete now, can you imagine what he looked like last year?
Well, it's something they're going to have to work out. Mackenzie's out there. He put down a catch today. Callis bowls a short ball, which Hussey bangs away towards deep point. And he gets a single, hitting it strongly. But they've got a good sweeper out there on the boundary, and there's only 1 run for him. 2 for 165. Hussey's 12 and Marsh 78, with Warner out for 5 and Ponting having a few of the cat's lives before he was out for 64.
And South Africa made a couple of changes, apart from Van Jaarsveld's omission and A.B. de Villiers' inclusion. They've left out Morne Morkel, and that's purely on rotation. There was nothing wrong with Morne Morkel, just having a rest, and well, he's going to have a very long rest as well, because we don't play again until Friday at the SCG.
Now it comes down to drive here. Duminy stops the ball and he's followed through, as Hussey was just a bit checked up. So who's that out on the square at mid-wicket?
Albie Morkel.
That is Albie Morkel there, right. I thought I had the sub out there, but it's a push from Hussey. Gets a quick single out to cover. They have to race, and he gets home in the nick of time. I think they're going upstairs. A direct hit would have run Sean Marsh out, but I don't think this will be out, as they took a risky single out on the offside in front of cover, and the throw coming in, had it been direct, may have tested him, but it looks like he's in on that replay. Looks like, excuse me, he's well in, but just for a moment it looked a bit dicey. Gibbs coming in from cover. Not out goes up. 2 for 165, 166, and Marsh goes to 79.
got to make sure that they don't lose momentum, Australia, like they did at the MCG, because at that stage, at the 30-over mark, as Greg Blewett said a moment ago, they also looked like they should have got 300.
Duminy bowls tight. Can't force that away, giving himself a little bit of room, and Marsh knocked it straight out to Bertha, who's there at cover. So Duminy's doing a good job here with his little slowies. He comes in again, and that's a shorter, wider, flatter ball, and he misses it. Tried to hit it past point.
That was about as close to medium pace as JP Duminy can bowl. He's really fired that one in, having given the previous two deliveries a bit of air. So varying it very nicely.
And he tosses up, and a miscue in there. He should be caught. He is. He popped it up off the leading edge, and Gibbs surging forward has taken the catch, running in from mid-off. Just deceived by JP Duminy, who's doing a very fine job, and that ends another good innings from Marsh. He's got to 78. So 79 and 78 in these two innings, and a very good effort. Gibbs hurling himself forward, got his hands underneath it from mid-off. Duminy gets a wicket, and Australia, as you suggest, Neil, may just lose a little bit of momentum. They're 3 for 166 in the 33rd over, and Peter Walsh, drinks have come onto the field.
3 for 166. Duminy has taken a wicket in his third over. 1 for 13. Repeating, Marsh out, caught Gibbs off Duminy for 78. And now David Hussey's at the wicket to join his brother, and he faces Duminy. It turns, and it comes off an inside edge or his body and bounces away on the onside. A chance for the two brothers to bat together for a rare occasion since Dave Hussey moved from WA over to Victoria. They did combine for a partnership in the 2020 game at the Gabba, but only lasted 2 balls when David Hussey was caught by that brilliant catch by Duminy running back towards the side screen. Neil, g'day.
I'm glad you haven't asked me about the party trick that Walsh is referring
I'm getting around to it.
I can't believe you can remember that far back. I think that was it was how to drink a shot of whatever out of a shot glass without touching it with your hands at all at any stage. It's an interesting one. No, and not you can't just pick it up.
Pick it up with your lips?
No. But anyway, I won't mention his shirts if he doesn't mention any of my party tricks. There were some celebrities in town last night that we bumped into. The crew of the Sea Shepherd.
Bertha starts a new over and bowls to Mike Hussey, who plays out behind point, gets a run. AB de Villiers fields, and that gets David Hussey onto strike. Mike is 13, David is 14, and David yet to score. 3 for 167. So you mixed with the superstars of the world, did you?
Yeah, I just have one question. Is it compulsory to have at least 18 pieces of body metal in order to become a crew member?
Yeah.
There were piercings in places I didn't know existed.
Shouldn't have been looking.
I think they do a great job, don't they? They were treated like minor celebrities, and I must say there's a huge fascination with what they do in South Africa.
Bertha bowls short of a length. David Hussey pulls this towards mid-wicket to get his first run. Fielded in the deep by Callis, just the one.
Well, what are butter bombs? I mean, I didn't want to ask, but I remember some news reports in South Africa that said that the Sea Shepherd, crew members of the Sea Shepherd had been throwing butter bombs onto Japanese whaling ships. Is that true? I mean, apart from being unpleasant and smelly, I mean, I don't know whether they have a serve a technical purpose, do they?
No idea.
They're supported by the Australian government, aren't they?
I thought it was a drink you could drink with no hands. In comes Bertha and bowls, and a sweep by Mike Hussey. Not sure that he got bat on that. And they take a run as it's fielded just inside the circle. Yes, it does go to the batsman. No signal from umpire Rod Tucker. So 15 for Mike Hussey, 1 for David Hussey, 3 for 169. Out, Warner for 5, Ponting 64 and Marsh 78. Well, you've gone straight from, the ship, and I'm thinking butter bombs must be a drink. In comes Bertha and bowls. David Hussey defends towards mid-wicket, and there's no run.
Apparently, they're just little like hand grenade-sized packages of rancid butter.
Border bowls. Oh, he's darted that down the leg side to squillion miles an hour, 101.3 kilometres per hour, and it's been signalled a wide. That was the leg side stumping ball, wasn't it?
Well, Boucher got there, so I suspect it was probably a signal.
3 for 170. Bertha bowls again, and it's whipped with a topspin forehand action by David Hussey down along the ground to long on to Amlar for 1. He can really hit. He's shown it in domestic cricket. To some extent, he showed it the other night, David Hussey, when he made a half century, 52 off 50 at the MCG. So far, he's just having a bit of a look and a couple of singles. Mike on strike now as Bertha bowls are pulled by Mike Hussey to mid-wicket. And Ntini fields. I think the crowd were pretty sympathetic to Ntini when he dropped that catch in front of them, and I don't think they got stuck into him. Couldn't believe it. That completes the over, just by the way. 34 overs gone, 3 for 172. The catching was so good in the test matches and probably definitely played a large role in the 2-0 series win after the first 2 tests, and they've started to drop them since.
I know, 3 went down at the MCG and 3 again today, so it's strange. I mean, South Africa are working on their catching and their fielding just as hard as ever. In fact, because they dropped a few at the MCG, they had an extra 25 minutes this morning purely of catching practice. So I don't know what. It's just one of those things. You go through a bad run every now and then, I suppose. Just another question for you, Drew, because clearly your knowledge of whaling is right up there, which is better than mine. I thought the Japanese had been limited to a reasonable number purely for research purposes, about 5,000, wasn't it?
Too many bowls. They've actually taken this new ball after 34 overs, and a single into the deep becomes 2 as Amlar fell all over it as though he was trying to catch a butter bomb, and they've come back to complete 2.
I've had this wonderful picture in my mind of Japanese professors with little glasses and microscopes doing research on whales. You know,
how many you're allowed to have?
Well, I mean, it was some huge number, and 5,000 for research purposes.
Too many bowls, and it's defended by Mike Hussey. That's a dot ball. Reminds me of the story of the O&M bloke who went to see Bart Cummings at his stable, and he walked around with a clipboard, you know, the horse trainer. He was there for days, and after a while he said, "Mr. Cummings, you've got a lot of flies." And Bart said, "How many am I allowed to have?" Round the wicket goes Duminy, and a drive into the covers by Mike Hussey. No run.
You can just imagine the Japanese, can't you? 5,000 whales a year or whatever it is for research purposes. Yes, okay, let's do some research on it. Yes, it's a whale. Now let's eat it. They make whale sushi. Never seen it, but then we wouldn't buy it. If
get a lot of sushi out of it, wouldn't
you? Yes, you would.
Duminy bowls. Mike Hussey drives into the covers, another dot ball as Bertha gets to his left to field. Run rate is just 5.02, and I can't help thinking there are hitters in the dressing room itching to get out there. Duminy bowls. Mike Hussey defends round the corner to the onside. They get a single, but just with the field out, this is in between power plays. We haven't had a batting power play or a bowling power play yet in the innings, still to come. So they're allowed to have 5 men out, and they're all out near the boundary, and they're just knocking the ball around at the moment. And I can't help thinking that White and Haddon and others we haven't had a 6 in the game. 3 for 175 in the 35th.
There's, I mean, it's funny that I know that it probably feels as if Australia are slightly behind the clock, but from a South African point of view, with that batting to come.
David Hussey drives this firmly along the ground, along on for another single as Stain fields. So did you get out amongst these superstars last night and, you know, play limp falls or any party tricks that we should know about?
No, there were no party tricks, but there is a little micro-brewery just right in the centre of town that brews whiskey. And once somebody suggested that we had a couple of whiskies, I went straight back to the hotel to bed. But it's an amazing job they do, the anti-whalers. I mean, they basically try and put themselves in between the whales and the harpoons, don't they?
Mm.
So it is an incredible job. I mean, I think, strictly speaking, it's probably illegal, and it's probably sea piracy, isn't it? But
Burta starts a new over. He bowls to David Hussey, who gets back on the back foot and cuts, or gets it behind point for a single. He was looking for the second, but it was well fielded about 3/4 of the way to the fence. So he's got 4 singles, David Hussey. Mike Hussey is 19, 3 for 177. Just pretend it's the backyard over in Perth and start knocking it into the neighbours. Burta goes round the wicket, bowls, back goes Mike, cutting square, but straight to AB.
See, the way I'm looking at it, Drew, is that I think that Australia will get at least 50 to 60 from the batting power play. So I can't see how Australia won't make 300 here.
Burta bowls, flighted. Mike Hussey drives. A slight misfield there by Gibbs, and that's unusual. He's at short cover. He dived full length to his left. Normally he hauls them in. They get 1. 3 for 178. Mike Hussey is 20. David Hussey is 4. The men out for Australia. Warner for 5. Ponting 64. Marsh 78 after they'd been sent in. This ball is flighted by the skipper, and it's sweep by David Hussey straight to the field. The short fine leg Duminy inside the circle. So really, I'm getting a bit antsy because I want the ball to be sailing into the crowd. David Hussey drives into the covers. It's fielded as another dot ball. Morkel fielding in there just on the pitch on the edge of the square, and he's about 25 metres from the bat. David Hussey faces Burta, who slings this down the leg side. That's a wide. That's another attempt at the leg side stumping, and he's ripped that in. I didn't see this on the scoreboard. That's over 100, I'm tipping.
It's certainly he's got the ability, hasn't he, to bowl a genuine medium pacer. I agree with you. I think Australia are a bit behind.
Burta bowls, and it's forced back to the bowler by David Hussey. Another dot ball, and here's Burta, 7 overs for 40, and surely that's got to be frustrating the Australians. It's 3 for 179 after 36 overs, with Mike 20 and David 4.
Yeah, and I can appreciate the frustration, and I'd be feeling exactly the same way. But if it was South Africa batting, but they have the ability, and I'm sure that they will be able to accelerate and catch up. You know, two batsmen having to settle in at the same time. I don't know, that batting power play. It just we're not used to how much it changes things. I don't think, you know, and you know, it could be worth 60 runs.
Still to come. Duminy bowls, and it's on the stumps, and it's whipped by Mike Hussey along the ground of mid-wicket just for the single. So Mike Hussey's made 21 of 26 balls, which is, you can't grumble too much about that. And Hussey, David Hussey's made 4 off 9, which is a little bit unusual for him. So he's had a bit of a look, and surely the right-hander, who can really go, must be soon to tee off. Duminy bowls to David Hussey, flighted, leg stump, and he turns it to short fine leg for a single, straight to the man inside the circle.
I have to say that JP Duminy and Jan Burta have bowled very well, haven't they?
They have.
2 spinners in tandem. They've done an excellent job, bowled very full length.
Come with a plan. This ball is flighted as well, and Hussey David works it along the ground, along on, just for the single, stay in fields. The South Africans will cop singles all day at this stage of proceedings. David goes to 5, all singles. Mike Hussey is 21, 3 for 181. Left-hand, right-hand combination. The lefty is Mike, the older brother, and the right-hander is David. Duminy goes around the wicket to bowl to Mike Hussey. 3 on the boundary on the leg side, and he flips it along the ground of mid-wicket, in short of the man coming in from the deep, but Callis moves in quickly to field on the circle, having run from the boundary line, and just the one. Well, I'd say these spinners are rubbing their hands together with what's going on at the moment. 3 for 182 in the 37th over. Fine and sunny in Hobart. Who's going to light the spark? Duminy bowls. Mike Hussey plays it back to the bowler. Rather, it's David Hussey back to the bowler, and Duminy fields. Greg Blewett has moved in to join us. Am I overstating this frustration?
No, it's a good little spell, this, for South Africa.
Duminy bowls. and a drive straight back to the bowler again. It was pitched full and wide of the off stump, and he got the inner half of the bat and sort of dragged it back to straight back to the bowler. So Dumini's bowled 5 overs, 1 for 20. That's an absolute bonus for South Africa. And after 37 overs, just 13 left, 3 for 182.
Well, the other thing too, I think that David Hussey's probably the best player of spin in Australia. So to see him struggling out there, maybe we're not doing the bowling justice or not. But normally he's very good. He just, especially one-day cricket, he just goes at a run of ball or better. But certainly at the moment, they're just struggling to tick things over. And I'd love to see David Hussey just go off, though, because when he gets going, he is dynamite. And I'd like to see him. I thought he should have been on the India tour, Drew, when that tour took place. I just thought if they're going to pick, horses for courses, as they say, that he should have been on that tour. But I'd like to see him somehow squeeze into that test side. I think he's a magnificent player. He's a good all-round player. He's a good fielder. He can bowl some handy off-spinners. And I just think they took 2 or 3 years too long to pick his brother, and I think they're making the same mistake with him.
Callis starts a new over and bowls an edge by Mike Hussey, beats the diver Boucher. They've got 1 and that's all. Don't know that carried to the wicketkeeper, but well bowled. After spin from both ends, we get medium pace, and all of a sudden he finds an edge, Jack Callis.
Just short of Mark Boucher. I think he was just trying to edge it down to, or run it off the face down to third man for a single, and he ended up getting a genuine edge and didn't quite carry to the outstretched Boucher. But another single to the total. Callis is still a good cricketer, isn't he?
Just a remarkable record in all forms of the game, batting and bowling. In he comes and bowls to David Hussey, who defends to the offside. Another dot ball, fielded by Gibbs. See, they knew what they were doing, the IPL. They, at the auction at about this time last year, they paid $750,000 for David Hussey, and at that stage, they hardly achieved anything.
There's been, I've noticed a bit of a change this season with the second, I think because of a couple of players last year, like a Shaw Marsh, who didn't go for hardly any money compared to the other people. I think there's a bit of a trend this season.
Callis bowls, and David Hussey placed at mid-wicket for another dot ball. He is 5 off 15 balls. 5 off 15.
Yeah, I think they're going for, guys like Warner. Ryan Harris has been picked up from Queensland, who's on debut today. So they're sort of trying to find a few of those bargain buys. But in regards to David Hussey, 5 off 15, he's quite capable of making that up. So doesn't need to panic just yet.
Callis bowls to Hussey, who strokes it in the offside, gets a run. It's fielded by Dumini coming in, who underarms at the stumps, but Mike beats the throw. And so David Hussey, 6 singles. Mike Hussey is 23, 3 for 184 in the 38th over. Earlier on, Johan Berta won the toss and put Australia in. Everyone was waiting to see how Warner would go. He didn't last long. He made 5 off 7 balls, just 1 boundary. And he wasn't slogging to get out either. He was just beaten by a beauty by Stain. He was squared up by it, edged it to the keeper. Callis bowls. Mike Hussey works this off his hip behind square leg. And Teeny's in the deep, gets around to his left of field, and they come back for 2. It's the first 2 for a while.
Have you been surprised, Drew, with the media attention that Warner's got since that innings? You haven't been?
Not at all.
No?
Because I did the 2020 game when he just lit the place up, the MCG. He brought up his 50 in 19 balls. Apparently the second fastest 50 in international 2020. In comes Callis, bowls a slow ball. Mike Hussey plays to mid-off and gets a single to Amlar. So it was just the most thrilling, exciting display of not out-and-out slogging, but just crisp hitting that you've ever seen. That's 3 for 187, 38 overs gone, just 12 left. Mike Hussey's 26 and David Hussey 6.
I was at that game as well, working on it, and you're right. Some of that hitting that night was unbelievable. He's just got no fear, and it's not a bad way to play cricket. Just having a license to go out there and try and smoke the ball to all parts of the ground, and if you get out, you get out. If you come off, then great.
Yep. Well, I heard David Morrow and the boys call that game at Hurstville Oval when he made 165, and ball after ball was disappearing over the cycle track. In comes Duminy and bowls on the leg stump. It's worked by Mike Hussey out past the square leg umpire for a single. So I thought, oh, who's this kid? And then he did it again in a subsequent match. And
he was down here.
He got Tasmania twice in the space of about a week.
Yeah.
And I thought, I thought his selection for the first of the 2020s was a beauty. And boy, did he come off. Duminy bowls, and David Hussey runs at him too far and gets right on the end of the bat and plays it back to the bowler. One is going to go soon. David Hussey is going to knock one into the crowd shortly. Get ready, you spectators. Here's a catch coming. 3 for 188. Duminy bowls, and he runs at him and plays to mid-wicket, and Bertha fields again a dot ball. He just can't beat the field.
That was well bowled, actually, because Hussey probably came a little bit too early. He was going to come down, as you said, I think, play an expansive shot, and he just speared it into his feet.
Hussey faces Duminy, and he just strokes it behind point for a single. Gee whiz, the throw put the keeper under pressure. Amla, it didn't do Boucher any favours. He flung it in from about 12 metres away, but they got a single. So David Hussey's made 7 singles in 19 balls. Mike Hussey's 27, 3 for 189, and we're in the 39th over. Now Duminy to the left-handed Mike Hussey, spearing this in quickly, and he cover drives, no run, straight to Bertha.
You're right, though, something's going to happen in the next couple of overs.
I'm about to hand over to Jim Maxwell, and I'm tipping he is going to Peter Newlands, and I'm tipping he is going to have a lot of fun in his 20 minutes at the wicket. Duminy bowls, and a leading edge by Mike Hussey, and he's trying to play that on the onside. It goes to mid-off, and Bertha fields, and that completes the over by Duminy. He is doing a remarkable job here. 6 overs, 1 for 23 for JP, who just can't do a thing wrong. Mike Hussey's 28, David Hussey is 7, and after 39 overs, Australia 3 for 190. In comes the slogger, Peter Newlands.
This is One Day International Cricket, live on ABC Local Radio.
Duminy doing very, very well. Is there anything this guy can't do? He's, I think we're seeing a genuine superstar in Duminy. He's brilliant in the field, although he dropped a catch the other night in the 2020 up in Brisbane, which probably cost them the game. But apart from that, he is an exciting young player. And having seen a little bit of his bowling out here in Australia, I thought, oh, yeah, he's a bit of a part-timer. But he's showing today that he's got a bit of talent with the ball as well.
Yeah, well, his first 2 test matches of the series showed that he was a pretty significant player. The innings, second innings in Perth, and of course the magnificent 166 in Melbourne, told us that this was not an ordinary player. And he's got skill, a lot of cricket nous, terrific athlete, and he's done a very good job for his team in this game so far. 1 for 23 off 6. Australia's score is 3 for 190 after 39 overs. Mike Hussey's on 28. His brother David is on 7. And the crowd, which is a very well behaved, very well-natured crowd, enjoying these very mild but very pleasant conditions. The sun is behind some high clouds at the moment. It's a nice, mild, even temperature, about 21, 22 degrees. The only boat on the river that I can see at the moment is a little tanker cutting its way up towards its berth in Hobart. And some seagulls dart across the ground. Jacques Callis bowls to Mike Hussey in the air, caught behind point. Oh, that's a great bit of work there for South Africa. And it was Herschel Gibbs again, the oldest player on the South African team. And Michael Hussey is gone. He was on the drive there, got an edge. And Gibbs, as quick as you like, leapt forward, took the catch, and Australia 4 for 190 in the 40th. Greg blew it.
Yeah, good change there. It certainly worked. The spin had been working, and South Africa have deserved that wicket because they've tied Australia down, particularly David Hussey. But Mike Hussey on that occasion just trying to drive a ball on the up to Jacques Callis, and a thick edge, and Herschel Gibbs diving away to his right took a fairly sharp chance. But there's no doubt that South Africa were probably struggling there a little bit early in Australia's innings, but they have fought back in the last 8 or 9 overs.
It's just been a steady application of pressure. Nothing dramatic. Marsh was out, of course. Ponting holed out in the deep. But Australia seemed to have a platform. In fact, the last time I was on with you, Greg, we were talking about Australia's prospects for this innings, and it looked for all the world like it was something 280 plus. But since then, good use of pace, or lack of it, good fielding. And Australia, from South Africa, and Australia just hasn't been able to hit the boundaries and apply pressure with the bat, if you like. And the score at the moment is 4 for 190. The run rate per over is less than 5, 4.85. And there's just over just 10 overs and the best part of another over to come. So this is going to be, as Drew said, a lot of fun because the bat will be thrown here, but someone's got to make it finish this off for Australia.
Yeah, I think the next couple of overs will be fairly quiet as well. I think Cameron White can be a bit of a slow starter, but once he gets going, he can be extremely destructive. But yeah, I'd like to see him just get a good look at the bowling now.
It's Callis to White, and that's on off stump, and he dabs it into the onside. They take a quick single, and that'll be what they get, despite the fact that Borta was onto that one very, very quickly. And in a very athletic way of his, reached down with one hand, and as he moved in from extra cover, had a shot, throw at the stumps from side on, didn't hit. And Cameron White was off the mark off the first ball that he faced.
Australia have probably lost one too many wickets, because I think they were still capable of going at 9 and 10 runs and over for the last 10 overs, but now that they've lost a couple of quick wickets, I think they've just put behind the 8 ball a little bit.
Callis to Mike. Dave Hussey over the head of mid-off for 4. For a while that looked like it might have been going straight to Neil McKenzie, but he had enough loft on it, had the timing, and that's the David Hussey stroke that we know so well from the domestic scene. And there's a nice relieving boundary for the Australians.
Well, as I said, I thought we might see a couple of quiet overs with the dismissal of Mike, and I thought David Hussey just sort of nudge a few singles around, try and get a bit of a partnership going with Cameron White, but he decided to go over mid-off, and he just cleared the man, so yeah, valuable boundary.
Callis to Hussey, driving again, this time to long on. There'll be just one run here. That was well timed. Intini's down there, or rather it's Amlar. Long on, there was it was a lot of timing in the shot, a lot of power, so the batsman only got a single. The score is 4 for 196 in the 40th. Dave Hussey 12 and Cameron White on 1. And all the fieldsmen in the inside the ring, bar a third man and a deep mid-wicket as White plays that ball from Callis on off stump into the ground, a defensive shot. There's also a long on, and there's no addition to the score. If I can just come back to the Dave Warner story before we move on to the remainder of this innings. He talked about the 165 against Tasmania at Hurstville on one Saturday. The following Saturday he made 196 of 57 balls, astonishing innings. In the middle of those two games there was a Sheffield Shield match, but he wasn't selected for New South Wales. He made nearly more than 250 runs in 2 one-day games, but didn't play the Shield match. As Callis bowls to White, driving, and that's fielded at mid-off, and there's no run. And the fieldsman was none other than J.P. Duminy. The end of that Callis over, his figures 2 for 53 off 9. Not too bad from Callis. A couple of wickets in the column. And after 40 overs, Australia is 4 for 196.
I like the field there too to Cameron White, Peter. He's obviously new to the crease, and we're probably not going to see any big strokes from Cameron for at least a couple of overs. So what they did was they tried to crowd him and try and make him play the big shot, but I think it's good captaincy. And we're seeing it more and more, I think, these days as well with new batsmen in. I think, you know, one-day cricket 3 or 4 years ago, it was more of a safety-first approach, just, you know, try and stop the boundaries. But we're seeing now, when new batsmen come in more and more, the captain's getting the fields in, trying to stop the single, trying to keep the new man on strike.
Australia was set in this morning by South Africa and has lost Warner for 5, Ponting 64 off 72, Sean Marsh 78 off 103, and before, just a moment ago, it was Mike Hussey. He made a score of 28 runs, and South Africa decided to bowl first, and at this moment in time it looks like a pretty good decision, but the answer to that question will be determined in the next 10 overs. 60 balls left for Australia, as we see Dale Steyn running in for the members' end to bowl to David Hussey, who strikes the ball down to long on for a single, and the total is now 4 for 197. South Africa's best bowler, I think it's fair to say that, is back into the attack. He's still got 4 overs to use. So that's good news for South Africa.
Yeah, it's great to see Steyn live up to his hype, I suppose, before he came out to Australia. He's had a fantastic couple of years. Yeah. And there was all sorts about, him versus Brett Lee. Unfortunately, Brett wasn't at his peak and in the end succumbed to a foot injury. But Dale Steyn has been very, very impressive. He was probably struggling a little bit with his fitness at the start of the tour, but he seems to be getting better and better as the tour goes on.
He's durable as well, which is good news. He bowls now to Cameron White, short on off stump, and White can only defend that. That came back in, had him at good pace, and White is all raring to go. He's ready to swing that big bat of his with those long arms. He's a hefty character, tall, broad shoulders, one of the better hitters of the ball in the game. But he'll need some room to swing those big arms, and that certainly wasn't offered on that occasion. Steyn to White again. That's on middle stump in the air, caught straight to mid-wicket, and White is out for one. Australia is now 5 for 197. Borta took the catch. Steyn has the wicket, and Australia, Greg Blewett, has got a fair bit of work to do to put a big score on the board.
They need a big innings now from Brad Haddin, who strides to the crease. He's an excellent player in this sort of situation, but you're right, South Africa have done fantastically well in the last half an hour, three-quarters of an hour to get themselves back into this game. Australia were looking supreme with wickets in hand and a good run rate, but it was the spin of Berta and also Duminy which put a bit of pressure on the Australians, and since then a bowling change. Callis got a wicket with his first delivery of his bowling spell, and now Steyn comes into his spell and gets a wicket as well, with Cameron White just chipping one to mid-wicket. So yeah, I was saying Australia might get a score up around about 300. Well, that's probably going to come down a little bit now. 260, 270 would be a pretty good score from the Australians from here.
Well, Brad Haddin made his one-day international debut on this ground 8 years ago against Zimbabwe, and has been part of the international scene since then at various times. And now he's got a very important role to play for the Australian team. He's an experienced player. He's nailed down his spot in the Test team. I think it's fair to say that. He's played a lot of these one-day international matches, and he does know how to finish an innings. And he's got a pretty good partner in David Hussey, who has been quiet and has been successfully contained so far. But this is a pretty good pair of batsmen for Australia at the moment, I would have thought, if you were hoping for a big total. And there's still some good batting to come with Hopes, and then the bowlers, Harris, who you'd know a fair bit about, Greg, from Adelaide days.
Yep.
Bracken and Hilton House. So Australia can still do it, but they're leaving it a bit late as Dale Steyn runs in here to Brad Haddin, middle stump, and he can only push that ball into the onside to Borta. And the pressure continues to build, even though that was the first over that Haddin faced. Steyn is online and he's bowling quick.
Yeah, he certainly is. He's super consistent, Dale Steyn. And you're right about these two at the crease now, Haddin and David Hussey, both very busy cricketers. They won't allow themselves to get tied down, although David Hussey's been a little bit slower today than what he normally is. But Haddin, another busy cricketer, and if you get the fielders surrounding Brad Haddin, he always tries to hit out, and so I'm not sure whether we'll see that here today, but there's no doubt if these guys can get a bit of a partnership, there'll be some exciting batting.
Steyn from the members' end to Haddin, and he plays it late, gets it between the keeper and the stumps and everything else, and gets a boundary because it rolls down to a fine leg. But he played late, he got the bottom edge, it went in between himself and the stumps and beat the keeper at the same time, and that's what you call a fortunate start for Brad Haddin. But he played the shot with intent and has got a boundary. 200 runs up for Australia off 245 balls. The time doesn't really matter. The 245 balls is not a bad scoring rate by any means, and the total is getting closer and closer to something beyond 250. Steyn is ready again to bowl to Brad Haddin, and that's a ball on off stump that Haddin can only defend. It was right on line at good pace, and the Australian keeper plays the shot that he might have thought about there, the off drive in rehearsal. The end of that Steyn over, his figure's 2 for 21 off 7. He's a good bowler. And the score for Australia, 5 for 201 in the 41st. Haddin is on 4, and David Hussey is on 13. We have a capacity crowd at Bellerive Oval on a perfect afternoon for cricket. There's just one yacht drifting down the Derwent, all white, a white hull, 2 white sails against the perfect sort of light blue sea, or river in this case. And you couldn't get a better place to be, Greg, to watch cricket.
I was going to say that early, just before Cameron White got out. How good a view have we got up here? That we're overlooking the beautiful Bellerive Oval. It's a packed house, and then the river in the background with, you know, as you mentioned, the yachts and the boats out there. Absolutely superb.
Just a little bit of breeze drifting in from the northwest. That will pick up as the day goes on. It might help the swing bowling of someone like a Hilton House later in the day. But when I saw this fixture for January 18, I thought that'll be a good one. The weather will be good by mid-January, and it is. As Jacques Callis is in now to bowl to Dave Hussey, and he makes room and works it behind square leg for a single. And Australia's total moves on to 5 for 202. Fielding done there by A.B. de Villiers. Abraham Benjamin de Villiers. The crowd's enjoying it. I'm not quite sure. There's a bit of action out in the hill. They've been very well behaved so far. It's a long time to sit on a couple of blades of grass, Greg, isn't it? You get here at 8 in the morning, you go on by 6 at night.
No, they'll probably get a bit rowdier as the afternoon goes on, I would imagine.
I went outside earlier to take it all in, and there's nothing like the smell of a big cricket crowd. It's a beautiful thing as Callis bowls. And that's beaten the outside edge of Haddon's bat on the bounce. There was a good bounce there from Callis. As the Mexican wave tries to get kick-started as it makes its way around the southern stand. It's doing pretty well. There's no mess going in the air. And it's all part of the festive and jovial atmosphere, and I have to say good-natured atmosphere so far at Bellerive. With Jacques Callis at the top of his mark at the southern end. Running into bowl to Brad Haddon. That's a slower ball that Haddon pushes into the offside. Doesn't get it to pass the field. Extra cover there. The fieldsman is J.P. Duminy. And the Mexican wave starts its second lap.
So the South Africans have only got 3 men patrolling the boundary at the moment, so they're trying to really squeeze the Australian batsmen at the moment.
Callis to Haddon, shorter ball, and Haddon into the onside. They take a single. If it hits it, he's out. They make it through. Hussey scampered home, and that was virtually a tip and run situation there for Australia. It was played into the onside. It wasn't really a run there. Borter was the fieldsman. They took the chance on the throw not hitting. It didn't, and they got through for a single.
Well, he's dead right. That was a genuine run-out chance.
Yeah.
He just hit it to him and ran. Probably feeling the heat of a couple of dot balls from Callis, and I think he may have even gone to the wrong end, but whether he just wanted Hussey out instead of Haddon, but he missed anyway.
So Hussey's on strike, Callis is bowling, and that's a ball that Hussey strikes down to long on. Amlar fields, just a single. And Greg, I'm pretty sure I'm right in saying that South Africa will be pretty happy to concede a single just about every ball now.
Yeah, you would think so. Well, yeah, exactly. If they can restrict Australia to, you know, run a ball for the rest of the innings, then they'll be extremely happy with that. But I don't think that'll happen. I expect these guys to
open up.
Yep, start hitting out.
Last ball of Callis' spell. And it's to Brad Haddon, and Haddon drives. Nice use of the elbow. They'll get one. They want two. Amlar sprints in from long on, and he keeps the scoring down to 1. That's the end of Jacques Callis' spell. Pretty good. 10 overs, 2 for 57. Any maidens? Rick? No maidens for Callis. 2 wickets in the wicket column. Had an expensive over to start off, but otherwise has really kept Australia on a pretty tight rein. So he's done his work. It'll be Dale Steyn to bowl again from the members' end. And we've got 8 overs left in the innings. The run rate is 4.88 per over. And we've still got some batting to come for Australia. So hang on, folks, for some fun and games in the next half an hour or so. Grandstand, one-day international cricket on ABC local radio. Peter Newlands and Greg Blewett at Bellerive Oval in Tasmania. Game 2 of the 5-game series. South Africa won the toss and sent Australia in. Out for Australia, Warner for 5, Ponting 64, Marsh 78, Hussey 28 and White 1. Dale Steyn is running into bowl to Brad Haddon, And on middle stump, Haddon turns the ball straight to mid-wicket, where it's fielded by Johan Borta, who's a very busy man in the field at the moment, at that mid-wicket position. And the score remains 5 for 205 in the 43rd.
I actually haven't minded Bota's captaincy, actually, since he's taken over from Graham Smith. I think he looks like he's got the respect of his players, but I think he's a forward-thinking captain as well. I reckon he's held his own so far.
Steyn to Haddon. Off stump line, and Haddon rolls the wrists and steers it into the mid-wicket area. Borta fields again, lobs the ball back to his bowler in Steyn. And this is a really, really interesting part of this match and also the series. Australia has got to nail this innings to get a winning score. They can't afford to go 2-0 down in the best of 5 series, obviously. That makes that'll mean 3 wins in a row. They can get a good score from here, but it's a very, very interesting phase of the game and of the series, and another fascinating part of what's been an engrossing tour of Australia by South Africa.
Yeah, they've been good. There's no doubt about that. That was a terrific game the other night at the MCG, and the Australians would probably feel like they let one slip there. But some nice hitting from Albie Morkel at the end got the side home. And yeah, the Australians would love a win here just to draw even with the South Africans. 2-0 down, you're right, they're playing catch-up. So, but at the moment, I'll tell you what, South Africa be pretty happy with the situation.
They've been in a very, very impressive touring team. Now, Dale Steyn bowls to Brad Haddon. A bit of a delay to change bats, and Haddon strokes the ball on off-stump, drives it up to mid-off, fielded by de Villiers, and they get a single. There was a delay there while Haddon altered his bat. Might have split the face. Had some other problem with it. Hussey's on strike. That's David Hussey. He's on 15. It's been a very subdued David Hussey. The last time he was on this ground, he scored 100 in a 2020 game in just about no time at all, and won a game for his state. He's back again. Slightly different circumstances as he faces Steyn. Full pitch, he makes room, can only drag it into the onside for a single. And Hussey's just having a bit of trouble getting the boundaries. That was striking the blows.
Sorry, Peter. That was beautifully bowled as well, because yeah, Hussey just gave himself a little bit of room towards the leg side to open up the offside, and he was trying to. All the fielders are up apart from third man on the offside, so he's trying to hammer one through the covers, and he just speared it in, probably going past the leg stump, but just an inside edge, and he got the single.
He's a hard man to get away, that's for sure. Haddon faces Steyn. Full pitch, slower delivery, and Haddon strokes it into the onside for a single. Borta fields, and it's Australia doing it in ones at the moment. 5 for 208. The last ball of the 43rd coming up.
And you mentioned Ryan Harris is on debut today, replacing Sean Tate, which a little bit worrying. Just I don't think Sean Tate's match fit at the moment. We saw him in the 2020s. He bowled one quick over, and then his second wasn't.
Would you imagine the South Africans are pretty happy about the fact that they've got to deal with Harris instead of Tate? Last ball of Steyn's over. It's to Hussey, backs away. It's wide of the off stump. He does it. The umpire doesn't say wider, but it was hard for Hussey to hit it because he stepped away. And that's the end of Steyn's over. His figures 8 overs, 2 for 24. After 43 overs, Australia is 5 for 208. Hussey David is on 16. Haddon's on 8.
It's a very good question. Why is Nathan Horrocks in the squad? Is he ever going to play? They haven't got a specialist spinner, and we saw how well Duminy and Borta took the pace off the ball and restricted them. Good question. Morkel comes up and he bowls to Haddon. Haddon chops down on the ball. It runs to backward point. You'd think we've been watching power play for the last 10 overs. South Africa have only had 3 men out, Glenn Hughes.
Interesting.
And it's now 5 for 209 in the 44th over.
A very interesting tactic. But, Jim, on the batting side of things, one of your top 4, you'd love in a 50-over game to bat deep in your innings. 2 players had control and got out at the same time.
Here's Morkel, and a drive down the ground past the outstretched right foot of Morkel gets a single for David Hussey down to Amlar running in from long on, but they're only getting singles. 5 for 210.
And when Ponting and Sean Marsh were in control, Australia looked like, you know, scoring anything from 290 and plus, playing well. Ponting got out and he was going for his strokes. The other job then was left to Sean to really bat through deeper in the innings to then maximise his actual effect on the game. It's not the easiest thing in the world to go in there and dictate terms at 6-7 runs and over, which Australia wanted, but when you're in, you can do that comfortably.
Now Morkel bowls, and it's hit hard by Haddon, down too long on only a single. Oh. And another one of those dive and rolls, accidental from Amla.
It's twice.
Yes, he's putting on a bit of a show out there, but he doesn't need to. All he has to do is pick up the ball and throw it in.
Not as though we're playing on the rolling hills.
5 for 211. How long since a boundary, Rick?
Oh, well, 2 overs, I think, Jim, because David Hussey hit one over the top of mid-off.
Yes, he did hit one down there. Morkel bowls, and Hussey gives it room and drags it down to Amla. What trick has he got for us this time? He picks up the ball and he throws it. Conventional. One more run, but again, just the single. And Australia have really come back to the field here. 2 for 39 between overs 30 and 40, that 10-over bracket. And here, this is the 4th over. Since then, they've only scored 16. As Morkel bowls once more, and Haddon flicks him out to mid-wicket. Bortha throws and misses the stumps. It's backed up on the well-populated offside field. So another steady over. 44 gone at 5 for 213. Haddon's 11. And David Hussey's 18, Warner made 5, Marsh 78, Ponting 64, dropped twice, Hussey, Michael 28 and White 1.
No doubt, Jim, the destiny of this game relies on the last 5 overs in the power play, but we've seen a virtually power play by the South Africans in the field for the last 10 overs. They've squeezed, so it's a different tactic that Bolter and the coaching staff have come up with. It's served them well. Nantini's back here. Bolter brought back Stain there to try and get a wicket off his 2 overs. Still leaves him 2 in the bank. He did exactly that. Australians have just got out at the wrong time when they look like getting back in the game here. Nantini comes off a bowling spell of 6 overs, none for 25. He bowls length, which can be dangerous here in one-day cricket. And you've got one of the biggest hitters in Australia and cleanest hitters, but the boundaries are pretty deep straight as well. You're not playing on a postage stamp, so Australia need to play extremely well here from here on in to get them into a serviceable situation, Jim.
Well, Antini's their chance. On his recent record in one-day cricket, he's been far below his previous best form. He tends to be a bit the same. He runs in wide of the crease, and a miscue down the ground will be a run for Haddon. They might think of 2. Hussey wants it. He's on the way, and he's going to get there as Stain throws to the keeper's end and almost cleans up Haddon. Haddon running on the angle.
It's missed him.
It missed him by a whisker. 2 runs.
It did.
So this will be very interesting. Mackay and Teeny. He did have Ponting put down in his opening spell by Mackenzie. One of 2 drop chances there. They dropped Ponting at 10 and 54 and Marsh on 51. 5 for 215 in the 45th over. More from Antini. He bowls a ball that's driven down the ground. Again, they'll be looking for 2, but it's gone too quickly this time. And Stain throws it back flat and fast through the strikers, non-strikers end and down to Boucher. Now, Hussey's got this habit that when it comes off of pulling away to the onside to give himself room, looks good, but quite often the bowler sees him and bowls it outside the off stump, and it's a clear miss. Strike 1.
Well, he'll have to watch Nantini here, who does go wide of the crease and angles back in. He's going to try and squeeze him in there. There's a lot of room in the leg side, but Hussey, when he goes, he likes thrashing it through the offside. Interesting stage.
Nantini bowls a full toss, and he drives it straight to cover. 1 run out there to Morkel. So we've gone 2-1-1 so far in this over. The power play is mandatory at the end of this over for the batting team. This is over number 45, but Australia's progress has been checked by some pretty good cricket from South Africa. Good tactics from Bortha, who's had the field keeping them squeezed. He's now got 5 men out for Intini. He comes in, Haddon drives, gets the ball away down the ground. Well bowled by Intini up in the block hole, just a single to De Villiers. So still no boundaries here as Australia try to accelerate. Perhaps just in the back of their mind they know it's not a good time to lose a wicket with a power play imminent and their 2 best strikers out there.
Well, the last 4 strokes that have been played here have all been hit with a very semi-closed bat. They're drawing, so there's no real cleanness in it at all. Both these players play beautifully here through the offside, but they haven't been able to find their ranges yet.
Intini bowls and Hussey gives it room and spears it to backward point. And he's caught.
Out.
He's chopped it straight to backward point, and that is a wicket. I think Morkel's taken the catch at backward point, and Hussey is out just when Australia didn't want to be losing a wicket. He's knocked it away to backward point, and Intini gets the wicket. Hussey out for 19. It was very anticlimactic. He just took the ball. Hussey had a look and then wandered off.
It was a pretty good tactic, actually, because he was hoping that the umpire was going to say bump ball, but it certainly wasn't. Look at the replay. That's just gone straight to him. And we've seen the fielding class of, in fact, that's hit an inside edge as well, and it's flown. So the batting hasn't been of the highest quality here on a great surface. Australia now have to use the power play in the last 5 overs. Hopes is still a quality player, and he opens for Queensland in the one day.
For Australia, yeah.
And has opened, so he's certainly no slouch with the bat. This is the extension now of Australia's batting, hoping that James Hopes will get in amongst it here. As that's another good wicket for Intini, as he got now 6.5 overs, 1 for 30. He'll be happy with the 1 for. Drop catch, hit him in the midriff and nearly caused himself some damage. South Africa have been excellent again, except for their catching. Their field actually throwing, and the ground fielding has been excellent again. So it's Australia 6 for 218, only 8 sundries, 5.1 overs to go. 280 certainly not going to be the benchmark here today. They'll be happy with maybe 260, 270.
Well, it might be less if South Africa can keep the pressure on here. It's 6 for 218 in the 45th over.
Well, that's exactly right, Jim. Look through our last 3. Harris on debut. Bracken is not a big hitter. Hilfenhaus has certainly improved.
One of the biggest rivalries in sport is underway.
Welcome to the Ashes, folks.
But don't worry, there's still plenty more to come with ABC Sport. WBBL Finals.
The ball smashes it over the right for 6.
The Big Bash.
Shots everywhere.
Grand Slam tennis at the Australian Open.
Drive volley, puts it away. Are you not entertained, Rod Laver Arena?
Australia and India in women's white ball and test match cricket. The men's T20 World Cup. Plus the women's Asian Cup.
What a strike! What a goal from Sanka!
And that's all before the footy takes centre stage once again. ABC Sport, on radio, on digital, and on the ABC Listen app.
ABC Sport Digital Radio, your home of AFL.
He's batting, but a lot to do from here to the last 5 overs.
So Intini's got 1 more ball to come, and James Hopes is out there to face him. Intini down here at the northern end, the commentary end, is on his way. He bowls to Hopes, and Hopes drives and misses a ball that was full and just outside the off stump. So that was a very good over from Mackay Intini, and they took only, what, 5 runs? 5 runs and a wicket. Now the fun perhaps begins, because we have the mandatory power play for the last 5 overs.
Not 1-6 for the day either. Such a beautiful ground and a great atmosphere outside. The people have really enjoyed the quality of cricket. Australia really now need to get a move on. The last 5 overs in play. Who will it be bowled by?
Well, Intini's got 3, Staines got 2, and Morkel, I think, is coming on to bowl down at the Antarctic end of the ground. So let's see what he can do. Well, the 6 for 218.
Jim, the 2 spinners did a remarkable job, didn't they? Really, in the context of things on a good wicket, and it never turns a great deal here. It bounces well, but
the pitch is just holding a bit, though, isn't it?
Oh no! Look,
when the slower men were on, maybe it's this
No,
just
I
their
think
skill?
Yes, I reckon they've bowled extremely well. Australia haven't capitalised on their starts.
Now Morkel bowls a Yorker and it's dug out by Haddon. They'll get 2 runs this time because Morkel's fallen over. No, they won't get 2 runs because Hopes has fallen over. Everyone's falling over. We've got falling over-itis here. Amlar started it. Morkel's followed up. He chased the ball to the onside, fell over, and they were going to take a run, but Hopes fell over. As Amlar came in, he didn't fall over this time. He picked up the ball. They got 1.
Well, we're about to watch entertainment at half-time, but I think we're seeing it now with the Have-a-Go kids on at half-time.
What's the Have-a-Go kids, for goodness sake?
The Inter-Milo cricket.
Oh, that?
Yes.
That's fair. So boring. Get in the Super Dogs or, put on a band or something. I know the kids have their time in the sun and everything else. That's true, that's true. I don't want to be a spoil sport, but we need some serious entertainment, don't we? What happened to those pal Super Dogs? They all die? Got the wrong food? I thought that was one of the most hilarious halftime entertainments we ever had. But I haven't seen it for years. Anyway, good luck to the Milo kids. They get their chance. 6 for 219. Now, can Hopes take a chance here? We're in the power play. Morkel bowls, and he fiddles it to backward point, third man. He'll get a couple of runs with a well-placed shot wide of Steyn coming around. 6 for 221 in the 46th over. Australia's sent in. Warner made only 5. Marsh 78, Ponting 64, Michael Hussey 28, David Hussey 19, and Cameron White 1. And Albie Morkel. Hopes on 2. Comes in towards him, and Hopes tries to swing and misses a ball that bounces over his stumps and through to the keeper. They need Haddon on strike. He's the go-to man in these situations. The 3 men out at long on, deep square, or the 4, well, they've got 4 men out. Yeah, sorry, 4 men out. Yeah. What? They got 5 out.
Yeah, well, unfortunately, Jim, has come to our attention that the scorers missed the power play signs, and so...
well, that's what's happened. Hope plays the uppercut, though. That's going out towards the boundary, and it's knocked down out there, and they come back for 2 runs, or 1 run. They got 2. So we've had the power play.
Yes.
Well, thanks very much, folks. With nothing on the scoreboard to indicate it.
Who was on when the umpires signalled?
Well, whoever was on.
We can blame them.
Yeah. I'm trying to work out, we're in the power play now, and then they start counting fieldsmen out in the boundary. So, very confusing. So it's making it more difficult for Australia now to accelerate because the field's out. So that's why South Africa's tactics were so good for 5 overs. We had a power play that no one knew about. Oh, my goodness.
Yeah.
This is, but now we had umpires who can't count to 6, and now we've got scorers who can't see the power play. That's unfortunate. Don't want to be hard on the scorers. But we did wonder what was going on as Hopes faces, and Morkel has him flicking down the leg side for 4. Maybe leg buys. It's gone down to the line below us. Leg buys. Just flicked his pad. 6 for 227 in the 46th over.
Gee, we can do with some more luck, can't we, Jim?
Oh, dear.
See, if you look, Jim, just quickly look through the board. Marsh 78, Ponting 64, Mike Hussey 28, David Hussey 19. Their starts really what we were referring to before. One of your top 4 has to bat deep in the innings to give you that big score.
Morkel bowls, and it's punched to the onside off the bottom of the bat for a good shot, dragging it away for a single. Hopes to 5, and that was the last ball of the over. 6 for 228, 4 overs to go, and South Africa are going to run it close to time here. They've got 12 minutes to bowl 4 overs.
The penalty as well, as long as they start their last over inside the time.
Well, Bertha was done for both 2020s, 10% of his match fee.
So it's only a fine. It's not actually a physical take off and over or anything like they used to.
No.
A fair few years ago, they used to say, well, look, you haven't used the time right, and they take overs off you.
Well, they got it right the other day in Melbourne. They were so far ahead of time that the caterers hadn't turned up with the tucker for everyone. He did it well. As Steyn starts an over, and it's missed outside the off stump by Hopes, trying to knock it down to third man. He can't get Haddon on strike here, starting the 47th over at 6 for 228.
Well, at this stage here, bat on ball is imperative. The coach will be screaming to make sure that you bat on ball, you can score your ones easy enough, and so that there's really no time for him to be playing and missing. Watch the ball carefully, get your feet right, use your hands, and more importantly, your stick in your hands.
Steyn bowls a slower ball, dug out. Well played by Steyn, who picks up the chipped shot in his follow through. Well, if Australia did have the power play, well, they must have, South Africa didn't let them get away. I mean, the score after 40 overs was 4 for 196, and it's now 6 for 228. So in 6.2 overs, Australia have only scored 32 runs.
Yeah, not good enough from your from the end of the innings at all.
Hopes waits. Here's Steyn, runs in towards him, and he's swinging and missing, and Boucher's taking. That missed the stumps by a whisker. He was trying to hit that out into the wide blue Derwent.
Hopes is at an interesting stage with his international cricket. Do you think, Jim, with it being, you know, with no Watson, he gets his opportunity, I suppose, and he really needs to take every opportunity here while he's got the chances, doesn't he?
Well, you know, Hopes or Horrocks or Fraser. That's one thing you could look at as well. As Steyn runs in and Hopes flicks and misses down the leg side, it's a wide. Steyn just slightly offline. 6 for 229 in the 47th over. Yes, I think Australian cricket's going to be going through a phase where they come back to the field. And it's a pretty good field to come back to if you're playing South Africa. They're a good side.
You're not playing Bangladesh here, that's for sure, because it's all been quality all summer here. Steyn's been magnificent. Wrist in a perfect condition.
Steyn goes in, he bowls to Hopes. A slower ball, it's a full toss, and he slammed it out to deep cover. They'll come back for a second run as Callis trotted around to collect it. But again, Haddon's watching from the non-striker's end while Hopes tries to manoeuvre the ball about the place, but they haven't scored too many from this over. 6 for 231 in the 47th over. And their run rate has come back quite a bit since the 30th over, when they were 2 for 152. They were going at 5 over there. They haven't really cranked it up at all as Steyn bowls a ball that's slashed to point, and there's no run because Amlar fields and Haddon sends Hopes back. Hopes 7 and Haddon the watcher at the non-striker's end. 6 for 231.
You just have to run there. Look how deep he is as well, and he's right on square to the wickets. You'd be extremely unlucky if he hits it from that area there. It's hit and run now. I think Haddon's just had a word to Hopes to make sure that he tries to find the gaps a bit more.
Last ball of the 47th. Steyn comes in, Hopes swings, drives out to deep cover. Callis comes in hard, and they only get a single, and Hopes keeps the strike. Haddon still can't get on strike. 3 overs to go. 6 for 232, and Drew Morford's coming in.
6 for 232. The not-out batsman Brad Haddon on 16 and Hopes on 8. Haddon's faced 19 balls and Hopes has faced 12. Australia have just been steady all the way through the innings, climbed themselves into maybe a little bit short than what was first expected at the start of the day. The sun shines out. It's a beautiful day, Drew.
Glorious.
Not a great deal of oomph and that we normally acquire ourselves to one-day cricket. All applause must be done for the South Africans as well. The bowlers used these bowlers in different stages. Every time a new bowler's come on, they've virtually got a wicket and squeezed Australia very tightly.
So Mackay and Tini is going to bowl this one from the river end. And Hopes is on strike. Tini bowls and Hopes drives square of the wicket.
That's out.
A dive and a catch inside the circle by Morkel. Low to the ground. They've dropped some here today, but he has taken that a screamer low to the ground and might have dislocated a finger at the same time.
Has he split his webbing? Yep, he has.
So Hopes is gone, and maybe all hope is gone, just quietly. It is now 6 for 232. With Hopes out for 8. Haddon is not out 16. 7 for, and Morkel is going for treatment after taking a terrific catch.
the amount of times that Australia have actually hit the ball extremely well, but straight to fielders, that was another example of that. The ball went like a bullet, square of the wicket, right stroke, but straight into the midriff. A good catch again. Gee, looked like he's just looking at the replay here. He's caught it, but it's ended up on the ground. But he did have full control, so he's just gone to his webbing of his finger, a little light split maybe, and as Hopes, who would be a little bit disappointed with that innings, didn't have. It's very hard as well, you know, coming in late. But that's part and parcel of his job, Drew.
Well, I'm looking down the list, and who would be absolutely thrilled with his innings today? I think Marsh has done himself no harm at all with another 70, following on his 79 the other night. He got 78 today. Ponting 64 off 72. Good innings. I think they're the only two who can actually hold their heads up.
But I know what you're saying there, but in the same context, you know, they both the batsmen were on top, and you know, as a coaching point of view, you'd like to see one of those batsmen batting deeper, and I think they'll be just a little bit disappointed with both getting out at the same stage.
And Teeny bowls, and this is outside the off stump, and a play and a miss by Harris, who was on debut here for Australia, and good to see that he's getting his chance. Ryan Harris, who moved from South Australia up to Queensland. He's been on the selectors' radar for a number of years.
Yeah.
Toured
good selection.
India with a Australia A team last year.
Oh, look, he's performed well for a lot of for a very long time, and Queensland gave him another opportunity to continue his pathway through.
And Teeny bowls, and Harris drives out towards long off along the ground just for a single. Let me quickly throw some light on the power play. I'm pretty sure they took it at the start of the 40th over.
Right.
And Mike Hussey was out from the first ball of the 40th over.
Well, that's when
setback.
That's when we were discussing the fact that they only had 3 out, and we thought, oh, gee, these are new tactics. But you must be you're correct.
So I reckon they went 40, 41, 42, 43, 44, and in those 5 overs, only 23 runs were scored in that power play.
Yep.
And Teeny on his way in bowls, hit straight back past him by Haddon along the ground. They might attempt a second here. They do. The throw comes in from long off. A long throw back to Boucher, and they do complete the second.
That's better running as well. Harris has got out of the blocks quickly, got into the crease quickly, was able to return back. The throw went to the wrong end. You're never going to run someone out at Belrive throwing the longer distance, so it was a good 2. More 2s, sprinkled with a couple of boundaries, and maybe Australia might look in the 260 mark.
Run rate currently 4.93, 7 for 235 as Haddon faces Ntini, and he belts this to long on, and Harris had to jump to get out of the way of it, and they get just a single. It ran so quickly.
And straight to him as well. Look at the open here, Drew. We can see the plates here in front of us here in the grass, wide open, and yet we've hit another ball straight down the ground to a fielder. So he's only had to make, and the fielders down at deep mid-on and deep mid-off are some 10, 15, 20 yards off. So you've got to hit wide of them. Even soften your hands so you can run 2s more comfortable.
Van Jaarsveld is substituting for South Africa. Morkel off the ground after taking that catch. And Teeny bowls and pitching right up. And shot here by Harris for a single down to deep mid-off. Just the single. Duminy is at mid-off. And his great mate Gibbs is at mid-on. And you put your 2 best in those positions at about this time of the game. 48 overs have been completed, 7 for 237, with Haddon on 19 and Harris on 2.
They cover the ground very quickly, don't they? And they have done all game and all summer, so they're in control of this. As we see, Steyn now into his 10th over, final over, 2 for 28. He's done the job again. South Africa surprised maybe by bowling first, but they've certainly taken the cards so far, Drew.
They have. So this will mean that Ntini won't bowl out a full 10. Morkel's off the ground injured. He's completed 8 overs. So they've got 13 overs out of the 2 spinners, Bertha and Duminy, which was a bonus for them. Steyn comes in and bowls short outside the off stump. It's chopped into the ground and lucky to miss the stumps as Harris gets a run as the ball runs behind him back towards the wicketkeeper. Harris to 3. Haddon 19. In the 49th and second last over of the innings, 7 for 238. So probably they won't get to start the 50th over before half past. So it might be another little fine here. and yet they started really well. I can remember saying early in the day they bowled the first 5 overs of pace in 20 minutes. Steyn bowls a full toss outside leg stump. That'll be a wide, not taken cleanly by Boucher. They run a run. It is called a wide. It's clearly a wide. But they've turned over the strike. I don't know, maybe not the best thing, because Haddon gets off strike and Harris takes the bowling. So just running through quickly, out for Australia today, Warner for 5, Ponting 64, Marsh 78, Mike Hussey 28, White 1, David Hussey 19 and Hopes 8. Steyn bowls and Harris plays him behind point, gets a single. Amlar fielding inside the circle, can't prevent the run.
And now, South Africa very happy with this situation. They've got the 4 inner fielders, if you could say, right on the white line. So at this stage, they're just protecting the boundaries, and rightly so. Deep mid-on, deep mid-off, 15 to 20 metres off the boundary. So they're trying to stop the twos as well, Drew, which is their job down there.
Well, Australia couldn't defend 271 on Friday night. They're way short of that here. Steyn bowls, full toss on the stumps, and it's played by Haddon off a thick inside edge behind square leg. 1, back for 2, fielded out in the deep by Ntini. Well, the best thing for Australia now is for Haddon to be on strike for, what have we got, 8 balls remaining in the innings.
That one there was a little low full bunger, wasn't it? We couldn't quite get hold of either there. Haddon's played with a lot of bat here, semi-close, so he hasn't been able to find the full face in his timing as yet, and he is a beautiful timer of the ball. 9 balls left, and this ball he plays out into the covers just for a single. Van Jaarsveld fields. We're approaching the end of the 49th over. No fireworks from Australia today. There's no electrical storms around. Nobody's lit a spark. There's no lightning. There's no sixes been hit. No sixes, Drew. You love the sixes, don't you?
7 for 244. And South Africa chased down 271 on Friday night. Be less than that they'll be chasing today. Steyn bowls and Harris plays and misses outside the off stump and finishes up going down on his hands. He swung everything at that. Dot ball for South Africa. This is an absolute dream for them. We were thinking, well, 272 was the winning score on Friday night. Need more than that here today, maybe 300 as a par score. Well, Australia might be 40 or 50 short of 300.
Well, Australia have to do the due with the bowling side of things in the fielding.
Steyn bowls and Harris plays on the bounce to mid-on. Botha fields and accepts the fact that they'll take the run. They'll absolutely give away singles at this stage, and that completes the bowling for Dale Steyn. And his tour de force of Australia has continued. 10 overs, 2 for 36. Well bowled, Dale Steyn. You are a ripper. And 1 over remaining, 7 for 245.
He just keeps on getting better, Drew, doesn't he? Australia have not been able to define any way at all of taking him down today. Didn't get off the best of starts with young Warner getting out, trying to hit one to leg side and just feathered it through to the keeper. Boucher's been very neat without having to do a lot of really hard yards today. The last over of the innings, Australia 7 for 245 will be bowled by Ntini, and he's done quite a serviceable job.
Well, he's come back pretty well. He's taken the last 2 wickets. And he has 2 for 35 in 8 overs. Here he goes. Last over of the innings. He bowls wide of the off stump and is chopped by Harris behind point. Van Jaarsveld fields and they take a run. South Africa would gladly give away 6 singles in this last over, and that'll only be 251 for Australia. Well, they ran down 271. 251 on this ground in these conditions should be a doddle.
Well, it should be, but the old adage, and we saw it last night, runs on the board, early wickets. Hilfenhaus bowls beautifully the new ball. I hope he gets it today.
In comes Ntini and bowls a play and a miss outside the off stump by Haddon.
Gee.
And they are rubbing their hands together, the South Africans. And bearing in mind that Australia today don't have Tate, who hurried him up, made him jump and leap, and certainly de Villiers will be pleased that he's not playing. You've got Harris bowling on debut. Hilfey on his home ground will be great. Bracken's the best one-day bowler in the world. A lot will hinge on Nathan Bracken. In comes Ntini, and he bowls to Haddon wide of the off stump. It's called a wide. Hadden made sure it was called a wide. He looked back at the umpire, and eventually Rod Tucker said, yep, that is a wide.
Boucher not happy with that either.
No, he's not. They reckon they've had a couple of rough calls here today. There was the 4-leg buys very early on in the piece, and they reckon that Sean Marsh hadn't played a shot at it. And this game could come down to a 4, deciding the result. In comes Antini and bowls full and driven by Hadden, but straight to long on. Gibbs fields.
Oh,
they thought of the second, but they'd have been run out by half the length of the pitch.
No, you just got to go back. It's only Harris. You want Hadden on strike. Sacrifice your bloke and get the next bloke in. Don't you, Drew? Hey, Bluey? If you were batting, where do you want to be at this time of the day? Is up the other end.
3 balls remaining in the innings. 7 for 248. Can they get 250? Mackay and Tini runs in, bowls wide of the off stump, and it's sliced off a top edge. Second bounce down to third man to Stain, who fields. Again, they only get the 1 run, but Hadden's on strike.
My money's on a 6er.
Right, you can have it. You can have it with me. How much do you want?
I've got 50 cents.
What? They haven't hit a 6 in 49.4
Trust me,
overs.
I promise you.
And they'll get one now.
I've seen the game played before. Trust me.
Okay. Where's he going to hit it?
Over mid-wicket.
Onto the hill? Under
No,
the scoreboard?
sorry, I've changed my mind. I've looked at his mannerisms here. He's going straight.
Straight. Sight screen?
Straight. You watch him let it go.
Well, it'll be a decent hit. 7 for 249. 2 balls left in the innings. And Antini bowls outside the off. It is straight, but it hits the stumps and there'll be a run out. It bounced back to Antini. The bails were dislodged and Antini ripped out the stump. He did well, and the batsman crossed, so Hadden is run out off the second last ball of the innings, and it is now 8 for 249. A new man will come in, but he won't have to face because Harris is on strike.
Have you ever seen that before? I can't remember seeing that happen before, where a batsman smashes the ball down the ground, it hits the stumps, then the bowler in his follow-through gets the ball and then rushes the stump out and run out, and that's rightly so, because he only has to have the ball in his hand to be given out, and he was only halfway down. Harris has got to hit a 6 for me now as Bracken comes in. Won't face the ball, but he'll be doing plenty of running. This will stretch him up for his bowling in the second half of the game. Hilfenhaus is at 11. It's a bit of a disappointment for the crowd. They want to see Hilvey.
Oh, he'll bowl and he'll get a wicket, and they'll love it. He's going to need to bowl well here if Australia are going to successfully defend a score of about 250.
Well, I'm dirty on that because there goes my 50 cents.
Oh, that was a shoo-in. Here's Harris on strike. Last ball of the innings. And Antini runs in and bowls to him outside the off stump. He lofts it in the air. He might be caught and is caught at long off or deep mid off. JP Duminy took the catch, and Australia haven't made 250. They're 9 for 249 at the end of 50 overs. And Mackay and Antini has taken 3 of the last 4 wickets, and the other one, he affected the run out by pulling the stump out of the ground.
He fought back well. Remembering early on the innings as well, Callis has ended up with 2 for 57 off his 10. His first 2 overs, if I remember correctly, went for 17. So he did a remarkable job in coming back. Domini, 6 overs, 1 for 23. Both are 7 overs for 40. A. Morkel, 8 overs for 46. Antini, 3 for 39, was very good, and the best bowler of the day so far was certainly the opening bowler of Stain, and 2 for 36 of his 10. No one got really a piece of him at all. 249, 250 to win. Obviously, that remains at 5 runs and over to win, Drew. Seen games here with less than 200 be enough, and we've seen games here with 300 not enough. So it's right in the middle. Australia with the runs on the board. Hopefully we see a good contest early on. Australia will be striving for wickets. Hilfenhaus might pick to take the new ball and maybe use Harris as a first changer. And Hilfenhaus could set the crowd alight here today.
Well, Gibbs will open the innings, and at his best, he could electrify this crowd here today, but he hasn't been at his best since his month off in rehab.
Yes.
Callis, you wouldn't call him a slogger. De Villiers is coming back from injury. So we haven't seen him at his best since pretty much the Perth Test match. Duminy has been their batting star. Mackenzie had a good innings. the other night, but wouldn't call him a slogger either. Maybe they can defend 250.
Well, the thing is, Drew, now that the pressure's not on the batting side so much, they can play at their own pace. They can leave it to the last 10 overs if they've got wickets in hand, like they did in the first one-day game. Chasing 250 is a doddle. I mean, sides are nearly just underneath that in 20 overs, let alone 50. So it's a big time to catch up if you ever get behind. It's wickets early that they'll be making sure they do not lose. Best bowler in the world for one-day cricket in Bracken. Hilfenhaus still trying to find his mark, so it's game on. But South Africa, you watch, they'll take it steady. I've watched their way they play. They'll be thinking about their way, how they go about their batting. They look to get off strike. There's not a lot of left-handers in their batting side, so it makes way for the bowlers to bowl line and length early on. They will have to be at their best today.
They will. Just running through the Australian batsmen here today, and you'd have to say a disappointing total of 9 for 249 of 50 overs. Warner made 5. Ponting, 64. Marsh, 78. And those two shared a partnership of 135 in 25 overs, and it was looking pretty good at 1 for 152, but from 1 for 152 to 9 for 249, very disappointing. Then Mike Hussey made 28, White 1, David Hussey 19, Hopes 8, Haddon 23, Harris 7, and Bracken didn't face a ball, not out, no score. 9 for 249 of 50 overs. And I'll just check with you the South African bowling figures. Steyn 10 overs, he bowled 2 maidens, 2 for 36, and Teeny 9 overs, 3 for 39, Callis 10 overs, 2 for 57, Albie Morkel 8 overs, none for 46, and he may be injured, so it'd be interesting to see whether we see much of him. He was the man of the match the other night. Botha 7 overs, none for 40, and Duminy 6 overs, 1 for 23. When we come back, South Africa will be chasing 250 of 50 overs to win the game. Can they do it?
Welcome back to sunny Bellerive, where Australia have been going through their warm-ups down there, bowling and hitting catches, and Mike Young out there directing their fielding drills as they rev up to defend 9 for 249. Now, if you like a bit of history of the games played here, 15 have been won by the team batting first, 10 by the team batting second. So Australia are sort of a 50% better chance out of that stat. Also, only 2 scores over 249 have lost a game here defending. So that's another plus, I suppose. Runs on the board. Is the pitch as good as everyone thought at 2 for 152, Greg Blewett? Is there just something about this surface that may help the Australian bowlers defend this total of 9 for 249, or will it be, according to some South African supporters who don't even come from South Africa, a doddle for the South African batsman to knock off 250 to win?
I don't think it's going to be an easy run chase. I don't think it's, it's just a matter of them turning up and knocking the runs over. To me, the pitch, I thought when the ball got a little bit older, I think that's when the Australians really started to struggle. Just towards the 34th over where the balls changed, they really struggled. And then I thought that second ball got quite soft fairly quickly, and I think, Australia just struggled to score boundaries. And obviously the South African bowling was extremely good, but I think 249, they'd be a little bit disappointed after their start. I was thinking at one stage about 300. So, I would have thought 270, 280 was probably about par score. So I think they're probably 20 runs under where they maybe should have been. So they're going to have to really bowl well.
They couldn't defend 271 the other night with Sean Tate in their attack. They haven't got Sean Tate. They've got Ryan Harris. They don't have a frontline spinner. No Michael Clark to get through a few overs. So the attack, certainly on paper, doesn't look as good.
I think someone like a James Hopes will actually bowl pretty well on this pitch. I think Horrocks would have been handy. I think that's a mistake that they've left him out. But I think it's one of those pitches, if you can bowl stump to stump and maybe take a bit of pace off the ball, I think that may be the way to go. But, Ryan Harris on debut, no Sean Tate. Sean Tate wasn't anywhere near his best the other night at the MCG. He's far from being fit enough to play, I think, international cricket. So I doubt whether we'll see him maybe for the remainder of the series against South Africa. I wouldn't be surprised after these first 2 games. They say, right, Tatey, go away, get yourself a little bit fitter than what you are, and then we might see you again against New Zealand. But no, I'm excited to see Ryan Harris in the side. Ben Hilfenhaus, who probably had a disappointing night the other night at the MCG, but he's at home again today, so looking forward to an improved performance from him.
And he's going to take the new ball. Hilfy, in front of his home crowd, will be opening the bowling to one of the great players of one-day cricket, at least historically, maybe not at the moment, Herschel Gibbs. And this teeing off area, this part of the game, could be vital in setting up who's going to get the result. Gibbs and Amla opening, Callis to come. De Villiers back in the side, so their batting's improved with De Villiers back. Duminy, and then Mackenzie, Boucher, and the big hitting Morkel, Albie Morkel. So we've got White and Ponting in the slips, and Hilfenhaus runs in from the Antarctic end and bowls a good ball. That's shaped away at pace outside the off stump. That was up on a length, and it moved away. A little bit of outswing there.
Yeah, good shape from Hilfenhaus. He's a genuine swinger of the ball. He'll try and swing the ball away from the right-handers, and then his variation is a good bouncer and also a ball that he just sort of basically scrambles the seam on.
He bowls again, and Gibbs forward and tucks the ball away down towards mid-on, and Hussey stops it.
I was going to ask you, Jim, I flew in late this morning, so I missed the start, but did you think today it was an easier pitch to place the new ball on than maybe the older one?
Yes, but for the fact that Steyn bowled pretty well.
Yeah.
He bowled a good pace, and there was just a little bit off the seam. So it might be better to bat on now, as that shapes away again outside the off stump, and the Gibbs lets it go. I think it's coming on more regulation now than earlier, when there must have been a bit of moisture in the pitch. But as you say, as the ball got older, they struggled. They only hit 21 fours. Not one six has been hit so far in the game. 21 fours, 36% of the runs in boundaries. Gibbs forward to a full-length ball, pushes through cover and gets a run, and just hit that firmly into the cover region, and was able to get a single. Amlar's on strike.
Now, those stats, Jim, that you were talking about, the teams chasing, what were they, 9?
Hilfenhaus runs in and he bowls to Amla, and Amla guides the ball down. It bounced on him, and he knocked it through the gully towards third man, and Hopes comes in. None for 2 in the opening over. There's only twice have scores over 249 lost. And teams
Right.
batting first.
Okay.
Right, and 5 times teams making 249 or less have won. I think that's the way it goes on the stats. Another ball outside the off stump. Moving away, good shape from Hilfenhaus, and Gibbs watches it go through to the keeper to complete the over. So none for 2 after the opening over. They need 250 to win.
Yeah, the reason I asked that is because in my experiences down here in Hobart, to me, the pitch has always got better as the day's gone on, and that's probably why South Africa have done their homework, and that's probably why they sent Australia in. But and also I asked you about the new ball. To me, just the way the Australian innings panned out, they got off to a good start, and then as the ball got a little bit softer, it seemed like it became harder to score. So be interesting to see what happens today. I mean, South Africa got a reasonable batting lineup with guys in form, Duminy especially, so they'll be pretty confident chasing this total.
Here's Bracken running up to Amla. Amla's hit on the pad, trying to work it to the onside, going down the leg side, and they've got a slip and a short mid-wicket as they're close in men. Dave Warner in his new one-day strip is the man out there at cover. He missed out today, in case you're wondering what happened to Warner on debut. He hit a very good pull shot from Steyn, wide of mid-on for 4. And when he was on 5, he got a ball from Steyn that squared him up. He was a bit uncomfortable. It bounced it, and it was nicked to the keeper. As Bracken's flicked through the onside by Amla. He's a very risky player. And he gets a couple of runs past Ponting in close and moves to 3. None for 4 in the second over.
There's a good amount of swing so far. Nathan Bracken, if anyone's going to swing the ball, it's him. And his first 2 deliveries, the first one was angled down a little bit towards the leg side, but the first one was right on the second ball was right on the money, but both balls swung quite an amount.
Bracken comes in again, and Amlar is beaten outside the off stump. An appeal from Haddon, no one else. Good bounce, though, on the line outside the off stump. He played and just missed. An excellent delivery from Nathan Bracken. Good pace, too.
Yeah, something that's probably not he's renowned for. Nathan Bracken, normally he was around about the 130, but it was good bounce.
Away he comes from this northern end towards Amlar. Amlar's shuffling across and flicking around the corner and getting just a single down to Harris. A Hilton House, rather. Should have picked that, shouldn't I, with that applause? Who else would get that applause? Hilfy down there at long leg, backward square in front of a stand that's jam-packed. So are they on the hill. They're standing about 10-15 deep at the back of that hill in front of the scoreboard. 16,000 fans in here, a capacity crowd. And they're watching Australia trying to defend. 9 for 249. Their innings really fell away in the last bit. As Bracken runs in and Herschel Gibbs is pushing, watching. A ball that moved in towards him and he sent it out on the offside. For Australia, Marsh made 78. Warner 5. Ponting 64. He was dropped twice. Hussey 28. That's Michael. David 19. White 1. Haddon 23. Hopes 8. Harris 7. Bracken not out. 9 for 249 after being 3 for 190 in the 40th over. With Intini, the figures 3 for 39. Bracken bowls to Gibbs. Gibbs takes him to square, but not for a run. And it's fielded out there by Sean Marsh. 2 overs gone. South Africa, none for 5.
As usual, fairly solid start from Nathan Bracken. He's definitely Mr. Reliable in one-day cricket. And his economy rate these days is very, very good as well. He had a brilliant World Cup. Glenn McGrath was the player of the tournament, but he couldn't have been far behind because on those slow pitches over there in the small outfields, his economy rate was the best, I believe, out of all the bowlers in the World Cup. So his one-day form has been very, very good indeed.
2 slips into gully now as Hilton House bowls and Amlar flashes a shot. Well caught on the bounce by Warner. The crowd were going for it. Backyard catch, but not here. Yeah. But well stopped by Warner.
The old crowd catch, as the players call it, hit straight into the ground and then sailed out towards Warner, and just about everyone in the ground thought it was out on that occasion.
It was a spectacular leap to stop it. Hilton House bowls. Amlar flashes hard to point this time, but he can't get through the field as it's stopped out there by Hussey. So Amlar opening with Graham Smith's injury and trying to make a name for himself here and get a start against the moving ball bowled by Hilton House as he comes in towards him, and Amlar's back and defending towards mid-off, and Harris is down there to stop it.
Well, Amlar, as you mentioned, he's opening the batting. Be interesting to see what they do in Test match cricket, the South Africans. I've got a feeling that Amlar might open with Prince to come back into the side. I think he bats pretty well against the new ball.
He's watching Hilton House go in towards him, and he flashes a cut again straight to point, not beating the field as Hussey's there to stop it. Yes, they've got to think about how they can get Prince back into that side if he's fit. You can't drop Duminy.
No.
Duminy's been the find of the summer. And he bowled very well today. He bowled 6 overs for 23. Hilton House bowls. Amlar leaves just outside the off stump, wobbling away. Pretty good bowling here.
Still some swing there. Probably won't probably swing, I would imagine, maybe for about 5-6 overs. So they've got to make the most of that. And so far this over, Amlar's played Hilford House fairly well. Some nice back foot drives, but he keeps picking out the fielders.
Hilford House bowls. Amlar back, almost played it onto his stumps. Chopped it down, just missed the off stump. And a maiden over bowled by Hilford House. He's getting plenty of hometown support here. None for 5 after 3 overs. If you want a little bit more evidence for those following Australia, the average per wicket of the team batting first here, 32.19, batting second, 26.94.
Well, there you go.
There you are. I just keep coming up with the stats to look after the Australian fans, their supporters. And 249 for 9 versus none for 5 from 3. And it's Bracken who's going to be bowling his second over to this slightly two-eyed Gibbs, and he plays beautifully to square. Well saved by Marsh. A pouncing, diving save, and Ponting and Haddon come over to encourage him. That was a beauty. Superb shot, but Marsh stopped it cleanly on his right.
Yeah, brilliant piece of fielding from Shaw Marsh. It got to him very, very quickly indeed, and he stuck the right hand out and almost knocked it down cleanly. But he's very good in the field, Shaw Marsh. Seen him take a spectacular catch in domestic cricket already this season.
Bracken with his swinging deliveries has Gibbs leaving on the angle and the bounce outside the off stump. Gibbs on 1 and Amlar 4. So tight start here. This, of course, historically is what Australia's been good at. Defending scores with disciplined bowling to athletic, well-placed fields.
I suppose the only real difference today, Jim, is that they haven't got an out-and-out strike bowler playing. They haven't got a Brett Lee or a Sean Tate, so it's going to be a little bit more difficult to take early wickets, you'd imagine, today.
Bracken goes into Gibbs. Gibbs gets a swinging delivery, which he just prods straight back down the pitch. So it's certainly an encouraging start. It'll be interesting to see how Gibbs goes here. He's just looked, again, a bit loose in his technique near the off stump. He played on the other night. We saw him do that a number of times to Stuart Clark and company 3 years ago in South Africa. But if he gets in, he has got a wonderful eye. And anything near the pads will be slaughtered here if he gets up there. Bracken comes in and he's forward to drive him down the ground. And didn't quite get hold of it, pushed it firmly and picked up a single towards mid-off on the straight hit. So it's none for 6 in the 4th over.
Herschel Gibbs, he's got an interesting theory when he faces the left-handers, especially the left-handers that swing the ball back into him. He really opens up. I mean, you normally see guys, right-handers, adjust their stance a little bit because of the change in angle, but he really accentuates that angle.
Amlar waits as Bracken bowls to him, and that swings, and he adjusts his shot. Well bowled by Bracken, and Amlar could only defend to Ponting.
Yeah, Herschel Gibbs, he's an interesting character, isn't he? He's been around for a long time now, and he's not playing test match cricket. You'd think that he's probably played his last test, but they still think he's a valuable member of their 2020 outfit and their one-dayers, and he is, because he's an exhilarating batsman when he gets going, and he's still very, very athletic in the field.
Yes, brilliant as Bracken bowls, and Amlar drives him straight. It goes past the stumps down the ground for 1, and they'll return for 2 as Hussey runs back with hopes, and Hussey tosses in. None for 8 after 4 overs with Gibbs on 2 and Amlar 6. Greg Blewett to comment, and Drew Morfitt is going to come in and join him.
Fairly steady start from the Australians. Hilford House has been economical. He's maybe got 1 past the outside edge. Give Herschel Gibbs the benefit of the doubt. First ball he faced, I think probably maybe let it go, but he's bowled 2 overs, none for 2. Bracken 2 overs, none for 6. So slow and steady at the moment from everyone. Australians and the South Africans just sorting each other out. And Ben Hilford House, a bit of a delay here. He's down on the boundary line. Not sure what he was doing down there. Whether he needed some new shoes or something, but he's ready to go. He's at the top of his mark.
So Hilfy outside the off stump, play and a miss by Herschel Gibbs. That left him. There's 2 slips there waiting for a catch, and the keeper.
Yes.
Herschel opened his eyes and thought, I'll have a bit of this.
And so he should have. It was wide and short. When you're offered some width in international cricket, you've got to make the most of it, because quite often you don't get too many loose balls.
A wicket for 8. In comes Hilfenhausen, bowls, and it's hoisted high. It'll be a catch. They run outside the circle. It's going to land safely. White couldn't make the ground, and it's Marsh actually running from mid-on. And the ball landed safely, even though it was up there for what seemed to be an eternity, but at least he got it outside the circle.
Yeah, Herschel Gibbs, he tried to, it was almost like a half a pull shot. He tried to hoik it away and got a leading edge, and when it first went up, I thought it was definitely going to be out.
In comes Hilfenhausen, bowls to Gibbs, who cover drives gloriously through the gap. Chased by Harris. Back for 2. Harris slides and gets it about 3 metres in from the boundary, and they scamper back for the 3rd run. Beautiful throw there by Harris. On the bounce alongside the stumps to Hilfenhaus, but a well-taken 3 by Gibbs. A much better shot than the previous one.
Yeah, genuine half volley from Hilfenhaus and eased through the covers by Herschel Gibbs. Fielded by Ryan Harris, and that's the other thing that Ryan Harris brings to this Australian side. He is dynamic in the field.
Yeah.
And for people who haven't seen him field much, he's very athletic.
Hilfenhaus bowls, and this is on the hip of Amlar. He turns it down towards fine leg for 1. Bracken fields. Total goes to 14 with that loss. Amlar and Gibbs both on 7. The 3 that Gibbs got, and the fielding out at the far end there by Harris, was the first 3 of the day. There wasn't 1 3 in Australia's innings, which is remarkable.
I know, and no 6s as well, so especially these days.
Gibbs on strike, Hilfenhaus bowls, and Gibbs struck on the pad, and the ball bounces away on the onside, and there's no run. You would think that, see, at the MCG, there's lots of 3s. The other night, Duminy played beautifully and didn't hit a 4 while making 70 on it. So you're going to get some 3s. You would think at a ground where there's no 3s, it would indicate the boundaries are in shorter, so therefore there'd be some 6s. Hilfenhaus bowls. Might have been going over, struck on the pad. They choke an LBW appeal. He finished with a couple of dot balls in that over, Hilfy. 3 overs, no wicket for 8. So we have completed now 5 overs, none for 14.
Well, Drew, if you're looking for an answer as to why there was no 3s in the Australian innings, you're not going to get one here, because I got no explanation for you.
Well, one of the things that they couldn't pick the gap. They couldn't find gaps. The ball was either going for 4 or going to fieldsmen, or they were playing to deep, say along the ground for 1.
Yeah, well, there were two Australian batsmen for mine that stand out with that was Sean Marsh and David Hussey. They just seemed to hit or strike a lot of balls straight to the field today.
So Nathan Bracken starts a new over. It's none for 14. Bracken bowls on the off stump. Amlar defends. Just while you're here, I might get you to tell our audience something a little bit more about Ryan Harris, because a lot of us don't know too much about him. You played a fair bit with him. South Australia let him get out of their grip, and he got to Queensland.
Yeah, I don't know how that happened either. I think basically what happened is Queensland offered him a 3-year contract, just a straight base, and South Australian contract I think was more incentive based. Come back to that.
Amlar faces as Bracken bowls, angled across him, and he plays it to 3rd man for a single. Slight misfield, but not costly, just the 1.
But South Australia have been disappointing for a number of years now, but if there was a highlight of last season, it was Ryan Harris. He was our standout player. So for him to end up where he is now, no one can really work out how that happened. But in saying that, from Ryan's point of view, I think it's probably not a bad move. Just get into a different environment and bowl at the Gabba every second game. Certainly won't do his chances of playing for Australia any harm at all. So, and that includes Test match cricket as well.
Bracken runs away from us and bowls to Gibbs, angled across him outside the off stump. Ponting's gone to a short cover. There's no shot.
And the other thing too, in regards to South Australia, he was fairly injury prone early in his career, and probably lacked a bit of confidence as well. And it was only his last 2-3 seasons I think he's really believed that he was good enough at that level, and he was starting to show people what he was capable of, show us we knew he had it there. So anyway, He's up at Queensland now.
Bracken to Gibbs on the off stump, and he comes forward defending to Ponting at short cover.
And he can swing the ball both ways. A lot of people probably don't realise that. And he bowls, roughly at about 140 kilometres per hour. He's handy with the bat. You wouldn't probably call him a genuine all-rounder, but he can contribute with the bat. Averages, his last couple of years probably ran about 20 in first-class cricket. But as I mentioned, in the field, he's right up there with the best.
Oh, good on him, carving a new career. Bracken bowls to Gibbs, who lets it go outside the off stump. Dot ball. The Australians will need a lot of dot balls to defend 259. They're 9 for 249 they were off 50 overs after having been sent in. At one stage, 1 for 152 in the 30th over, and it was 100 to 1 on certainty they were going to top 300, and they couldn't make 250.
I think everyone was a little bit surprised with how well South Africa fought back in the middle stages of Australia's innings.
Bracken to Gibbs. Angled across him again. He's drying him up out there. And Gibbs can do nothing but let it go. He is 7. Amlar is 8. No wicket for 15. Just one off that wicket. 1 run off the over. So we've completed 6 overs, none for 15.
Yeah, just sort of, as I mentioned before, you just feel like both teams are sort of trying to eye each other off here, and I think both of them be reasonably happy with the start, even though South Africa are only 15 and are no wickets down. Probably just trying to see off this what swing there is out there. I don't think it'll last too much longer.
Hilfenhaus bowls to Amlar, short of a length. He rises to his toes and plays it square on the offside for no run. We've had an SMS. Where's Mitchell Johnson? Well, after a test series, he's been rested, but I would have thought that maybe South Africa could have rested Dale Steyn as well, and he's been a star in everything.
Yeah.
Hilfenhaus bowls, and it's played by Amlar off the stumps out forward of square leg to the field. Again, no run.
Well, Australia have, shown over the years that they, especially in the one day as they've rotated people in and out, and especially the fast bowlers, they've rested them when they, deemed appropriate. And I don't think it's actually a bad move. Mitchell Johnson has had a massive workload, and just for the first 2 games, give him a bit of a rest.
Hilfenhaus to Amlar, short, and he edges and is caught by White at first slip. He should have hit that before. It was wide and short, and he just got underneath it, and White took an Aussie rules mark over his head, 2 hands, and the first wicket falls. 1 for 15. Amlar goes for 8.
Well, Amlar probably can't believe he nicked that, because that's his strength, basically. And I reckon if you said to him, where would you like this delivery, he'd probably say short and wide outside off stump. But it was just the execution of the shot. There was nothing wrong with the shot selection. It was there to be hit. But he went hard at it and edged the ball to Cameron White at first slip. It seemed like it took ages to get to... we're sitting right behind play here, and it took ages to get to White. But he's got a very good pair of hands and made no mistakes. So first wicket down for South Africa, and the Australians would have spoken about taking early wickets, trying to defend this total, and they've got their first one. But Sharks Callis is making his way out, batting at number 3 for the South Africans. Got a fantastic technique, and they'll have to work very hard to dismiss him.
Well, in many ways, that's similar to the way Australia started. Warner was out in the 5th over, and South Africa, or rather Australia, were 1 for 17. This is the 7th over, 1 for 15. So if anything, Australia's slightly in front. But then Ponting and Marsh came out and put on a partnership of 135. So if Gibbs and Callis can repeat something like that, well, they'll be putting South Africa a long way towards victory. But an early strike for Australia, the pendulum might have swung.
Yeah, De Villiers to come in next, and then the informed Duminy. Mackenzie got a few runs the other night. I think that
63.
Was welcome return to form. He's had a fairly quiet series so far. So they've got the talent there, and of course Boucher and Albie Morkel as well.
So Hilfenhaus, the wicket taker, starts with a bouncer to Callis. And listen to this Tasmanian crowd. Go, Hilfie, you good thing.
That is one thing he has got, is a very good bouncer, Ben Hilfenhaus. It's a real effort ball. He puts a lot of shoulder into his bouncer, and generally he gets it pretty much where he wants it. Nice and high, about head height. You don't want it too high.
Steams in again and bowls to Callis, who leaves outside the off stump. That left him just a little bbit. Well bowled, Ben Hilfenhaus.
He's got the crowd behind him, the local boy. Used to be, was he a brickie? Some sort of tradesman? Yeah. So he's got that build. He's a strong lad, broad shoulders. And I'm glad to see him in this Australian side. I think he's a very fine bowler.
Steams in and bowls to Callis, wide of the off stump and just leaving him a bit. Great over by Ben Hilfenhaus. 4 overs, 1 for 8. A wicket maiden to Hilfy. Well, he's got this cheer in the middle, and wait till he gets down to the boundary, he'll get another one. Fantastic for Hilfenhaus. His second game for Australia on home soil. He took a wicket on debut here last year, and he's taken a wicket here today. He jogs down towards the boundary, and listen to this for Hilfy as they rise to him.
And he's got about 50 kids to negotiate down there too, all want his autograph.
Be a good time to get it. Bracken bowls to Gibbs. That's the off stump, and he deflects the ball down towards third man for a single. 1 for 16. They're in no hurry at all. We're in the 8th over. 1 for 16.
Yeah, that was always one of the more difficult things about playing, was the autographs on the boundary. And when Steve Waugh was captain, he instructed all his boundary liners not to sign autographs because he thought that distracted the fieldsman and you took the eye off of him. So, you know, you had people screaming out, come on, sign the kid's autograph. And it's like, well, I can't. And they'd be hurling abuse at you because you weren't signing. So,
yeah, I'd have a shot at Steve Waugh. Don't talk to me like that.
Well, that's what I'd always say. Have a look at Steve Waugh.
Nathan Bracken, left arm over, bowls to Callis, who plays it towards point. No run, fielded by Hussey, David Hussey there. If you've just joined us and are wondering what happened earlier on today, Australia 9 for 249 in their 50 overs. Warner made 5, Ponting 64, Marsh 78. Good double for him in the first 2 one-days, a 79 and a 78. Mike Hussey 28. The wheels were coming off at this stage. White 1, David Hussey 19, Hopes 8, Haddon 23, Harris 7. Bracken bowls short of a length. Up on his toes goes Callis and defends on the offside. Fieldsmen converge from everywhere, and Haddon, the wicketkeeper, wins and fields. So 50 overs, 9 for 249, the Australians. Mackay and Teeny took the last 3 wickets to fall to a bowler, and the 4th one, he ran out Haddon at the non-striker's end after the ball was straight driven, broke the stumps. Haddon was backing up, and Teeny got the ball and pulled the stump out of the ground to run out Haddon, who was at the non-striker's end. In goes Bracken and bowls. Good ball, swing in, thick outside edge, throw at the stumps, and Gibbs is home. But David Hussey had him in his sights, had the stumps in his sights, and they get a run. But didn't find the middle of the bat of Jack Callis. 1 for 17, approaching the end of the 8th over. The man out for South Africa, Amlar, caught white, bowled Hilfenhaus for 8. Gibbs is 8 and Callis off the mark with that single. Glorious day in Hobart. Light breeze. The Australian bowlers swing it. The South Africans didn't swing it.
The ultimate creative challenge is back. Welcome to Race Around the World. Could you make 10 films in 10 countries in 100 days? If you're up for it, apply now at racearoundtheworldcasting.com.au. ABC Sport Digital Radio, your home of AFL.
Bracken bowls. Forward defence by Gibbs, back to the bowler.
So, not a lot of swing there for the South Africans, but you're right, Australia have got 2 genuine swing bowlers in Bracken and Hilfenhaus. I haven't seen as much swing this over from Bracken. Hilfenhaus's last over, he was still swinging it, so Ryan Harris will probably bowl first change. He can swing the ball as well.
Bracken, number 59 on his back, bowls. A leave outside the off stump by Gibbs. So they're certainly taking their time and having a good look. They're chasing 250 to win. Good over by Bracken. 4 overs, none for 9 for Nathan Bracken. And it's 1 for 17 after 8 overs. batsmen have a mid-pitch conference and go back to their respective ends to get on with the business. To follow for South Africa, De Villiers, who's back in today, having recovered from injury, replacing Van Jaarsveld. Then Dermody, McKenzie, Boucher, the wicketkeeper, Albie Morkel, who injured himself taking a catch, and Bertha, Steyn and Ntini. First ball of Hilfenhaus is next over, defended by Callis. Back to the bowler. Change in commentary, and Peter Roebuck has just joined us. On you, Pete.
Good afternoon, Drew. I'm still rejoicing in lunch.
Oh.
Going to come here again tomorrow, and probably the next day.
Well, I'd say there's probably enough catering left. If we did come tomorrow and the next day, there'd be still something to eat.
Good bowling by Australia, keeping it very tight, a bit of swing.
Hilfenhaus bowls and Callis cuts behind point, beats the field. That might go for 4. Yes, there's a man in the deep, but no chance of cutting it off. As it's Horrocks out there fielding for the Australians, and he couldn't get there. So a boundary to Jack Callis. First boundary of the innings in the 9th over.
Yes, nicely put away. Not that bad a ball. Beautifully executed back foot force. High-class player, Callis.
2 slips in place. Hilfenhaus bowls outside the leg stump. That'll be called a wide. Crowd not happy. A wide called against their man. It's great when a local plays in front of his home crowd.
Yeah.
I mean, the crowd just rejoiced in Ricky Ponting today. Well, he batted 3 innings. Actually, he was dropped twice, but they're loving Hilfie at the moment.
Yeah, well, it's one of their own. It's great when one of your own makes it in the big time, particularly when you're an island off the coast. And when people draw maps of Australia, sometimes they sort of forget about you.
Well, they did at the Brisbane Commonwealth Games at the opening ceremony. They had a map of Australia and there was no Tasmania there.
Did anyone in Tasmania notice that?
Absolutely they did. They clamoured. They went berserk. Hilfenhaus bowls on the stumps and Callis drives to mid-on. No run.
Well, they've done a great job with this ground. I mean, the stand over the back there and the facilities up here. You couldn't have a better viewing place.
No.
High and straight behind the bowler's arm. The pitch has been playing well. I gather the bloke who did a lot of the work here has gone to Melbourne now. He's doing a great job there too.
Hilfenhaus, straight approach, right arm over bowls, pitching right up to Callis, and he got a little bit of bat in there. The ball bounced away on the onside. He needed to, otherwise that might have been cartwheeling the lot.
He's just mixing up his outswinger with his off-cutter now, Ben Hilfenhaus, which is making Jack Callis guess.
Very fortunate inside edge for Callis. Bat raised, he faces Hilfenhaus again. He cuts, but this time straight to the field. And well fielded by David Hussey. Square of the wicket on the offside.
He's a bit like Ntini Hilfenhaus in one respect, in that he gets back to his mark quickly and gets on with the job. I really like that in him. Field change.
Yes, Ponting going from second slip to a short point because Callis has played a couple there. And Ponting's moved to about 18 or 20 metres from the bat. Dead square of the wicket at point. Hilfenhaus bowls and Callis plays straight to Ponting, who's just moved there. Great field placing by the Australian skipper. That completes the over for Hilfenhaus. He's on fire. 5 overs, 1 for 13. It's 1 for 22 after 9 overs. We'll have a commentary change here. Peter Newland's moving in to join Peter Roebuck.
On your home of cricket, ABC Local Radio.
Cricket's on the radio.
You're listening to Grandstand's ball-by-ball coverage of the Aussies taking on South Africa, live from Hobart.
You are with Grandstand.
And the first bowling change at Belrive Oval. This will be interesting. The backup pace attack for Australia today. Ryan Harris coming into the attack. Who else is playing for them? It's going to be a bit stretched, I would say, the bowling behind the front liners. There's no first spinner playing. Hopes is playing, of course. Now then, let's see what the new fella can do. Good afternoon, Peter.
Hello, Peter. It's 1 for 22 at the start of the 10th over. Ryan Harris, his first ball for Australia in international cricket, and it's bowled to Herschel Gibbs, who strokes that ball that was on off stump into the covers. No run. Gibbs is on 6. Callis is on 5, and South Africa chasing Australia's score of 249 is 1 for 22. Some Some cloud around the place. Not much breeze in at the moment. It's normally pretty breezy by this stage of the afternoon as Harris bowls again to Gibbs, and it cuts back. Hits him high. Certainly above the pads. And Gibbs looked decidedly uncomfortable.
He's very strong,
facing
Harris.
that delivery.
Yes, he did. It cut back into him. It's good bowling. He really does hit the wicket hard, Harris. Saw him play a second-team game for South Australia in Sydney only about 4 years ago. He really had to fight for his place in Shield cricket, let alone in international cricket. So that'll hold him in good stead.
Well, he turns 30 this year as he bowls to Gibbs, and that's on middle stump, and Gibbs pushes it up to mid-on, fielded by Nathan Bracken. And no run. And Gibbs just searching for the way ahead, still finding his feet out there. And at this stage of the afternoon, and it's 10-3 local time, we've got a very, very interesting cricket match on our hands.
Yeah, I think Australia's on top right now. Yeah, they've got a grip on it.
Harris to Gibbs, on the move, drives, wide of mid-off for 4. Yep, that was a premeditated shot. He took a couple of skips down the wicket and swung his bat hard. It was in the air. A bit like Ricky Ponting, wasn't afraid to hit it in the air, and he got a boundary. I
think he's got to play a Ricky Ponting type innings. Ricky got the hold of this innings, of the Australian innings, I should say, early on by taking risks, hitting the ball in the air a lot more than he normally would, because I don't think it's so easy to time the ball ordinarily.
Harris again to Gibbs, shorter, and Gibbs plays that ball on off stump. In fact, takes the bottom hand off it as he stroked it up to mid-off. For no run, Harris did his own fielding. The score 1 for 26 in the 11th.
That one just gripped a bit on the surface, I thought, and a bit higher bounce than Gibbs was anticipating. Backward square goes back, fine leg comes up to compensate. Only 2 people outside of the circle allowed at this stage.
Harris threw his overs quickly to Gibbs. Quick middle stump, and Gibbs flicks it behind a square leg for a single. That was a well-timed shot for just 1 run. Sean Marsh trots in from his station at deep backward square leg. And that's the end of a good over from Ryan Harris. 5 runs off it. But on the evidence of that over, he doesn't look out of place at this level. After 10, South Africa chasing 249, 1 for 27.
Well, he did exactly what he does previously for South Australia and now for Queensland. He ran in and hit the wicket with strong shoulders. And that's exactly what his captain was hoping he would do. But I like the business-like way the Australians are going about their work here. There's an energy out there. Their over rate's quite quick and gives them time to talk to the bowlers between overs if they want to. Because both Hilfenhaus and now Harris really get on with the job. There's no reason on earth why teams shouldn't bowl 16 overs an hour.
That's one of Hilfenhaus's characteristics. He's very businesslike. He's back to the top of his mark. It's not a long run. There's no histrionics. There's no theatrics. It's just it's all business, and it's an effective method. And Hilfenhaus's his first spell, was a good one. 5 overs, 1 for 13. James Hopes is going to take up the attack from the southern end, and he comes on at a pretty good time. The batsmen still feeling their way. There is cloud around the place, building up a bit actually, and it's quite warm. So these are probably quite good swing bowling conditions. Not much, in fact, virtually no breeze to speak of. And here's a good little opportunity for James Hopes to display his skills as a user of a still pretty new ball, just 10 overs old. Hopes from the southern end, and he runs into bowl to Herschel Gibbs on off stump. It rises on Gibbs, and he plays it off his hip behind square leg for a single. If you'd like to send us an SMS, we'd love to hear from you. The number is 199 21 222. 199 21 222. If you get through, we might even read it out on air. I've got a one that struck me as interesting, Peter. It may be an obvious question. It may seem like an easy answer, but I'll ask you. Someone asks, what is a strike bowler?
A strike bowler. Right, we'll come to it.
As Hopes is in now and bowls to Jacques Callis. That's outside the off stump, and Callis shoulders arms and lets it go through to the keeper, and there's no run.
Well, you know when you go on strike from work, it's the same with bowling. You say to the captain,
sometimes
you say to the captain, you give him the ball back and you say, I'm not going to have a bowl. No, not really. A strike bowler is, I guess, a strike like in a wartime thing, where you strike the opposing camp with your missile. And this is what the strike bowler is. He's a bloke who strikes into the heart of the opposing team with his bowling.
Hopes to Callis. Back foot cut, straight to point. And no run as it's fielded by Sean Marsh.
He's the attack leader, I guess.
Dale Steyn is a strike bowler.
Dale Steyn is a strike bowler. Brett Lee in his prime was a strike bowler. All 4 West Indians were strike bowlers. That was what unique about their side.
Is there a strike bowler in this Australian team?
They're looking for one. I think Mitchell Johnson's becoming it, but of course he's resting out right now. So you've got 3 candidates. semi-strike bowlers.
James Hopes to Callis, off stump line. Callis forward in defence. It rolls out to the captain, who's at cover. Ricky Ponting hurls the return back to Brad Haddon, and the score remains 1 for 28 in the 11th.
Dennis
Chasing
Lilly.
249. Was Shane Warne a strike bowler?
You normally associate it with aggressive pace
Yes.
bowlers, don't you? But it's an interesting point. Yes, I think he probably was.
Bit
Of course, you can always become a stock bowler as
Yes,
well. That's the trouble.
well, you can
He
be
was both.
And Hopes bowls to Callis, and Callis is very square as he played that shot. It was once again a well-directed ball from Hopes, who's conceded just 1 run in his 5 balls so far, and the Callis had to defend that ball from a very square position.
I think a strike bowler is almost someone you don't use as a stock bowler. It's someone you put on there for a 4 or 5 over burst. I think next time Greg Blewett has a photograph of himself taken, he might get his hair combed. Have you seen this picture of him sitting around here?
That's him.
Is that him?
He better look after his
Media
pass.
pass.
That's precious. Hopes last ball of his first over, and bowls to Callis off the edge. It runs down to third man, and there's a single for the South African score. It's all going along fairly quietly at the moment. Harris was the fielder, and that's the end of James Hopes' first over. And there's 2 runs off it after 1 over. The score 1 for 29 after 11, chasing 249. Callis is on 6. Gibbs is on 14. Australia was sent in this morning and made 249. The top score was Sean Marsh, 78 on 103. Ponting made 64. And after that, there wasn't a whole lot about it. Haddon was steady at the end with 23. Hussey made 19. Australia had to be content with 249, but to my mind, Peter, 249 runs on the board in a cricket match is still
It's a competitive score. Yeah, it's a competitive score. The batting wasn't so easy. Brilliantly as the South Africans fought back in the last 25 overs, the fact is Australia dominated the first 25 overs, which are formative. Yes. And that was because Marsh played really well. And also Ponting took quite a few risks. He had a lot of balls in the air, as everyone's been saying. And I think South Africa will need someone to do that, to get that first impetus going, get that first 100 runs or so. They're sort of poking their way there at the moment, but I don't think it's that easy a pitch to score quickly on.
It's Callis on strike, and as Ryan Harris reached his bowling stride, Callis for some reason pulled away. He either wasn't ready or something had distracted him. So we'll have to go through the whole procedure again.
The big change will be, in South Africa's favour, will be the 5 overs, whereby there are only 3 blokes outside the circle. The 5 over batting power play, because Australia messed that up.
2 slips in for Harris. He bowls to Callis, and that's a ball well directed at off stump. And the broad-shouldered, bustling form of Ryan Harris charges back to the top of his mark. Like Hilfenhaus, there's no theatrics. It's all business.
He's an old pro, isn't he?
Yeah.
This is how the old
yes
professionals used to bowl. Yeah. Broad shoulders, get back to the mark, not a long run, nothing fancy about them.
No. Harris to Callis. Nice drive, through point for 4. That's a lovely shot. It was just over-pitched a little bit, and Callis was good enough to time the shot, find the gap, just in front of point, and South Africa has a boundary to its score, and it's now, the score that is now 1 for 33 in the 12th over. Callis 10 and Gibbs 14.
We've been waiting for a big innings from Callis all summer, really. He's played a lot of pretty good innings, but there's no match where he's been the dominant batsman, and that's unusual if you look at his career.
Well, he faces Ryan Harris again, and that's a ball on off stump that he defends this time. Out to point. And it's fielded there by David Hussey. And Harris is into his, certainly into his groove here, bowling a good line. The previous ball, the length got him a bit, and Callis drove him away. But the full capacity crowd here at Belrive, shielded from the sun by the nice canopy of cloud. Watching a very tight contest. Harris again to Callis, driving beautifully through cover. That's the best shot of the day. That's a left arm, high, foot to the ball, swinging through the line, and a clean boundary, clean cut.
Yes.
Well executed boundary to Jacques Callis of South Africa.
Yeah, the high-class player. He's a wonderful batsman. A major batsman and a major all-rounder.
Oh, yeah.
It's unusual to be both. Usually a very good batsman and a very good bowler makes a very good all-rounder, or great all-rounder. But to be a great batsman and a very good bowler puts you in a very high level of all-rounders.
How good an all-rounder is he from the ones that you've seen or played against?
I put him second in history.
behind
Second in
Sobers.
history behind Sobers, yes, I do.
He's that good.
Yep.
He's facing Ryan Harris, and that's on off stump, and he defends a ball on off stump, and it rolls out to Sean Marsh.
I think he's
run.
a bit forgotten about because he's mainly a batsman.
Yeah.
He's predominantly a batting all-rounder. But he's an all-rounder with 250 test wickets at a respectable rate and 250 one-day wickets at an expectable rate. He bats at 4 and averages 56.
To me, he doesn't quite have the persona of a
No.
Imran or a Botham or a Kapil.
You don't associate him because he's not a match winner
Hadley.
like they are. No,
Hadley
not.
was more a bowler, of course.
He was, yeah. He's not a match winner like they are, but his career record is
His
astonishing.
stats, Harris to Callis, and on the ball on middle stump, he plays it behind square leg for a single. And Callis has had the better of Harris this over. That's Harris's second over gone. His figures read number 14 off 2. And after 12 overs, South Africa chasing 249 is 1 for 38 with Callis on 15 and Gibbs on 14. Amlar was the man out, caught by White at slip off the bowling of Hilton House for 8. And, it's been from the very start the most absorbing game. Grandstand one-day international cricket on Grandstand. Live from Belrive Oval, Game 2 of the one-day international series, the best of 5 series. Peter Newlands and Peter Roebuck in station.
What you don't know about Callis is how he would have been had he been the number 6. The other guys had the luxury, different batting at 6. You can just, especially if you can bowl, you've got a huge luxury to go out there and chance your arm and get on top, and batting's a bit different then.
James Hopes from the southern end runs in to Callis. An off-stump line, and he drops the ball at his toes, and they run through for an easy single, and that'll bring Herschel Gibbs on strike, who's had a bit of a break from the strike for a while.
Yes. Interesting to have him back. I feel South Africa missing a left-hander in the top order. Obviously, Smith's injury has messed up, but if you think about it, the opening bowlers there could settle into 2 right-handers. Hilton House bowling out swingers to the right-handers was quite handy. Had there been a left-hander there, would have been much tougher for him.
Gibbs faces Hopes, and to a ball that lifted on the off-stump line, he defends it into the offside, and there's no run. I want a quick answer. Of those players that I mentioned, Botham, Hadley, Kapil Dev and Imran Khan, who was the best of them?
Imran, for me.
Why?
Great captain as well, and raised his team, won a World Cup. Great bowler, major batsman.
James Hopes. Short ball, very short ball. That's too short, says umpire Rodney Tucker, or is it Ian Gould up there? And that is ruled as a wide. It's a big day for Rod Tucker, his first international match as an umpire.
Done well so far. Of them, I think both of them the best match winner in Test cricket. He wasn't a very good one-day cricketer, surprisingly. Probably the best catcher in the slips of all of them. Hadley, the best bowler with Wasim Akram, if you count him as an all-rounder.
Hopes bowls, and Gibbs runs it off the face of the bat into the offside. It's fielded by Michael Hussey in the gully, no run.
Even to mention all of those, they're all quite recent inventions in the game. You go back to W.G. Grace and Wally Hammond and people, but you're battling to name great all-rounders before, apart from Wally Hammond possibly. Who else has there been in the first 60 before Sobers, the first 80 years of international history?
Was Keith Miller a great all-rounder?
Yeah.
Hopes bowls, and that's on middle stump, and Gibbs plays it behind square leg for a single. And there's one more run to the South African score, 1 for 40 in the 13th.
Yeah, you'd put Keith Miller there, I reckon. Obviously, I didn't see him, but from what everyone says, and you've got to go by that. Also, possibly a great captain. People like Richie Benno would say that he would have been one of the great captains had that chance arisen. Yes, otherwise, it's not commonplace. Sobers was there, and then suddenly this whole rush came.
Yes. Hopes to Callis, the great all-rounder, stretching forward to a ball and off stump, and it's defended out into the offside. Ponting fields. Steady bowling here from James Hopes.
So different types of all-rounders, and Callis being the batting all-rounder, the only one of them who's been good enough to bat in the first 4. We always say the others would have been good enough to play as specialist batsman. I don't believe that's true about Hadley.
Imran Khan played for quite a while as a specialist batsman.
He went pretty high, he did.
As Callis faces Hopes, and he drives well, finds gaps in a very well-stacked offside field and gets 2 runs. That was a very well-placed shot. And that is the end of that James Hopes over. His figures are now none for 7 off 2. And after 13 overs, South Africa's total chasing 249 is 1 for 43. And Ryan Harris is at the top of his bowling mark. Bowling from the members' end, the northern end. And he's bowling to Jarks Cullis, who looks very, very solid. Back foot drive to that ball and off stump, and he'll pick up a couple of runs here. 2, in fact. It's well fielded on the boundary by James Hopes, down a third man. And there's 2 more runs to Callis. He's looking. The bat today looks very, very broad from Jacques Callis. Gibbs is clearly intent on disrupting the Australians' length and is playing the aggressive role. Callis, in a thoroughly orthodox manner, is accumulating runs at a very, very good rate. And he faces Ryan Harris again. Full, slower pitch, middle stump. In fact, it was a Yorker length. Callis saw that all coming and digged it out. And digs it out, and Nathan Bracken runs around from mid-on and does the fielding.
Who else is going to bowl today?
Well, I think we'll see David Hussey.
All right.
I don't know about Cameron White's status as a bowler these days.
Well, he played in a test match as
He
a spinner.
did. He played
a few months
4
ago.
of them. I get the feeling we won't see much of him.
No, I feel that too. So they might try him. I mean, Australia's playing 4 bowlers. Am I right? Basically.
Well, these 4, and then maybe the Hussey brothers to pick up some overs. Shorter ball from Harris, and it's swung to the leg side by Herschel Gibbs. That's very well played. And the fieldsman at fine leg, it's Ben Hilpenhaus. You can tell that by the roar of the crowd. He's something of a cult hero at Belrive. And he does a great bit of work down there and prevents a boundary. And South Africa settle for 2. I've got to say, that's the end of that over. And that's 14 overs gone. And we've got a score of 1 for 49. Well, and South Africa's 50 is up.
I've been a bit slow thinking about this, but they're playing 4 bowlers, Australia.
Well, is White... are you saying White's not a bowler anymore?
Well, he barely bowls for Victoria in one-day games, and or in any other form of the game.
Well,
he's hardly a front liner.
White, David Hussey will bowl some overs. Do we see Mike Hussey? What about David Warner? Or is he?
Bowls little legs. They're all 6th bowlers.
Hasn't played first-class cricket.
They're not 5th bowlers.
No.
They're 6th bowlers. You're trying to fiddle the 5th bowler again, and I can't believe that's right. I think you love to have those blokes, but you love to have them like Duminy as a 6th bowler. He doesn't become one of your 5.
Yeah. Okay, Hopes, who is a frontline bowler, bowls now. And to Callis, and it's a ball on off stump. And Jacques Callis.
Don't forget, some of these blokes are going to be bowling during that 5-over power play. Someone's got to bowl in. If not, it's going to have to be the only 2 real frontliners, I suppose, any experience at all.
Well, the names that haven't bowled yet are Marsh, Warner, Ponting, Michael and David Hussey, Cameron White, and the keeper. So that's where the bowling. That's where 10 overs have got to come from. As Hopes bowls to Callis on off stump. It's broad bat there, stretching forward. 1 for 51 in the 15th. Chasing 249.
To me, one of the advantages of having Brad Haddon in the side is precisely you don't have to do that. But he gives you great depth. He's a major batsman in one-day cricket, really. And to give you, for him playing, you really want to have 5 bowlers playing as well, I reckon. I don't see why you wouldn't want that.
Well, here's James Hopes to Callis. Turns the ball off his hip behind square leg. Nathan Bracken does the fielding. Very long strides of his. Sends the return into Brad Haddon, and it'll bring Herschel Gibbs on to strike. South Africa scoring just under 3.6 per over. Need to score at just over 5.5 per over from here. There's 9 wickets left. You still think Australia's in front?
It's getting closer. These 2 have played well. It was a very good opening spell by Hilfenhaus and Bracken. Bracken often bowls well in these games. He's got 6 overs left, which is encouraging. He's got 2 spells left in him. But they're getting back into it.
Hopes to Gibbs. In the air, it goes out to the deep mid wicket, and he's going to be caught. Gibbs is out. Very well caught by Michael Hussey. And Gibbs has blown that one, I'm afraid. It was a shortish ball. He was looking for some space in the air and probably a boundary. And he's skied it, and Michael Hussey has taken the catch. And South Africa have lost their second, 2 for 52. Not looking half as good now.
No, it quickly changes. It's a rank poor dismissal, though. I mean, that is a very poor dismissal. He's miscued a hook. There's a bloke out there. He's hit it in the air deliberately, so it's 6 or out. And I don't see why he has to do that. He can roll his wrist, keep it on the ground, play it between backward square and fine leg. That's a silly shot by Gibbs, poorly executed. But well done, James Hopes. But as you say, that's quickly altered the balance of the game.
It certainly has. He's the oldest player in the South African squad, you know, Gibbs. They're certainly in this team. And we didn't see the best of him today, that's for sure. He was lively in the field. But just played a loose shot there. And Australia, who did benefit from some drop catches early in this early stage of the innings, took that one well. A very nice bit of work by Mike Hussey in the deep at mid-wicket.
Yeah, he was late on the shot. He got it high on the bat. Obviously was hoping to go for 6, but why take that risk when there's a bloke out there with the ball still hard, with the bowler still fresh, not quite used to him? Why go for the Why try and clear the ropes rather than hit it with a good roll of the wrists or hit it into a gap somewhere? And I thought that was a very poor shot from Gibbs. Very irresponsible. But there we are. Australia's right back into it. Who's the new batsman?
A.B. de Villiers, who we remember so well from the Test series. A lot of us were engrossed by the Test series on the radio and on TV as well. De Villiers played a very big part in South Africa's epic win in Perth. He's got a pretty big part to play here. With his team at 2 for 52, chasing 249 to win. Sharks Callis is there on 23. De Villiers is on 0. You have to face the ball, in fact. The last man out, Gibbs for 19. As Hopes runs in and bowls to De Villiers. Ball that lifts off an off-stump line. De Villiers defends into the onside, and there's no run there. Hello, Glenn. Glenn Hughes and Peter Newlands with you at Bellerive Oval. Grandstand on ABC Local Radio.
Peter, look, I was just having a wonderful conversation with Greg Blewett here about the old times, and I can tell you now, if he played a shot like that, the coach would have met him at the gate there and said he'll never play again.
It was a bit loose. Hopes bowls, and that's a ball that is played off stump by De Villiers behind square leg for no run. I'll leave you, Glenn, because Jim Maxwell's due to come in with Australia having taken a wicket in that over. South Africa chasing 249. They're 2 for 52.
You're with Grandstand.
You're listening to Grandstand's ball-by-ball coverage of the Aussies taking on South Africa.
Cricket's on the radio.
Live from Bellerive Oval, on your home of cricket, ABC Local Radio.
This was a timely wicket for Australia as 2 for 52. That partnership was just looking dangerous. It was getting on top. Herschel Gibbs soaked up a lot of balls for those runs as well, so he'd be extremely disappointed with that after he's got a good start and he was looking in some pretty good form.
Ryan Harris bowls to Callis, who's looking to be right on his game. Just flicks him away around the corner for a single. Yes, you wonder with Herschel Gibbs back into the side after his enforced rehabilitation from extra thirstiness, and is he going to survive? Is he going to make it in this comeback over the long term? You would think South Africa, with their one-day side like Australia, would be building towards the next World Cup.
Jim, if you're not converting the starts, it makes it very difficult to continue your career, doesn't it, at that age?
Harris bowls, De Villiers gets in behind a ball that's just slightly short of a length, and he plays it away. 2 for 53, and we're in the 16th over here. Australia made 9 for 249. Sean Marsh in the runs again, 78. Ponting 64 via a couple of drop catches. Warner missed out, only 5. Steyn got him out, caught behind. 9 for 249. Harris bowls short, back goes De Villiers and runs him to third man with a little back cut to get off the mark. So in the chase, Amla out for 8. And Gibbs for 19.
I like the attacking nature of Ponting's captaincy to the new batsman, Jim, as we see a first slip and 4 close in offside fielders, so they're working over the new batsman, which is the right way to go here. Harris is bowling with good pace for him, 145 plus.
He runs in, Callis goes down the ground and drives him out to Bracken, who's there at mid-on. We're in the power play, the bowling power play. And we're in the crowd power cheer away on the far side. Something's got them warmed up. A few refreshments maybe, but they're tightly packed in. They're sardine packed in front of the scoreboard as Harris bowls a full toss, and it's flicked around the corner by Callis to backward square for a single. And the score ticks over to 2 for 55 in the 16th.
Jim Callis has looked in great nick, hasn't he, on this occasion as well. In fact, all summer he's threatened. This could be a day of Callis at his best. Converting a start into a big score will be something now that South Africa are looking for from their top order batsman, who's in again. Doesn't need to make a mistake for them.
Harris runs in and De Villiers plays him beautifully through the onside. Harris knows he's just hurt. He's got a bit close to that line, and De Villiers has sent him out towards the boundary for 2.
Good piece of fielding as well by Sean Marsh, the natural left-hander. Early in the day, he stopped a brilliant square, virtually one off his pads and diving to his right. That was a very, very good mark of the ground, getting across there quickly and returning back to the keeper sharply.
At the end of the over, Callis 25, de Villiers 3. And Australia with just 4 front-line bowlers and the backup of David Hussey and whoever.
Mike Hussey?
Maybe. He bowls them okay. Hopes bowls to Callis, tight near the stumps. Callis is always on the move, trying to knock the ball into a gap, twiddle it around the corner, and he blocks it to backward point.
Well, it was a strange shot by Herschel Gibbs and really disappointing because they got 2 back, and at no stage playing that pull shot did he actually try and keep the ball along the ground. It was, you know, hands coming from underneath the up, ball in the air court.
Hopes bowls, back goes Callis and plays to backward point. Well, it was a shot, I suppose, a few years ago he would have hit for 6. And that's may have been what was going through his mind instinctively. 6.
And it's not a big boundary out there. It's not as though you're playing at the old MCG or anything. The boundary would be only some 60 metres square at best. So it's not a massive ground.
Hopes bowls a bit short. Hit through point. That's 4.
Gee,
that's the close boundary there. He pierced the gap through point, and Warner running back. All he can do is fetch it.
That's a magnificent shot, isn't it? Just opening up his front leg, played off the back foot. It allows his hands to get through quickly, and with good body speed, allows those hands to get through. As we're just looking at the replay of that stroke, that's a wonderful shot off the back foot. It's a back foot square drive. Thank you very much.
He's 29. Hopes again. A bouncer. That's too high, I think. What's the umpire going to do? Yep.
Has to be.
Too high. Rod Tucker indicates a wide. Yes, it's all very well to bowl the bouncer, but try to make it count. And unfortunately, that counted to the score, which is now 2 for 62.
Joel Garner wouldn't have hit that one. I don't think so. So that's fair enough. In fact, the umpires, I think, have been very good today. Maybe an early one was a bit dubious with a 4 LB, you know, the 4 leg buys that they gave.
As Hopes has driven square of the wicket, they've now got a man out. Warner's on the boundary. Another magnificent looking shot from Jacques Callis, who gets to 30 and looks more and more threatening at 2 for 63 in the 17th over.
Dangerous, isn't it, at times for both sides? It's had a nice edge, actually. It's not a big target to chase. An interesting one. Wickets are at a major premium for Australia to try and squeeze here, so their 5th and 6th bowler might be able to come in at a time to do some damage as well.
Hopes in, back to Villiers, pushing out on the offside. So the Australian attack without Sean Tate, who's rested, and maybe for a bit longer than this game, and without Michael Clarke, of course, whose thumb injury just didn't recover adequately, although he played the other night. And South Africa with a couple of changes. De Villiers back for Van Jaarsveld, and Ntini replacing Morning Morkel. De Villiers in his crease, just defending a well-directed ball from James Hopes, who's a very tidy, lively medium pace bowler. 2 for 63, 17 overs gone. And South Africa, their run rate required about 5.6 and over.
Jimmo, I've been most impressed with all the pace bowling medium paces today. Their length has been impeccable, and no one virtually has taken on length bowling. You see a lot of local cricket, the length bowling just gets dispatched, you know, out of the ground. And today, no one's been really, I suppose, taking the risk of going over the top consistently off length, which you see a lot of in domestic cricket. So the bowlers have been able to bowl the one length to dictate terms, and that's what we've seen from the medium paces all day.
Yes, I haven't seen too many lofted shots, and the one miscued lofted shot resulted in a wicket. Here's Harris bowling a ball that's driven fluently again by Callis down to mid-off. And it's fielded out there by Warner. Well, so we're out of power play now. We're into normal play, so they can spread the field.
Well, young Warner Schnitzel, who we've seen, you know, in the local stuff, he takes on length. And unfortunately today he didn't get into that at all. But he is one player who does take on length.
Harris bowls near the pads, flicked in the air, behind square, one bounce. Down there to Hope's coming in from the line to throw it back.
No,
it's
Hilfy.
Hilfy's down there, that's right. They leave him down there near his supporters. He did well for them. He got a wicket early on. He bowled a maiden over. He's gone well today, but that was a bit loose from Harris. He just gets near the pads a few times and picked off. Callis 31, de Villiers 3, 2 for 64 in the 18th over. Ryan Harris, big, strong, chunky fella, pitches at de Villiers. They go for a quick single, and he goes for the goal there. Adelaide United. Well, no, he's up there with Queensland these days, isn't he? But he missed. He missed the goal. He was wide with his right foot kick, and Callis had scrambled home in any case. Well run single.
Good backing up by Callis. He's a big man as well. He's alert to the task of being able to respond when you're at the non-striker's end. And it's important that now in today's cricket, as soon as the bowler gets his arm to the delivery point, your batsman now is allowed to leave the point of your safety in the crease. So you can catch 2 metres up if you're on the alert. You just got to watch the straight drive coming back.
Harris charges in and bowls. It's turned away to the onside, and they get a run. Callis getting a run. Now, you talk about that. We saw an interesting run out today, which we do not often see. Hadn't hit the ball hard, straight down the pitch. It was a matter of tip and run at that stage. It hit the stumps, and he instinctively ran. And the ball ricocheted straight back to Antini, who ran over and very smartly realised what he needed to do. That is take the stump out with the ball, because the bails were already off.
Correct.
And Haddon was, well, he was out by yards, but yep, smart work. Harris runs in and bowls a ball. It's short. It's cut by de Villiers down to third man. They'll come back for a second on the throw, which is high, but not back fast enough from Hopes down there as they get 2 runs on the uppercut. 2 for 70 into the 18th over.
Well, really, look, I know he's deep down there, and the South Africans were probably 5 to 10 metres off the actual mark there, and he surrounded the ball instead of getting in the straight arc, and he should have released quicker. There was only 1 to that point. Good running, but
yep, as a slower ball pitched up in the block hole is knocked away down towards mid-on to complete the over. De Villiers stays on 6. Callis 31, 2 for 68. 2 for 68. After 18 overs, they need 250 to win.
Jim, looking through the bowling here, Hilfenhaus 5 overs, 1 for 13. Bracken 4 overs for 9. Hopes 4 overs, 1 for 14. Harris 5 overs for 31. Has been expensive, but in his defence, he's used to probably taking the new ball for Queensland and South Australia, so it's not easy for him to drop into that role, and also Callis being in good touch as well. So it's a really good test. Ball against batters. We see another change made by Ponting, and this is our spinner.
Our spinner, correct. David Hussey. You just think the Australian side's not right yet. I know they got injury problems, but you hadn't really plays as a frontline batsman up there. You would think it's 6. I mean, can they afford to have David Hussey, Cameron White, and James Hopes in the same side?
Well,
don't they need another bowler?
It's opportunities for players, there's no doubt, and I think Australia are trying to find the right formula in all forms of cricket. So I think it's great that you're seeing different names.
Now Hussey bowls to Callis, who goes forward and plays into the covers. Got any other names you want to throw in? Mitchell Johnson might be coming back, of course. As Hussey bowls, and it's chopped away to backward point, and there's no run. We've got Harris and Warner making their debuts today.
Well, I don't think he's allowed to play because he hasn't been nominated beforehand, is he, Johnson?
Well,
in your squads?
Well, no, I think they can change them after a couple of games, as it's punched off to mid-wicket and White feels there's no run. I think after this game, with a gap through till Sydney, they could change it.
Right.
Well, they could change it any old time, really. As again, Callis dot balls away towards mid-wicket. The interesting thought is whether or not any players will be released for that Queensland-Victoria game on Wednesday. I have a feeling they won't, as Callis drives down the ground towards long on. The selectors, I think, it'll be reluctant to create a precedent. Does that mean after Friday's game that New South Wales players and or Victoria, Queensland players can be released for the final of the 2020 on Saturday?
Yes.
So we haven't heard. We'll wait and see. 2 for 69 and the 19th. Hussey goes in and bowls to de Villiers, who knocks him down the ground for a run. Just 2 runs from David Hussey's very steady opening over. 19 overs gone, 2 for 70.
One thing that Australia will do with Hussey bowling is they get through their overs very quickly. Before you know it, he could bowl 4 or 5 quick squeezing overs as the drinks break has been taken here. There's always drinks going on to the actual oval, isn't it? It's hustle bustle of the 12th man and go.
So who do you fancy before we take a break with Karen and the team? From here, who's going to win?
South Africa.
South Africa? Glenn Hughes says South Africa. You heard that right here on Grandstand. We're going to have a drink. Not champagne yet for South Africa. We'll wait and see. Drinks on the field.
And welcome back to Belrive Oval. Beautiful, sunny Sunday afternoon, jam-packed crowd. Beautiful sight. Nathan Bracken starts a new over, and he bowls outside the off stump and a little dab outside the stumps by de Villiers. You're lucky not to nick it through to Haddon.
It wasn't a good shot after the drinks break, was it? Look at that for a sight. Look at that beautiful boat. Was that a tugboat?
That's the worst looking ship I've ever seen. Is it a cruise ship, is it?
It's a rust bucket, is it?
How many pools and casinos on that boat?
Dear. Well, actually, talking about cricket in general in the background before, you bring up the names of Warner and OK, today he didn't get a start at all, as we see now. The big, tall Bracken is back into his bowling mark.
And de Villiers on strike. Bracken bowls. De Villiers drives to short cover. Ponting, no run.
Because everybody's been talking about Warner, you know, the expectations and things. And I can tell the listeners now that don't be disappointed when he fails, because when he gets starts, he wins your games. And I think, like Gilchrist, what he did for Australia in his last, year or 2 years is that, OK, he wasn't so demanding of all the runs that he scored, but when he got a start, he won you the game. And I think, like Warner will do, he'll win us 1 out of every 5 games if he gets enough of a crack at it.
Bracken bowls, pitching right up. De Villiers walked down the wicket. He was 1.5 metres out of his crease, and he drives to cover point for a single. Mike Hussey fields. I used to think Doug Walters was a similar type. They carried Doug through a few failures.
Yes.
He had a few dud tours of England, but he could win you a game.
Well, Drew, what Australia looking for in any side playing for and against is that you have to have match winners, and he is one of those. So you carry those match winners, hoping that they will be more consistent, but they'll win you a game when they get started, and that's the key.
Bracken bowls, a drive by Callis to mid-off. No run.
As long as he's able to convert his start, when he does get going, you want an 80 or a 90 or bigger than that. It's when the problem occurs, I suppose, when Warner plays, is that if he gets out for 30 or 40 and then he has 3 or 4 fails, well, then you've got problems. But if he converts his actual starts and scores the way that he can do, he wins your game in the top 10, and you can carry those players. So hope he gets a good score sooner rather than later.
Bracken bowls and Callis plays to mid-wicket. Again, a dot ball as it's fielded by Marsh. See, I go back to his debut in that 2020 at the MCG. In the first 50, he hit 4 sixes and 5 fours. The first 2 balls that Dale Steyn bowled to him went for 6. Now, Dale Steyn's been the bowler of the summer. 6-6, if you don't mind. At one stage in 3 balls against Ntini, he went 6-6-4. And he made his first 50 off 19 balls. Now, that is going to get bums on seats.
Absolutely.
Bums off seats, actually. Bracken bowls and pitches right up, and Callis works his wide of mid-on for a single.
Callis, beautiful hands there. Look, it was pitched on off stump, quite full. They're drawing him up through the offside, so he finds a way now of scoring through the leg side. Bottom hand just coming through, angles the bat beautifully, hits it square of the gentleman there, young Warner, who we've just been talking about, at a wide-ish mid-on, maybe a mid-wicket area, gets off strike, takes control again. Look, he's peeled off 33 or 50 balls, maybe a fraction slow, but he's building himself a big one. All that South Africa have to do now is play exactly the same method as what they did in the last one-day game, and they'll canter home to win. Australia need a wicket right now.
As David Hussey bowls, and back goes Callis and forces this out to cover. They take an easy run to the man in the deep. 2 for 72 is the total, and we're now in the 20th over.
And especially with
21st.
Especially with the power play to come and look through their batting to come here. Domini's been fantastic. McKenzie got runs. Boucher and Big Morkel hitting at the end.
David Hussey bowls, and it's driven by de Villiers along the ground all the way to long on. This is a period of the game in between the power plays when you have 5 men on the rope and they're just nudging a few singles left and right. Sometimes it can not be all that exciting, but it's South Africa just chasing this 250 target and doing it on their ear as Callis plays this to mid-wicket for 1 more.
Well, if you could ever talk about a one-day game being a bit slow, this is the stage when you've got plenty of outfielders. Poor little spinner's only got 4 in the circle. How are you supposed to get less than 5? You've got to find methods here of drawing up a certain area. It's a beautiful big ground, or big enough to hit your 1s and 2s comfortably.
Hussey bowls and de Villiers dances down the wicket, lofts him to mid-wicket, and that's 4. There are 3 on the boundary on the leg side, and he's picked the gap through mid-wicket. That was a beautiful shot. He had the dancing toes at that one.
And I suppose, King Hughes. I mean, great feat. I better throw him in and say hello to Kimberley at some stage. He'll be disappointed if I don't talk about him. He always rings me up and said, when are you going to get me on the radio again? But he used his feet beautifully down here and hit him wide of mid-wicket for 4.
Hussey bowls a flatter one this time, and it's worked by de Villiers behind the square leg umpire for a single. Athletic run in and pick up by Harris, restricting the scoring to 1. So Callis is 35. De Villiers with that 4 and a single is now 14. 2 for 80 in the 21st over. Hussey bowls and Callis plays it off the stumps, and Hussey's arms went up as though if Callis had missed it, he had him cold. But Callis has got a good technique and a good eye. 1 more to Callis.
He's a very shrewd player, David Hussey. Look, he's great fielder, great for one-day setup. If you need a wicket here, Australia are hoping for a mistake. That's the only way we can actually get a physical wicket here is if they, I suppose he's bowling stump to stump, not a lot of turn. He's bowling quick through the airs so they can use the hands well to manipulate the ball. All they need to do is run a ball off the spinners and they're home and hose, except for the fact that Hilfenhaus still has 5 left. Ben, I think, is a really good new ball bowler. I'm a little bit concerned maybe if he has to bowl at the death. Hasn't quite got that yet, but only experience will come with that. Australia are trying to find a end of I suppose the full 50 overs to find that other one besides Bracken. So they'll be exposed a little bit today, as we've seen Hopes bowl 5 overs from one end, now continuing his second spell from the northern end.
Yep. So he's got 4 overs, 1 for 14 so far, James Hopes, and a switch of ends for him. 21 overs have been bowled, 2 for 81. Amlar caught by White off Hilfenhaus for 8, and Gibbs caught by Mike Hussey off Hopes for 19. Hopes bowls on the off stump, front foot drive into the covers by Callis. Well, unless they throw it away, it's hard to see a wicket coming. Now, Gibbs threw his away, but I tell you, it doesn't look like Callis is going to be throwing his away.
Well, I think they've got a couple of options here. Do you go to Cameron White? I've got major questions about that. A better option could be the Michael Hussey from the other end.
Hopes bowls, and Callis on the move, walking across the stumps, a bit like Kadich then, and he plays it off his pads behind square leg for a single. So he turned that into a single. He preconceived the idea before the ball was bowled, and he gets 1, so he goes to 37. De Villiers 14, 2 for 82. And to my mind, this has been the best innings of the day so far, Jack Callis. Hopes bowls, De Villiers defends. Was it pad first? They shout for LBW, bowler and keeper. Look,
it was a bluff. It was a bluff. They're just testing the umpires just to keep him down at that end, I think. Callis is in full control. Beautiful sounding bat, isn't it? Beautiful hands. He's finding a way of scoring runs. And I like the way that de Villiers has come in and stamped his authority as well. 30-run partnership, minimum of fuss, and away they go again.
Hopes again bowls, de Villiers defends. When we're talking about the batting to come for South Africa, and Morkel was man of the match with his 40 off 18 on Friday night, I wonder if he's going to be restricted today if he's needed, because he did appear to hurt his finger when he took that catch to dismiss Hopes, whether it was a dislocation or a split webbing or something. He went straight off the ground. He might be restricted, so might more be in South Africa's favour here. Hope's bowls, and de Villiers on the move and plays a similar shot to what Callis played earlier in the over. Behind square leg for 1. So they're just coming along here. Let's have a look at the 10 over blocks there that you keep going earlier on. Oh, you had it going, Rick. It's over here, is it? There it is. So we're just into the 22nd over now. And Hopes bowls. Callis drives on the rise, beating point. There's 1. There's a man in the deep to cover it, and no chance of coming back for the second. But gliding around just inside the boundary is Hussey to get that ball back quickly. That completes the over by Hopes. Switching ends, 5 overs, 1 for 17.
It's serviceable, isn't it? It's good quality, medium pace bowling. Has a difficult job to do. Bats late in the order. Now virtually the second change bowler right in the middle when sometimes the batsmen are well set in. This is a very good batting wicket, as we see no change of bowling from the river end. Hussey will continue, and that is David Hussey with his little off spinners.
And Hussey starts a new over bowling to Callis, who drives firmly along the ground along on for a single. You're having a look at the 10 over blocks. South Africa in the first 10, 1 for 27, compared to Australia's 1 for 41. In the second 10, South Africa 1 for 45, compared to Australia's none for 57. So they're behind in runs, and they've lost 1 more wicket to the same stage of the innings.
Yes, but they're only chasing 250.
Correct. David Hussey bowls and defended on the offside by de Villiers. Great thing about batting second is you know the target, you know what you've got to do. Australia strangely slowed down in their 4th block of 10. De Villiers works this one off the stumps, past a diving White at mid-wicket inside the circle, and he gets a single. So Australia's blocks of 10 were 1 for 41, none for 57, 1 for 59. No complaints there. But their 4th block was 2 for 39 in 10 overs. Amazing. David Hussey bowls, and it's deflected by Callis. Beautiful fielding and a throw. Oh, the pick up and throw was absolutely glorious to the stumps at the bowler's end. I think maybe Callis is home, but that was magnificent fielding by Hopes.
Come on, umpire, make a decision yourself instead of going to the square all the time. God, he's past the second line, let alone the first line, but a brilliant piece of fielding. Tucker wasn't in a bad position. Give a decision there, Rod.
Oh, well, we're still waiting for the decision on the scoreboard. Third umpire, decision pending. What's this theme music? This is
Bonanza.
Not out. We knew that. We knew that. No, it was a cop show. What was the music? Oh, Dragnet or one of those. David, you've got to be old to remember that. David Hussey bowls, and it's played by de Villiers back to the bowler. 2 for 87 in the 23rd over. Out for South Africa, Amla for 8 and Gibbs for 19. You can't run through the scoreboard while Hussey's bowling. He bowls an over in about 3 minutes. And he bowls this one to de Villiers, who drives to mid-wicket, and it's fielded by Ponting, and there's no run. So that completes 23 overs now, 2 for 87, with Callis on 40 and de Villiers on 16.
Look, he's bowled all right, David Hussey. He's 3 overs for 14. Only trouble is with Australia just searching for a wicket to try and squeeze a little bit more, and haven't been able to do that yet. Hopes is into his 6th over now, has figures of 1 for 17, and as he's bowling into the right-hander Callis.
And Callis plays this into the covers, where it's fielded by Ponting, who playfully back-fixed the ball back to Haddon. Athletic fielding by Ricky Ponting, who was pretty good today. He made 64, the captain, off 72 balls, but he had 3 innings. He dropped twice.
That's all right, he's playing at home.
And the umpires didn't even have to favour him to give him 3 innings. Hopes bowls. This one lofted and played about 20 metres in the air by Callis as he drives to mid-off, gets the run for the shot, and Callis goes to 41, de Villiers 16, 2 for 88.
The crowd has sensed something here. Look, it's quiet, but it's only a quiet stage because there's a lot of 1s and 2s. You know, the crowd gets involved when there's sprinkled of wickets and there's boundaries going everywhere. We haven't seen that today. Maybe it will occur a little bit later on. So we see another one tucked just behind the square there, Drew. to Sean Marsh, a good return. In fact, the throwing in particular by both sides has been excellent today. Another single to De Villiers has just worked himself into a nice little batting stage for himself.
They have. You see Cameron White in the field then, just had a playful little leg break. I wonder if he wants to bowl. This ball is on the stumps and Callis works it towards square leg. Beautiful with the wrist. Again, that's sort of like the topspin forehand action. Callis goes to 42. De Villiers 17, 2 for 90. And speaking of topspin forehands, we're going to get a fair bit of that over the next 2 weeks. The Australian Open starts in Melbourne tomorrow.
Is it?
It does.
You're interested in
Grandstand will be there every day for a fortnight. We're there. In goes Hopes and bowls outside the off stump. A drive past a diving Ponting in the covers for 1.
Who's favourite?
I would have to think that maybe Andy Murray in his current form might be.
Oh, yes. He's going well, the English lad, isn't he?
Scottish. You can call him British, but don't call him English.
Oh, okay.
Will you get into a blue with that?
I saw that Rob Roy just a couple of weeks ago as well.
In goes Hopes, bouncer, and it's pulled by Callis. Terrific shot, but only a single out to deep square leg. Hopes dug it in with the shoulder, and that completes the over for James Hopes. 6 overs, 1 for 21 for him, and now 24 overs have been bowled, nearly the halfway mark, and South Africa 2 for 92 with Callis 43, De Villiers 18.
And that's the worth of Callis's beautiful batting here. Hopes has already picked up a wicket with a short one and being caught by Michael Hussey in the deep off Hopes before. That time there was well controlled. The high hands coming through and sweeping through enabled him to keep the bat angle down on the ball, and so it went nicely for a single.
David Hussey starts a new over, bowls to Callis, stroked into the covers and fielded by that man Warner, skipping around to his right-hand side. The big hitter from Marrickville, he's only about 170 centimetres. This ball beautifully played by Callis. He waited till the last split second and glided the ball down towards third man. It won't quite go for 4. Hopes gives chase, gets it just inside the boundary below us, and they come back for 3. A rarity today. In Australia's innings, there wasn't 1 3. And Callis has run 3 there to go to 46. De Villiers 18, 2 for 95. That was a beauty. He's played some glorious cover drives. He's worked the ball off his pads to mid-wicket, and that was a late cut out of the keeper's gloves. David Hussey bowled. De Villiers strokes it into the covers to Warner, and again no run.
Join the ultimate party this New Year's Eve across the ABC with a massive lineup including Melanie C, plus the famous Sydney fireworks audio described on the ABC Listen app.
Happy New Year!
On ABC TV and iView and the ABC Listen app.
ABC Sport, your home of rugby.
Glenn Hughes has departed, and Neil Manthorpe has joined us. This ball is on the stumps and defended by AB back to the bowler.
Been called that a few times.
Have you?
I tell you. How good was that lunch? That was the best lunch in any sports cultural event worldwide.
Wow. David Hussey bowls. Beautiful shot by De Villiers. Beating short mid-wicket, out to the deep, fielded just inside the rope. They combine on the boundary. The ball's flicked up to Bracken, who throws it back. And Callis, De Villiers gets 2 for the shot. He's 20. Callis 46, 2 for 97. That was 6-star, wasn't it? The lunch. This ball by Hussey is played to mid-wicket, straight to Ponting, no run. There were the oysters, the prawns. Would you like to go on and describe it a bit
oysters,
more?
Can I start with the oysters?
Mm-hmm.
You know the way a sommelier, a great French, or I know, not French, just a great wine expert, is able to tell not just the region that a wine comes from, but the part of a region. Mm-hmm. You can tell which wine farm it comes from. I'd love to ask you, are you about to go? Or are you just standing up for exercise?
I've got to go because Peter's coming in, so he's more of a gourmet than I am.
Maybe
See, look at my spelt figure. You know that I'm not a gourmet. Peter's about to move in and talk to you for 20 minutes about the lunch here, as Cameron White actually is going to get a bowl. So look out.
On your home of cricket, ABC Local Radio.
Cricket's on the radio.
You're listening to Grandstand's ball-by-ball coverage of the Aussies taking on South Africa. live from Hobart.
You are with Grandstand.
And the score is 2 for 97 at Bell Reeve. That's South Africa's score, chasing Australia's total of 249. Jacques Kallis is on 46. AB de Villiers is on 20. This pair has added 45 for the third wicket. The batsman out for South Africa. Amlar for 8 and Gibbs 19. Hilfenhaus and Hopes have the wickets for Australia. Australia was sent in this morning, made 249. Sean Marsh top scored with 78. And Ricky Ponting made 64. As Cameron White comes into the attack from the members' end and bowls the ball to Jacques Kallis, who strokes it neatly to cover, where it's fielded by Tasmania's very own Ricky Ponting. Capacity crowd has not gone anywhere. They're still jam-packed on the hill. They've been there since about 8:30 this morning, our time. It's been a long day for them, but they're watching an engrossing contest as Kallis off the back foot plays a very neat drive out to deep cover. And the batsmen amble through for a single. And South Africa's total is 2 for 98 in the 25th over. The run rate required to win from here is over 6 per over. There are plenty of wickets left. I reckon this could still be pretty tight.
No, be very surprised if it isn't.
White bowls. And de Villiers, that's gone down the leg side. He played and missed at that ball, and the umpire, Ian Gould, tells us that it was a wide. And it really was at about a 45-degree angle. Just not sure about Cameron White's body language at the moment. Got a big responsibility here. Had a brief stay with the bat. Didn't bowl in the one-dayer in the game in Melbourne on Friday, and he's in again. That's a quicker ball, almost medium pace-like, and de Villiers strikes it out to Ricky Ponting in the covers.
Must be very hard to have belief in yourself. If you're a state captain and you don't have enough faith to bowl yourself at that level, it must be very hard to come on and go, oh, right, reckon I'll keep this tight.
As de Villiers on the front foot drives it on the bounce out to a deep cover. This has been tight enough stuff here from White so far. 4 balls for 3 runs. There was a single on that occasion from de Villiers. There's 100 up for South Africa. Pretty steady going, 154 balls. The scoring rate is below 4 and over. But it's the platform. Isn't it? It's all about a platform, I guess, in this game, to build a bigger score from. White bowls again, and Kallis strikes it to Ponting at cover. And with 1 ball to go in his first over, Cameron White could be pretty satisfied with the way things have started. Very tall, blonde-haired, ambles into the wicket. And the ball on leg stump is played behind square leg very neatly by Kallis. And South Africa's score moves on for 2 for 101. In reply to Australia's total of 249. Peter Newlands and Neil Manthorpe with you on ABC Local Radio. Grandstand cricket, game 2 of the 5-game series. So you enjoyed the lunch, Neil?
Oh, it's just unbelievable. I was talking about very, very
the best
finely...
lunch you've ever had in your life.
Oh, yeah. Comfortably. But that finely tuned sense of taste and smell that experts in the industry have to acquire and train themselves to get.
Yep.
I mean, I know, I've seen people taste a piece of cheese and go, it's 7 years old.
Yep.
And people say it's South Bordeaux.
Yeah.
Not that I could, but do you think it's possible to do that with oysters?
Well,
I tell you, the reason I asked the question is that there were a couple of our colleagues, a photographer and a newspaper man, eating oysters, and the one guy wasn't looking at them, so it wasn't a colour or a size thing. And he said to his colleague, and he's also a local, you might know who this man is, he said, do you think these are Bruny Island oysters or Barula Bay oysters? And I'm thinking, he can taste the difference.
Well, Bruny Island is that massive land just down to the left of that big crane down there. As we watch Brian Harris run into bowl to Jacques Kallis, drives into the covers, no run there. The score's still 2 for 100.
Peter, can you tell me that it's possible to taste where an oyster comes from?
I don't know. I guess it is. I guess it is. I guess it is good.
I thought that was pretty impressive.
Yeah. I wasn't aware of that. That it was that defined, maybe from different parts of the country. As we see Harris bowl, and there's a good pace there. It's lifted and it's beaten the bat of Kallis. Haddon didn't take the ball cleanly. They got through for a single for a bye. And the score moves on to 2 for 102. So he wasn't sure if it was Bruny Island, which is just down there, or Barilla Bay, which is out near the airport where you would have flown in from yesterday or the day.
Are they opposite sides? I mean, are they close by or not really?
Well, 25 kilometres, 30 kilometres.
Do you feed oysters in an oyster farm?
I don't know much about oysters. I don't even eat them myself, so I don't really know much about it. But it's an interesting thing that you're talking about. As Harris runs in and bowls to De Villiers, and that's on middle stump, and De Villiers plays it down to a defined leg for a single. It's fielded by Nathan Bracken. Would you like to cover domestic cricket here and have lunch here every day at the cricket?
Don't tell me you get lunch like that in domestic matches. Huh? You don't get lunch like that for domestic matches, do you? I can't believe you're not 200 kilos.
Maybe this year. Maybe it's the start of a new year, and it might turn out that way. That'd be good, wouldn't it? You'd have more media people and people watching the game sometimes.
Is Tasmania the food state of Australia?
Oh, I think so.
Culinary capital?
I think it's one of them. As Harris bowls and Callis strikes off the front foot to a ball on off stump, and it's parried away by Harris, the bowler, and there's no run there. Well, it prides itself on that.
And I tell you what, the
fine
same
food, wine, cheese, seafood.
The same man with the
beef.
oysters.
Yeah.
He's tucked into a bit of octopus.
Yeah.
And after a little bit of a chew, he's gone, oh, nothing like Bass Strait octopus.
What about beef? As Harris bowls and Callis swings hard at a ball outside off stump and just chops it into the point region. David Hussey fields, and there's no run.
No, never mind that. How does he know that the octopus came from the Bass Strait?
Well, I'm going to say there's beef. There's King Island beef. King Island's a terrific place. They don't play cricket there much, but they play football. But,
it's the beef capital of Tasmania.
Oh, yeah. of Australia.
Okay.
I think you'll find.
That was one of the finest pieces of beef I've ever had. In fact, all three of them were.
Harris bowls and Callis drops his hands on the bat and it runs into the offside. And there's just the one run there. The score is now 2 for 104 in the 27th over. Callis 48 and De Villiers 22. Well, what I'm saying is that it's possible maybe for anyone who knows something about it to say that there's a particular type of beef, of chicken, of everything really.
Chicken I can understand. I mean, I've got a couple of chickens at home in Cape Town, and I can taste what they've eaten in the egg, and also when the poor girls have to be sacrificed for a good cause, I can tell which one it was, because I know what they've been eating. But that's why I ask you, do you feed oysters? I mean, if you have an oyster farm, do you feed them?
I honestly don't know.
Maybe they feed them something different.
I'm...
Well, they're very good. You know, what is it that puts you off? The texture, is it, or the look of it?
I don't know. Oysters and prawns, I like salmon a lot. But I'll try and find out how you tell the difference between a Bruny Island oyster and a Barilla Bay oyster, and I might send you an email or something and we can talk about it next time South Africa are here for a cricket match. Now, Cameron White's going to bowl from the members' end. He's did a pretty good job in the first over. He bowls to Callis, who's on the front foot, strokes it out to the deep, and they get 2 runs. This is all good news for the South African cause. Once the score hits the 3 figures, all of a sudden the score of 249 doesn't look quite as good. Callis has got his 50 up, 74 balls, 4 fours, 77 minutes from this formidable cricketer. It's White again, and that's driven very neatly by Callis into the covers. Ponting can only parry it away off to a ball that was just to his left, and the batsman get another single. And that brings A.B. De Villiers on to strike. Yeah, it's a great thing to think about. Regional.
Even better to taste.
White. And De Villiers swings hard off the edge. The slip might have taken a catch there, and they'll get 2. Haddon couldn't stop it. And De Villiers has got 2 to his name, and Cameron White, in fact, it was buys. It beat everything.
But it did turn a bit, I thought.
It did turn a bit.
A little bit of turn and bounce for Cameron White.
Tell you what,
I think that Ricky Ponting must be having maybe just a feeling of uncomfortable deja vu here from, well, less than 48 hours ago when South Africa batted through these middle overs and quietly took control of the game.
White bowls and De Villiers plays off his pads, but very fine, defined leg. They'll get through for a couple. Little bit of a misfield by the local hero, Ben Hilfenhaus, from his station at fine leg, and there's 2 more to the cause. You can only imagine what a wicket would do for Cameron White's confidence as a bowler at this moment.
Yeah, or just an over of 2 or 3, or even a maiden.
Could even be at rock bottom at the moment, his confidence as a bowler. He's in again to De Villiers. Very nice shot bat and pad together, front foot cover drive into the deep. And the batsman get a single. 2 for 111 in the 28th. Mike Hussey did the fielding at deep cover. The crowd, there's not a spare seat, Neil. There might be a couple of empty ones around the place, but it's as close to as good as the definition of a capacity crowd. This comfortable capacity. There's the end of one more ball from White, driven into the offside by Cullis. No run. And its score after 28 overs is 2 for 112. South Africa chasing 249. And South Africa 2 for 114 here in the 29th. De Villiers is on 26. Cullis is on 53. South Africa chasing 249 to win. Or chasing Australia's total of 249. The score to win is 250. The run rate required is 6.38 per over. They're scoring at less than 4 per over. But De Villiers and Cullis are well set as Ryan Harris bowls to De Villiers, who tries to cut that ball, and it came back from outside the off stump, and it went between the batsman and the stumps, and the keeper had to run a long way to his left to stop the ball. There was no run. And the game is still at a very interesting stage, and we're still trying to work out how you grow oysters, Neil Manthorpe. Anyone out there knows 199 21 222. There is a very, I won't mention the brand name, but there is an oyster place, an oyster shop and restaurant just near the airport. As you go out there tonight or tomorrow, you might want to pop in and ask these questions as to how you actually grow oysters and whether you feed them. Harris bowls. De Villiers plays the ball straight on the drive for a single. That's well taken. And there's the end of Harris's over, his 7th. His figures are number 36. And that score after 29 overs, 2 for 115 with Cullis on 53 and De Villiers on 27. The consensus, Neil, seems to be that they just sit in the open ocean and just grow like that.
Yeah, but if you have then, if you want to go into the business of oyster farming, how do you make sure that your section of the ocean is more productive than than the rest of the coastline?
Like other forms of farming do.
You know, there's only similarity I can think of in South Africa is some prawns which are still referred to as LM prawns, which stands for Lorenzo Marques, which used to be the capital of Mozambique. And they're still referred to, the prawns that come from there, as LM prawns. And there's particularly, I think it's the size of them, though, and they do taste particularly good, which is concerning because I know what prawns eat.
What do they? As Cameron White is in again here, and off the back foot, De Villiers makes room and cuts out to the deep into the covers. Mike Hussey fields. And it'll bring Jacques Cullis on the strike. South Africa content to do this in 1s and 2s at the moment, which gives Neil Manthorpe more time to tell us about his knowledge of the prawn growing industry.
Well, I know that they're the chemical toilet of the ocean.
Yeah. Mate, I'm pleased I don't eat them then. There's a good drive here from Cullis. Well flighted ball from White. Just a single though. Mike Hussey's getting a lot of work at deep cover. And we'll bring De Villiers on the strike.
Is that why you don't eat them? It's worth it. It's like, honestly.
I don't know why.
Just put that thought out of your mind.
If I do eat them, it sounds like LM prawns in South Africa might be a good place to start.
Yeah, very good. Yeah, on the braai with garlic butter.
White to De Villiers. Strokes it up to long off. Bracknell field. One more run to the South African score. 2 for 118 in the 30th.
I get the feeling here that the game's drifting a little bit away from Australia, and it's drifting, as far as South Africa are concerned, in full control.
Well, it's White bowling, and Cullis, who's looked absolutely impeccable today, has been impeccable, drives perfectly really into the deep for just another single out to the very busy Michael Hussey at deep cover.
The game's following a similar pattern. As I said, Ricky Ponting should be feeling a deja vu now, because at the MCG on Friday, it was the same middle over partnership.
I'm going to make a confession to you, Neil. It's a cricketing thing. As De Villiers bowls, De Villiers plays White into the deep. And once again, it's the same pattern. White bowls fielded in the deep by Hussey at extra cover, but White's holding his own here. Is about to finish his 3rd over and has conceded at the moment 15 runs. Not too bad. As that ball is quicker, flatter on middle stump, and Cullis tucks it behind square leg for a single. That's the end of that White over. We've had 30 overs now, and the score for South Africa is 2 for 121. De Villiers 30 and Cullis 56. White's figures 3 overs, none for 16. Australia was sent in this morning and made 249. Marsh top score with 78. Ponting made 64. I'm going to confess to you that before this series, I actually didn't realise what a great record Jacques Cullis had. I knew he was a really steady Test player, a very good Test player, but I didn't realise that his numbers were as incredibly good as they are. And in a way, you could argue he's the greatest all-rounder of them all.
Yeah, well, second best.
After Sobers.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, his numbers are going to grow even bigger. But I think in terms of the devastating effect and match-winning effect that he can have on a test match.
As we see, the new bowler here is James Hopes, and he bowls a ball, and it's played into the ground by Jacques Callis, and the batsman get through for a single.
He doesn't sell himself also.
No.
Doesn't, you know, doesn't have even a strategized or even a carefree PR sort of strategy. It doesn't, just keeps himself to himself, and you know, he's happy to drop anchor. For much of his career, he's had to be the rock, the foundation around which the innings is built. The flair players will grab the headlines. But, you know, it's the 250 wickets as well as the 10,000 runs.
Hopes bowls, and De Villiers a lovely cover drive, nice high elbow, drives it out to the deep extra cover area. And there's some work to do out there for Sean Marsh. And the score is now 2 for 123. But if you look at the wickets are a career in their own, and the batting is a career on the scale of a Matthew Hayden.
I mean, think of
30 centuries.
Think of how many bowlers have got to 200 Test wickets and been fated as one of the greats.
And that's a ball from Hopes that is driven at by Callis. It rose of a good length, and there was no contact, and there's no run. Or the bowlers who haven't taken 200 wickets.
Yes. Yeah, I mean, Jeff Thompson just got over.
Might have been an even 200.
Merv Hughes, I remember, just got over 200.
Yeah.
You know, these are so great bowlers. Callis has got 250 wickets and still going strong, and 16 away from 10,000 runs.
Hopes bowls, and the man in question, Jacques Callis, plays a late cut to third man. And there's one more run to the score. Just we were talking earlier about the great all-rounders of mainly the 80s, sometimes in the 70s. Kapil Dev, Ian Runcan, Ian Botham, Richard Hadley. And they were all sort of spectacular standout players, but this guy's record is better than any of those players.
It is in terms of numbers. I mean, you know, if you go through the 130-odd Test matches and say how many has he directly contributed to winning.
As De Villiers plays a short ball outside off stump, a loose shot there. He was trying to find the vacant area at mid-wicket, and didn't really connect with that ball. And he's obviously got a single as the fieldsman mid-on ran around and collected the ball.
There's no satisfying some critics, obviously, and those who remain critical that Jacques Callis hasn't been as effective as he might point towards his lack of a double 100 in 30 tests.
As Hopes bowls again to Callis, once again, where there's a very heavily stacked offside field, they're happy to knock the ball into the onside and get through for a single. And that'll be the end of Hopes' over. His figures 1 for 27 off 7. And South Africa's total, as they pursue Australia's score of 259 after 31 overs, is 2 for 126. And that they need to score from here on in at a run rate of 6.53 and over. And shortly, we'll hear from Neil and also Jim Maxwell.
You're listening to Grandstand's Summer of Cricket.
Cricket's on the radio.
Live from Bellerive Oval on your home of cricket, ABC Local Radio.
When I said 30 tests, I mean 30 test hundreds, Jacques Callis, and not a double amongst them. Jim, I don't know whether I'm just being unkind here, but it does seem that Australia have got a little bit too much fiddling to do with the bowlers. There's a lot of well, 2 or 3 bowlers who are good for 4 or 5 overs, depending on whether it's their day or not. But maybe just a frontliner short, maybe in the bowling lineup, and Ricky Ponting's having to do a lot of searching for overs here, isn't he? A lot of sort of treading water until he can get back to the frontline men.
Well, if there's one place he's going to tread water, it's probably Tasmania. But they reckon he can walk on it at any rate. But yes, well, Shane Warne did say modestly that he could bowl better than any of these fellas left-handed. But yes, maybe Jason Crozier is the answer. This is a run out on the offside. Sorry, I should concentrate on the game and not being frivolous. But yes, 2 for 128 in the 32nd over. I think that a lack of a quality spinner is a bit of an issue here. And at the moment, just the lack of a wicket anyhow is a problem for Australia with its varied attack. As Hussey bowls around the off stump just outside, and Callis no trouble pushing it down the pitch. Yes, well, White's bowled 3 overs for 16. Hussey in his 5th, considered 19 from 4. Hussey comes in, bowls again, whipped away by Callis. Another dot ball. Ponting fields athletically at straight mid-wicket. The other night, Clark and Hussey between them, 1 for 64 from 10. Hussey bowls flat, quick, in at the pads, pushed away by Callis. Well, that's tidy, but wickets in hand and batsmen set. Australia really need a wicket about this time. Hussey goes in, tosses up a little higher, nudged by Callis to short third man. The crowd applauding every dot ball. James Hopes has counted to 6, but there's only 5, so he's got to put his cap back on. Callis 60, de Villiers 32. He was walking quickly towards the other end for a bowl. Hussey comes in, forward goes Callis, and he gets a run this time down the ground as Ponting very fast across to collect it. And that was a very economical over. But Callis is 60, de Villiers 33 at the end of that over. And the score from 32 overs is 2 for 128. Comparatively, what was the scene there? Well, 2 for 165. But of course, Australia didn't finish off their innings. They had a very slow finish. The last 10 overs, they scored just 53 runs for the loss of 5 wickets. And the power play in there, they only scored, I think, 23. Now Hopes is bowling and de Villiers is driving to backward point, thick edge for a single, and toss at the stumps. Missed by everybody, hadn't, couldn't collect it. 2 for 129. Greg Blewett's back in. So what do you make of the situation? What can Australia do here to try and change the momentum?
Well, if they're not taking wickets, which they're not, they need to get South Africa's required run rate up. And at the moment, it's slowly creeping up. It's 6.79 they require from here on in.
Hopes bowls short. Back goes Callis. Forces through point. Gets a run. He's 61. De Villiers 34.
And Australia, as I mentioned, if they're not taking wickets, they've got to try and get that run rate to up somewhere around about 8, I think. But at the moment, it's not going up quick enough. And at the moment, South Africa are fully in control, because it only takes from here 2 or 3 good overs and they're right back amongst it.
Back goes de Villiers, forces through point, cover point, and they get another run. It's tip and run at the moment. 2 for 131. And South Africa no need to exercise any muscle to be extravagant, just knocking it around, intent that they can go at 6 and over or more when they need to. Hopes bowls. Callis on the walk. That hit the glove. There must be a spot on the pitch, because that ball surprised Callis, and so they're going to get 2 down to fine leg. In fact, 3. Well run by de Villiers, as it was just nudged around the corner. There was an earlier ball there from Ryan Harris that hit a length and just missed the edge, the glove of Callis's bat. 2 for 134 in the 33rd over.
The only other thing, Jim, maybe, is just get all of the field in for a couple of overs. Just try something different.
Hopes bowls short, and it's pulled down through square, and they take a single.
You know, maybe like a Nathan Bracken to come on, bowl around the wicket to the right-handers, cut the angle down, and he bowls those slower deliveries very, very well, and get, you know, even get your deep point and your deep square leg in, and just try and force a big shot, which might produce a wicket, because the only way they can get the run rate up is if they do take a wicket.
Hopes bowls, played on the rise through point. Callis another run. He's doing it as he pleases. He's 65, and de Villiers is 35 not out, and that's the end of another over. And is that a drinks break? People are sort of moving in that direction. No, it's just a drink for Jacques Callis coming out. 2 for 136 after 33 overs. And the other factor, I suppose, to consider is a new ball, which is now part of the game. An almost new ball after 34 overs.
Yeah, that's right. Well, whether that's a time for Ricky Ponting to bring, you know, maybe a Ryan Harris back into the attack, who's probably the quickest of the Australian bowlers. He's bowled 7 overs, so whether they want him to bowl at the end. Hilfenhaus has bowled 5. He was impressive with his first spell, 5 overs, 1 for 13. So we might see maybe Hilfenhaus back into the attack for a couple of overs once the 34th over is gone. But to me, the real difference has been the spin bowling. Bota and Duminy were very effective, and our spinners haven't been.
Now, here's Hussey bowling a ball that's driven on the bounce out to cover. And yes, if you look at their spinners, South Africa's spinners, 13 overs, 1 for 63. Bota and Duminy. Hussey bowls driven back again by Callis into the pitch and back to the bowler. But since Hussey's come on, he's been very tight. And certainly ripping through these overs. Grab the ball, get back, get on with it. Don't give the batsman time to think. Hussey bowls again. Pushed away by Callis, just in front of the wicket on the offside, and this time he does get a single.
Yeah, I think Hussey's done okay. I just like to see the odd flighted ball from Hussey. It's generally he's pushing them through, and his variation is a quicker one again. We haven't seen anything, you know, really flighted.
He bowls dart-like and whipped away by de Villiers from the pads to deep mid-wicket, and de Villiers goes to 37. 2 for 138. In the 34th over, the target is 250. So that's only 112 in 16 overs. 6 to 7 and over, and a bang down the ground from Callis to long on produces another run. And he moves to 67.
And the other thing too, if Australia do take a wicket, Duminy, who currently, as we speak, is their best batsman, he's in next.
Hussey bowls. Slightly flighted and miscued there by de Villiers, looking to drive. Got a thick outside edge. Another tidy over. 3 off that, and he is considered 5 runs in his last 2 overs. 6 overs for 24. But they've got wickets. 2 for 139. And they've had 34 overs, and they're going to change the ball.
And here is Hilfenhaus. Looks like he's going to bowl that first delivery with the, what do you call it, the reconditioned ball? It's not
I think they get
ball,
knocked in at practice, don't they? They take a whole lot of new balls to practice, and you run in with them for 20 minutes or something, and that's what they have on standby for this moment. So I suppose it's a bit like a new ball, 6 or 7 overs old, maybe 10 overs old. But the basic idea is to use something that's easy to see. It also might go off the bat a bit faster if you don't get it to move or do something. And now Callis will be facing Ben Hilfenhaus, whose initial spell was excellent. 5 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 13. Bracken 5 overs for 11. Harris 7 overs for 36. Hopes 8 overs, 1 for 35. David Hussey 6 overs for 24, and White 3 overs for 16. Hilfenhaus bowls, and it's edged wide of Haddon and goes down to the boundary for 4, despite a wonderful effort down below us to try and cut it off from David Warner. But there is exactly the situation. You've got a brand new ball and there's no slip. No slip, and maybe they consider it a luxury to have one, but if you've just taken a new ball, normally you put a bloke in at slip, wouldn't you? Anyway, that's where it would have gone, and Haddon couldn't get to it. It went for 4.
Yeah, first slip would have swallowed that. Hadn't made very good ground, but it was about a foot to his right and couldn't quite get to it.
Hilfenhaus bowls short, and it's uppercut down towards third man, and Warner this time's on patrol, and they get just a run. So Callis to 72. Callis does nick him occasionally, and he's in flow. He plated it, decisive edge, and Haddon wasn't 18 foot tall, whatever he needed to be to get to it. 2 for 144. Now they're going to have a slip.
Couple of balls late, maybe.
I'll say. Well, Cameron White's there. Hilfenhaus bowls a ball that tucks up de Villiers, and he flicks it out through square. 2 for 145.
Talking about the cricket balls and night test matches, white cricket balls are definitely the best colour for night cricket. Why can't they just keep changing the white ball in test match cricket? like they do in one-days. Because pink balls aren't getting it done, I can tell you.
They won't get it working. A short ball. He tries to pull, misses. Is that too high? It's okay. Bounced over his attempt to pull it high and square. Well, yeah, I think that's a better argument than the pink ball if you're serious about day-night Test cricket. But are you going to play day-night Test cricket with white clothing and a white ball?
Well, that's the other thing, yeah.
that could be an issue as Hilfenhaus runs in and Callis cuts. He's caught by Marsh at backward point. By David Hussey at backward point. Uppercut, and Hilfenhaus gets a big wicket. Callis out for 72. Tried to slam that behind point. He didn't control it. And David Hussey, moving to his left, took the catch. So in the 35th over, with the almost second new ball, it's 3 for 145.
Well, he's done the trick, Ben Hilfenhaus. Ricky Ponting turned to him. He thinks he's probably their best main strike bowler at the moment, and he's got his skipper at his side. A much-needed breakthrough. Jacques Callis has played very, very well indeed, steady as ever. But it was a good over from Hilfenhaus. There was the nick first ball that was just wide of Haddon, and also in that over, a very good short ball that Callis tried to hook and played and missed that. So in some respects, he really deserved that wicket. It was cut away, and no mistake made by the Australians. So that is a very much needed breakthrough. Will it get the run rate of the South Africans to increase a little bit? But having said that, the man in form, the guy who hasn't really missed out at all this summer, maybe Duminy, strides to the crease.
So is Australia going to attack him as well with a slip and try to be a bit more aggressive than they've been lately when he's been allowed to really ease into the picture? Don't forget, we've got another power play to come before the end of this innings that the batting team can take. And at this stage, it is a little like a bowling team's power play with a fresh batsman in. But what have they got? 5 in the circle. 4 back. Cameron White stays at slip. Last ball of this Hilfenhaus over. He comes in. Duminy drives the ball away beautifully out to deep cover. They'll have 1, and they'll come back for 2 as Michael Hussey chased around the line. There's a man in form. What a beautiful shot to get off the mark. 3 for 147. The applause for Hilfie, local hero. He's got a wicket, and Australia needed the wicket badly with Callis out for 72, and de Villiers and Duminy just getting associated. Hilfenhaus has bowled 6 overs, 2 maidens, 2 for 21.
Well, he's definitely been the pick of the bowlers, even though Bracken has bowled 5 overs, none for 11. Hilfenhaus has looked the most threatening, most likely to get a wicket. And he is the leading wicket taker. The other wicket taker, of course, is James Hopes, who's bowled okay as well. 8 overs, 1 for 35. But the man who's going to bowl now is Ryan Harris. So I think this is the right captaincy. Get your 2 quickest bowlers on with that second ball, second white ball.
He's got 3 overs left. And again, there is a man in at slip. Cameron White is there. And de Villiers on 38. Harris comes in, bowls, and he cuts in front of White, who, with a great sleight of hand, dived across, looking for the catch. It landed in front of him, and as he got there, he just tossed it straight to Haddon. 3 for 147, starting the 36th over.
Gee, he looks really deep, Cameron White, to me. That was off the face of the bat, and he's not quite at first slip either. He's probably about 1.5 slips, but to me, he looks as deep as a proper first slip.
Harris bowls and de Villiers plays with a slight miscue. He's trying to play those shots like Callis, get across his stumps and flick it to the onside, but he didn't get it away. So they only need 103. Plenty of wickets in hand, and Australia trying to keep up some dot ball pressure with the hope that this newer ball will cause some mischief. We don't know about Albie Morkel. We heard he went off to hospital after taking that catch at point. I don't know whether he's returned to the ground, so it's a bit iffy about him batting. Harris runs in, pitches up, driven down the ground for 4 runs. There's no one at home down at long on. It's a very good stroke. And mid-off a bit wide, mid-on a bit wide there. David Warner. And a boundary takes De Villiers to 42, 3 for 151.
Well, I'll tell you what, Jacques Callis played a beautiful cover drive today, but that was equal to Jacques Callis' shot. The on drive with the full face of the bat is about as good as it gets as far as I'm concerned.
Now, there's just a bit of movement somewhere or other, and they're all stopping and starting again at 3 for 151. Australia made 9 for 249. Marsh top scored with 78, Ponting 64, Warner only 5. Mike Hussey 28, David Hussey 19. Harris bowls, pushed away by De Villiers for a quick single, no pace on the shot to the offside. So Mike Hussey 28, David Hussey 19, White 1, Haddon run out 23, Hopes 8, Harris 7, 9 for 249, Entini 3 for 39, Stain 2 for 36, Callis 2 for 57 plus 72, he's up there for man of the match. Morkel none for 46, Boerta none for 40 off 7, Duminy 1 for 23 from 6, and now they're working out the field for the left-handed Duminy, 3 for 152 in the 36th over.
I think Harris has been okay today. I don't think he seemed overawed by the occasion. I've seen a lot of him bowl, both playing with him and also working on the domestic games. To me, he's bowled like he does in state cricket. The only thing maybe missing from his game a little bit today is a bit of variation. I don't think he's bowled one bouncer. And I can't remember a really good Yorker or a slow ball either. To me, it's all been a bit the same today with Ryan Harris.
Around the wicket he bowls. Duminy goes back and runs into the area at backward point, but not through the field.
And his pace has been pretty good all day. He's up around 145, and us cricketers and ex-cricketers say he bowls a heavy ball, which sort of means it hits the bat harder. It doesn't, even though it's 145, it probably feels a little bit quicker.
Harris again, and Duminy walks forward and flicks him down to the boundary for 4. It was a bit full, and he thought he was going to knock him over. But he took it on the full and glanced it down to the boundary. Duminy has started with a 2 and a 4. And the umpire's just working out. Was that the end of the over? We've still got one more. They've got 6. They're looking at each other. Are you counting? Can you count to 6, Rod Tucker? Ian Gould's not sure. And someone finally tells them that is 6. Maybe Paul Rifle was on the walkie-talkie. 3 for 156, 36 overs gone, and Drew Morford about to come in and join Greg Blewett.
On your home of cricket, ABC Local Radio.
Cricket's on the radio.
You're listening to Grandstand's ball-by-ball coverage of the Aussies taking on South Africa, live from Hobart.
You are with Grandstand.
Bit of cloud cover now as Hilton House prepares to start his 7th over. He's got 6 overs, 2 for 21, 3 for 156. Well, if South Africa win this, they'll be 2-0 in the series. Make it tough for Australia. Hilton House bowls just outside the off stump. Work to the leg side by De Villiers for 1. Back for 2. That ball only travelled 25 metres and they've completed 2. No, he's run out. The throw came in and beat De Villiers, who couldn't get back to complete his 2nd.
Ryan Harris, the fielder, Drew, and he's extremely quick. Mentioned earlier in the commentary that he's an exceptional fielder, and I don't think they realised how quick he was. As you see the out go up on the... Have we yet? It's definitely out.
Still decision pending on the board. Maybe they saw a replay of it, but De Villiers has given himself out. He's walking. Clearly out. Clear. You wonder why an umpire has to go upstairs for something like that.
He looks a bit ginger too. Of course, he got that nasty hit on the hip from Sean Tate in the 2020s. Not walking off terribly well. He played extremely well for his 43, but that may be the breakthrough. There it is, confirmation. Yeah,
he's nearly at the steps.
Went up on the big screen, out. But Ryan Harris, that's a lovely piece of work. I just don't think they realise how quickly he could get to the ball, because Duminy basically, he was at the non-strikers end. He committed to the two, so De Villiers in the end came back, but he was miles out. And De Villiers is very fast between the wickets as well.
Well, they were really taking on the field there because the ball hadn't even got to the circle. The circle's 30 yards, not 30 metres. So that ball went about 25 yards, not much more than the length of the pitch. And they attempted two.
Now, they've got to really squeeze Mackenzie here, because he's not, you wouldn't say a fluent stroke maker. So they've got to try and keep him on strike for as many dot balls as possible. So I'd like to see square leg and point come in. Leave your third man back, leave your fine leg back. But other than that, they've got one slip, Cameron White. Now they're bringing square leg up. They're leaving point out. But all he's going to try and really do here, I think Mackenzie's just drop and run.
In comes Hilfenhaus, bowls to him, a slower ball outside the off stump, dab down towards third man for one. As Warner comes off the rope to field. Well, a lot on the shoulders of young JP Duminy once again in this series. He is 6 not out. Mackenzie 1, 4 for 158. And Duminy has been doing it time and time again for South Africa in the series.
Well, this is Australia's big chance. They've got to try and bowl a lot of dot balls in the next 3 or 4 overs.
This ball's a bouncer. Duminy doesn't have to duck far. He's only a little bloke to get underneath it. But Hilfenhaus, he can make a huge break for Australia if he can get rid of Duminy now.
Yeah, easier said than done, though. What I love about Duminy, he just looks like he belongs on the cricket field. He's just got that aura about him. Same sort of aura as a lot of the great players, Lara and Tendulkar.
Hilfenhaus bowls and Duminy back, composed, cool, playing back to the bowler.
Yeah, and like you just watch him in between deliveries as well, and he's just so casual. You know, for a young player, he's obviously got a lot of confidence in his own ability. But he just looks so composed.
In comes Hilfenhaus and bowls again, and Duminy plays it back towards the bowler again. Well done to Hilfenhaus. So South Africa looked as though they were cruising after a partnership of 93 between Callis and De Villiers, and then they're both out in the space of 2 overs. Callis out for 72, De Villiers run out for 43 earlier, Amlar for 8, Gibbs for 19, and Australia right back in the match now. 4 for 158 as Hilfenhaus bowls, driven on the rise by Duminy. The short cover, Ponting is there to field. That's the end of the over for Ben Hilfenhaus. Sir Ben, 7 overs, 2 for 23.
First time in innings too, the required run rate's over 7 runs and over. So if Australia have a good tight couple of overs here, three tight overs, that run rate will climb to 8 really, really quickly. So that's why I'm saying this is a really important phase if the Australians are going to win this match. South Africa, on the other hand, got to try and keep nudging the ones. The odd boundary here and there, of course, is very important. But David Hussey into the attack now. Just the 4 men inside the circle. I'd like to see maybe even a mid-off up inside. We've got deep mid-off and mid-on, deep point, and 2 men out on the square leg boundary. 1 behind square and 1 in front of square.
Well, this will probably be the last over required by David Hussey, because he and White have bowled 9 between them. He bowls this one, almost hit back to him by Mackenzie, and just about fielded by the bowler on the half volley. So this is Hussey's 7th over. White's bowled 3. This ball pitched up. Mackenzie drives along the ground along on. Warner fields. Would they need any more from Hussey or White?
No, you're dead right. I hadn't noticed that, and I think it's pretty good captaincy too to get this over and done with now while there's 2 fresh batsmen at the crease. You wouldn't think there'd be too much damage from the new batsman out there against David Hussey. So he's going to try and get through this over, and hopefully it'll only go for maybe 4 or 5, and then he can rely on his main bowlers for the rest of the innings.
So far, they've only gone for 41 between them. Hussey bowls. This might have turned just a fraction. It's played by Duminy down towards mid-on. It's still inside the circle, and they ease a single. The other night, in the combination between David Hussey and Clark, well, that cost 64. So Hussey and White today cost a lot less than that. He's now over the wicket. Bowls to Mackenzie. He leans forward, thinks of a single. It's not there. Fielded at short third man. Ripping in is Harris. Well, Harris only made 7 today on debut. He's bowled okay, but he's gone for 45 in 8 overs. But his run out was an absolute crucial blow in the context of the game. And Hussey bowls. This is dabbed, and Harris dives to his left-hand side, stops it before it gets outside the circle. Well fielded, Ryan Harris. And the batsmen have taken 1. But singles is okay because the required run rate is 7.32. You can get a single every ball you like for the rest of the game if you like, and you lose. Round the wicket this time goes Hussey on the off stump. Duminy chops it out towards point, and they take a single. Crowd posted 15,671 here today. Not quite the capacity, which we were led to believe was up in the 16,000s, but I can't see too much room for extra people. There's a few seats maybe scattered here and there that could have been used up. But what about the hill? They are shoulder to shoulder.
They are. They're enjoying themselves as well. I thought they might be a little bit rowdier by now, but there's still time.
There's no room to get a drink to your mouth, I reckon. There's no room to stretch your elbow. Speaking of drinks, there's a drinks break coming here at Belrive Oval. And on come the drinks. So the situation of the game, the target is 250 for South Africa after Australia made 9 for 249 from their 50 overs, and after 38 with 12 overs remaining, 4 for 162 South Africa. Not out to batsmen, Duminy 8 and Mackenzie on 3. Currently they're scoring at 4.26, but the required rate from here is 7.33. First ball after drinks, Hopes bowls to Duminy, and he plays him down to fine leg for a single. Warner fields, and a beautiful flat throw from the youngster right over the bails to Haddon. Let's go for the comparison after 38 overs. Now the wickets are level after South Africa lost 2 wickets in 2 overs. Both teams had lost 4 wickets, but Australia were 187 and South Africa 162. So Australia at this stage were 25 runs in front. But they hit a bit of a brick wall towards the end, the Australians. In comes Hopes and bowls. Oh, playing a miss outside the off stump by Mackenzie. That was like his test match form.
Yeah, that comparison's interesting, but Australia didn't finish off the innings, did they, like they normally would? And they were really restricted at the end, so I don't know, it's about even Stevens now. Look at the run rates, nearly 7.5.
In comes Hopes, overcast now, short outside the off stump, chopped down towards third man by Mackenzie, just for the 1. Warner, good in the field, good boy. Gets rid of it quickly, flat throw again, and completes, gets the scoring to 1. Duminy 9, Mackenzie 4, 4 for 164.
I think we might see Nathan Bracken from this end that David Hussey was bowling. David Hussey's now bowled 7, White's bowled his 3, so that's the 10 overs.
In goes Hopes and bowls, and that's a little dab down towards third man by Duminy. Sets off for the first quickly, but Bracken keeps them to 1. So they're just going third man for a single, and the score edges up to 4 for 165. Batting to come shows Boucher, Albie Morkel, and we've just heard that Morkel has a partial dislocation of the finger, but will bat. Well, if he's got a dislocation, it'd have to be restricted. In comes Hopes and bowls. Mackenzie defends. The ball finishes up a couple of metres from him. Hey, we might be all set up for a repeat of what Graham Smith did in the Test match in Sydney. You know, the injured man coming down out to bat with, 3 to win, and he's got this hand that he can't hold the bat, and he comes out.
Oh, it's a bit different, isn't it? Broken hand compared to a dislocated finger. Just strap it up, he'll be right.
Hopes bowls. Mackenzie defends. They get a run. The ball's only gone 5 metres. We might have been in trouble then. David Hussey swooped in on the ball, underarmed it, but missed the stumps, but got Duminy. Duminy will be happy that he'll take that blow, no worries, as long as it didn't run him out. 4 for 166. Duminy is 10 and Mackenzie is 5. That completes the over. So that's now 39 overs gone. Just 11 overs remaining, and the required rate is up to 7.64 for South Africa, but still with that batting to come. The batsmen meet mid-pitch to discuss what they're going to do. Ponting meets with Nathan Bracken, and as Greg Blewett said, Bracken into the bowling now that Hussey's completed. There's a combination of 10 overs between David Hussey and Cameron White, the two Victorians. 10 overs, no wickets between them. But today they've cost just 44 runs, where the combination the other night of David Hussey and Michael Clark, that cost, what did I say, 64. So 20 less from these two today. So Greg Blewett has moved out. Glenn Hughes has moved in. Well, we might get a game out of this yet.
Oh, good time to come in, Drew,
yeah.
Isn't it?
Mm. So Nathan Bracken back into the attack. Left arm over the wicket. Bowls to Mackenzie outside the off stump. There's no slip, but he plays it through a vacant slip down to third man for a single. And just as well that the Australians have had a third man in the deep, because in the last few overs, ball after ball after ball has gone there for one.
Rather interesting. Players these days look to third man a lot on such a wicket where the ball's coming on, and I think the full face of the bat hitting through covers gives you more options. Maybe that's nice if you're continually in control of your innings and things like that. New player, I'd like to see the full face of the bat getting full rewards for good strokes.
Well, singles will have you further behind the required run rate. Bracken bowls short, and Mackenzie, rather Duminy, goes for a big lash outside the off stump. That one didn't fly through. I think that bounced a second time before it got to Haddon, but anyway, Duminy missed it.
He didn't really go anywhere with his feet, did he? He just rocked virtually in his stance and didn't give himself a chance. Better off on that length, maybe being committed all the way forward or off the back foot. Bracken again has been extremely tight. 5 overs first spell, none for 11, was very, very good early on, as was Hilfenhaus.
Bracken to Duminy, a bouncer over leg stump. Duminy looks back at the umpire and says, "Do I get one for height?" No, you don't.
This game's heading exactly like the first one, I reckon, Drew.
And as long as Duminy's there, like in the Test match in Perth, like in the Test match in Melbourne, this little man can steer South Africa to another win. And if they lead the series 2-0 with just 3 to play, the Australians will be right under the pump. Having lost the Test series, they might then lose the one-day series, and South Africa's tour of Australia will be absolute littered with gold. This ball is played by Duminy out towards mid-wicket. There's no chance of a run.
The thing I like about Bracken, he knows exactly what he's going to do, where it's going to be. Very similar to what McGrath, he knew exactly where to put it, and to his accreditation is that he actually delivered time after time after time. So the experience of Bracken, and this is why he's rated #1 in the world, is because he's able to do exactly what he has trained and practiced, and now under pressure.
And he bowls to Duminy, who chops the ball off the bottom edge, straight back behind him to the keeper. Another dot ball for Bracken. Well, he went for a single off the first ball to Mackenzie, and here's the little master, can't get him away.
Well, they've tightened up the lines, haven't they? They're giving him absolutely no width at all. It's threatening off stump all the time. So he's not being able to work the ball into gaps at all. Hasn't quite got his feet working at all. But they've got plenty of time. 10 overs is a long, long time to get yourself established.
Bracken bowls, and Duminy plays a much better shot out through point for a single. Just the one, though. No fireworks in that over. They're going to start needing some fireworks now, because that completes the 40th. Just 10 overs remaining in the innings, and 4 for 168, with the target 250 required to win. So they've got up the ante. It's up to 8.2 required.
That's exactly right. And as Greg alluded to, that over the last 10 overs or so, exactly the same as the Australian innings, they found they're going tough between the 30 to 50 bracket overs. It's exactly the way that South Africa are going here. They're being squeezed. Some really good tight bowling by the Australians. Some shrewd captaincy by Ponting has enabled Australia to get back in the game. With only 4 wickets down, Drew, another wicket here is vital to try and strangle South Africa even a bit tighter.
Hope starts a new over and bowls to Duminy on the leg stump, and he plays out backward a square leg for 1. Just another single. Fielded by Warner. 4 for 196 at the same stage were Australia. So well in front, nearly 30 in front.
And that was good calling by the batsman up this end. The run out by A.B. de Villiers didn't even give him a chance. That's where your communication skills from your partner should be. You know, you're able to say no in this day and age to give your partner a chance, and that's what should have happened.
Hopes bowls a bouncer to Mackenzie. How's that for height? He gets away with that. Mackenzie looks at the square leg umpire with a signal towards his helmet saying, "Give me a break, umpire."
Pretty high. They've been very lenient on the high bounces, haven't they? Very well protected all the time, although there's only one actually physical player behind square. So if you're a good enough hooker or a puller, you can get it in between those two.
Hopes bowls again. And it's played by Mackenzie to point. Deep outside the circle. Just one more. Well, this won't win the game. They need a few boundaries. We haven't had a 6 hit all day. Nobody has cleared the boundary. And this is not the biggest boundary in world cricket by any stretch.
Oh, no.
Remember last time we were here and Gilchrist hit his 106 in Test cricket, went outside the ground, was lost for about a month.
Longer.
In goes Hopes, dab down towards third man, wide of the keeper by Duminy. And they get one more. Third man again, a prolific area for South Africa. But it'll do Australia. They've got a drought happening here at the moment. 4 for 171 in the 41st over, chasing 250 to win.
Yes, it's climbing every over. This will suit certainly Australia. They're going on the right way here.
Hopes bowls, and Mackenzie has a big lash outside the off stump. That was a ball that could have been square cut for 6, and he missed it.
He did. He leant back on the ball. He just took his eyes off the ball. It was the right shot. Just didn't quite get it right. When was the last boundary, Drew?
Oh, don't ask me. We've got a man here who's got the pencil. 2 in over number 36, and we're now in over number 41. So it wasn't a millennium ago, but yeah, we had a lot of singles. Duminy takes on the field, and Dave Hussey hits. Duminy's home. He's home. Well, the umpire's going to the video replay, but I'm pretty sure that JP is well home. And as a matter of fact, hadn't asked him, and Duminy is just knocking the stumps in and squaring them up and saying, "Not a problem, mate."
Yes, well in. Good backing up. That's a good tight one. A good piece of bowling, well fielded, and an excellent piece of running. Good cricket overall.
Yeah, you just like to see that fielding, but there was no jubilation from the Australians. They're pretty sure that it's not out. The scoreboard confirms it's not out, so we get on with the business. 4 for 172, and that's the end of 41 overs. 9 to go. We've got Duminy on 13 and Mackenzie on 8. And joining you, Glenn, Peter Newland's coming in. Last 9 overs of the innings. Gee, South Africa will have to step it up.
And at Bell Reeve Oval, it's South Africa 4 for 172. Look at that run rate required. It's just leaping up now. 8.87 now from here on in to win. And they're scoring at 4.20. So they've got to double their run rate, Glenn, over the remainder of this innings to get home, the South Africans.
Harris into the attack.
Ryan Harris. He's bowling to Neil Mackenzie, who's on 8. And Mackenzie chops it onto his stumps and is bowled. Oh, yeah, he was looking to run it down to third man.
The summer of cricket just got hotter. ABC Cricket Magazine is out now. Full season preview, all the stats, profiles, scorecards and more in your essential season guide. Out now at newsagents and abcmagazines.com.au.
ABC Sport, your home of rugby.
And look at them, look at the Australian team embrace Ryan Harris. He won't be able to breathe in there. And Mackenzie just played one onto his off stump. And Australia now on top for sure. Mackenzie's gone. It'll be up to Duminy and Boucher and the bowlers to get them home from here. Glenn Hughes.
Mackenzie, as we were stating before, was only looking in one area to score. No, Australia all day have bowled the top of off stump. He's leaning back on the ball. He's played it back on his stumps. Why wouldn't he get off the back foot or front foot and play with a full face and start demanding that the ball gets hit with a full face down the ground? Put pressure on the Australian fielders by hitting back past the bowler or over the top with a full face rather than just the
you know what? Maybe that was the thing. That was something that South Africa needed, because Mackenzie didn't look. I know he made good runs on Friday night. He didn't look like he was the man to really to turn the tone of this game, change the tone of this game, and get South Africa to a run rate of more than 8 per over. So
well,
perhaps it's what South Africa needed.
Boucher is a clean hitter.
Yep.
And the good thing about, I suppose, for the South African batting is that it allows Boucher enough time to get in without doing too much damage.
Yeah, that's my point.
So he can hit over the top pretty cleanly once he gets himself a bit of a field. 10 overs is still a long way to go, and you only need 2 or 3 really big overs by the batting side to take control of the game. But we haven't seen it all day, Peter.
I sort of wonder what the influence of 2020 cricket will do to this sort of situation. In a 2020 situation, this wouldn't be so bad.
No.
Would it? So these players know all about that. So from that point of view, South Africa might feel they've got a chance. Australia have done really well. They've really brought it back through tight bowling, good fielding. They've taken their chances. They've caught well. Harris bowls his first ball to Boucher. No time to muck around. He plays it into the offside. They scamper through for a single. Boucher's off the mark off the first ball that he faces. And that brings JP Duminy onto strike. And I would suggest, Glenn, if South Africa is to win this game, it'll need another little cameo from Duminy, certainly more than 13.
Yes,
maybe something approaching a 40.
The pressure that's been put on this boy all summer has been absolutely magnificent, the way he's been able to respond to all sorts of different situations. Now he's got a chance to win the game for him.
Harris got a wicket in his first game for Australia. Short ball, and the umpires say that was okay. It's interesting how the short ball's now being used as the defensive weapon as much as anything.
Well, it is, but look how high that is.
Pretty high to me. I'm not entirely sure how the batsman was supposed to score from that. But it's a ball down, and South Africa can't afford to waste them. And Australia can sense they can certainly win this one. As Duminy faces Harris on the front foot. He strokes it up to mid-off for an easy single. And South Africa need more than that. And Australia rather, would be happy enough to settle for a run of ball for the next 5 overs or so.
I've never seen anybody so excited as Harris before.
It was Harris. Well, that was a hard-earned wicket. It's been around the first-class scene a long time.
Oh, look, he's loved it. Even in the field, he's been energetic. He wants to be there, and it's really important that he's taken it upon himself to really drive himself hard.
Harris bowls, and Boucher drives it straight to Ponting at mid-wicket. No run, the score 5 for 174. South Africa need 250 to win. If they are to do that, they need to score more than 9 per over now. And this is a situation that requires South Africa to score very quickly and to hit some boundaries. They have to find the boundary, which haven't been all that easy to come by today. Boucher plays Harris straight to point on the ground. No run there. That'll do Australia. And there's a warm round of applause for Ryan Harris of Queensland, formerly of South Australia, who's bowled 9 overs in his first game and has the very respectable figures of 1 for 47. South Africa 5 for 174, Boucher 1, Duminy 14. Australia was sent in this morning and made 249. Marsh top scored with 78. Ponting made 64. And the total of 249, Glenn Hughes, looked a little light on, but at the moment, I think Australia would be pretty happy with the way things are.
Well, you know the way the game's shaping, and all day it's been a tight affair. 1 minute South Africa in control, then Australia, and it's gone backwards and forwards all day. You know who's going to play a big part in this? The local boy, Hilfenhaus.
Yes.
2 wickets for 23 with still 3 overs to go. Can he play his way into the man of the match with a 4 or 5 to get Australia home? He will have that opportunity. Bracken's been magnificent. All the bowling all the way through, including Cameron White with Hussey, have got through their 10 overs for only 44 in a tight affair. Has been very serviceable. So Australia have found something in the field, that they've backed their bowlers up well. They've been always back of length. No one in both the batting innings have been able to hit the ball on the up through and over mid-off. So you've been able all day, have nearly mid-off and mid-on up to squeeze the batsman. So there hasn't been any runs of ease down the ground at all.
There's Nathan Bracken running in from the southern end, left arm over the wicket with the left-handed JP Duminy. And he plays that ball neatly up to mid-on, but they'll need to think about 2. They think about it, but they, I think, wisely settle for a single as Ben Hilfenhaus, the crowd favourite, the local hero, the cult hero at Bill Reeve.
Oh, gee, I was outside when he got that second wicket. did you hear the applause and the crowd go wild? It was magnificent.
That's great to see him playing in his country's colours on his home ground. It's fantastic. As Boucher gets ready to face Bracken. The field is in a ring, and there's a man at third man, deep cover, long on, deep mid wicket, and fine leg. As Bracken bowls to Boucher. Middle stump, and all Boucher can do is block it back down the wicket.
He tucks him up nicely, doesn't he?
It's a nice bit of bowling by Nathan Bracken. His figures look very, very good. This is his 7th over. He's conceded 14 runs. You mentioned Hilfenhaus's figures. James Hopes has bowled 10 overs, 1 for 43. Hussey and White between them, let's call them one bowler. 7 for 28 for Hussey and 3 overs for 16 for White. That's a pretty good return for those 10. Maybe that's where Australia could win this one with those economical overs. Bracken into Boucher on the back foot. He punches it out to point for a single. This is just fine for Australia as that run rate gets closer and closer to 10 per over. This is getting pretty critical for South Africa, I would have thought. They've just got to get a burst of scoring on. And there's only just 7.5 overs to go in the game.
Well, Boucher will be looking for, looking at the way that he's played and the experience that he's got. He'll be targeting, certainly, I think, the offside more than the leg side. Duminy on strike, the left-hander, slightly open.
As Bracken faces Duminy short, and he plays it into the onside for a single. Well, that's fine for Australia. Duminy's on to 15. South Africa are leaving their run very, very late. We know, Glenn, through this series of matches between Australia and South Africa, that you never know quite what'll happen next. But South Africa need to change the trend of this game very quickly. If Australia can continue on this path, it ought to win. 5 wickets left for South Africa. We're at Bellerive, and it's a good finish coming up here. South Africa 5 for 184. Ben Hilfenhaus is the bowler. Duminy is the batsman. He hit a boundary earlier in this over through mid-off. He's got a single there. And South Africa staying in touch. 5 for 185. We've got a finish of 2020 proportions coming up, Glenn Hughes. South Africa have got wickets in hand. And we haven't seen a lot of boundaries in this match today. We haven't seen a 6 yet all day, which is very rare in this day and age. As Ben Hilfenhaus bowls again to Mark Boucher, who can play the ball. All he can do is play the ball straight to Ricky Ponting at mid-wicket rather. And the main result is that there is no run. 10 runs per over. And the 39 balls that remain, South Africa has to get from 5 for 185 to a score of 250. Doesn't matter how many wickets they lose, as long as it's not more than 9, Glenn. It's a good finish. The cloud is back. It's been a terrific day for the crowd, the capacity crowd. Just under 16,000. This ground can't hold any more comfortably. As Hilfenhaus bowls to Boucher, middle stump. He plays it in front of square leg. Will they go for 2? No, they can't. And this will do Australia. Singles is good enough for the Australians at the moment. Hilfenhaus halfway through his 8th over. He's got figures of 2 for 30. JP Duminy seemingly the key now on 22. Boucher on 4. Morkel, Albie Morkel, Butler, Stain and Mentini to come. What a finish this could be. Hilfenhaus now to Duminy. Drives off the edge. Out into the offside. There's a couple here at least. Good fielding there by Sean Marsh. He's done some good work in the deep. Turns a possible 4 into 2. Good speed across the ground. Very good arm. And the South African score advances by just 2 runs. 5 for 188.
Another very sweetly timed stroke by the little left-hander.
Looks good, doesn't he?
Very, very good. No boundaries.
No. Need some of those. Hilfenhaus. Down the leg side is in the air from Duminy. It's going to be caught just short of fine leg. And they'll get 2. They've got to get 2. And it looks like James Hope's down there at fine leg. I thought for all the world
he didn't pick it up, Peter.
It was going to down his throat.
He didn't pick it up at all. He's run around.
It's Ryan Harris.
Ryan Harris.
And off the bat, I thought that's going down the fieldsman's throat. But it fell short. And a lucky break there for the South Africans. So it's 6 overs remaining, 36 runs required. And the score is 5 for 190. 36 balls to come. 5 for 190, chasing 249.
11 runs off that over as well. This is the of Ben. Harris ran quickly to his right, but it ran away from his target area, and then realised that the ball was carrying a long way down there, and it does carry a long way, as we see now. Obviously the last.
They've held it back like a good card player. They've kept their cards, played their cards close to their chest, and they're playing their hand. And this should make for a very exciting finish. So Australia was sent in this morning, made 249, 8 for 249. Marsh made 78, Ponting 64, Mike Hussey 28, Brad Haddon 23. Stain 2 for 36 off 10 overs was outstanding once again. Duminy 1 for 23 off 6, did a very good job with the ball. I wonder what he can do with the bat in the remaining part of this game. For South Africa in this innings so far, Amla made 8, Gibbs 19, Callis 72 after a 93-run stand for the third wicket with de Villiers. De Villiers made 43 and Mackenzie 8. Duminy's on 26, Boucher is on 4. There are 6 overs to go in the game. Nathan Bracken is about to bowl around the wicket to Mark Boucher. It's a full house.
Only 3 out, Peter. Deep mid off, a wide mid on, and a deep point are the only 3 players out. So they're playing up. Is it changing now?
It's the power play. Hold on to your hats, folks. This will be a lot of fun.
Looks like a helmet. I reckon it's for the keeper. It is. Haddon's going to go up to the stumps off Bracken.
Now, why would he be doing that, Glenn? Why would he go up to the stumps to keep him in his crease?
Put pressure on. Yeah,
do you like it as a tactic, standing up to the stump?
Well, it's no good if he gets a nick through past where he could have outstretched. So it's a bit of a gamble, but Haddon's good enough, and he's got great hands to be standing up. It keeps the batter honest.
Yep. But it also means a deflection can go a long way, I guess.
I'd hate to see one spear down leg side and go for 4 byes.
Bracken round the wicket to Mark Boucher. The power play's on. He drives. It's out into deep into the offside. Marsh does the fielding. And there's 1 run off that first ball of the power play. You think, Glenn, don't you, 50 runs off the 5 overs in the power play? You think that's a par?
Any coach worth his salt explains to his batting partners that they demand 50 plus in a 5-over batting power play. So, and that's about the required rate here. So anything underneath that, and they're in trouble. They're going to need maybe 15 or 16 off the last over. They've got enough strokes through the infield. Here's 4. They have to score boundaries in this, or Australia will get up.
Well, Duminy's got 26 off 27 balls. It's been a good little innings so far. Can he double that score? He'll probably need to win a game for his team. Now Bracken's back over the wicket. Bowling to J.P. Duminy. Short, it's edged over the head of Bracken, and rather Haddon. It won't go to the boundary. And there's 3 men running after the ball, including the keeper, and the batsmen themselves will get 3. Relay throw to the keeper, and the ball is returned to the stumps at the striker's end. That's an interesting scene. Hopes, Harris and Haddon chased after the ball. Hopes, Warner and Haddon chased after the ball. It was a top edge, and it ran away for 3.
Interesting enough, Haddon goes up to the stumps for the new batting Boucher and back.
Bracken around the wicket to the right-handed Boucher. Drives hard. Bracken fields off his own bowling. Well done.
Well bowled.
Well bowled and well fielded. Fielding off one's own bowling is a very underrated skill.
Oh, it is. Who are you backing here, Peter?
Well, I like the team with the runs on the board, but South Africa a chance. What does the man on the TV say? They're close enough if they're good enough. 3 balls to come in this Bracken over. As he bowls to Boucher, who swings and doesn't connect. He had his eyes on the boundary. He was going for the power play. That was a 20-20 shot. He was looking for a major score there, and no connection. That's a good result for Australia. 2 balls to come in the Bracken over. His figures are very tidy at the moment. None for 22 with 2 balls left in his 8th over.
Well, he was
for 194.
He was certainly trying to find the maximum.
He was. He's got it. Bracken to Boucher. Drives it out to cover. There could be a run out here if Ponting hits the stumps, and Duminy wanted the single. There's no run there, and Bracken's doing a superb job. Boucher had nothing to swing out there. He just blocked it out to the Australian captain at a deep cover. And 2 balls have gone by without a run. How many runs off this over so far, Rick? 4 off the over. It's Australia's over yet again. When did South Africa last win an over, if I can use that expression? Last ball coming up of Bracken's 8th. South Africa desperate for a boundary. Anywhere. Boucher's on strike. Bracken's in. And he drives and hits the stumps, and that means that the ball hasn't gone anywhere, and there's no run off that ball. The stumps worked in Australia's favour that time, and that is the end of the Bracken over. His figures number 22 of 8. Australia in a good position here. South Africa chasing 249, 5 for 194. Shortly, Jim Maxwell to take you home in the game.
You're with Grandstands.
You're listening to Grandstand's ball-by-ball coverage of the Aussies taking on South Africa.
Cricket's on the radio.
Live from Bellerive Oval, on your home of cricket, ABC Local Radio.
So we've got 5 overs left. Tantalising prospect here. 56 needed. They got 52 in 5 at the MCG the other night with Albie Morkel batting. Now we've got Duminy and Boucher. Can they get them home, Greg, or is Australia going to hold on with their varied pace attack?
Well, I'm going to strap myself in here. I think we're in for a great finish. I'm a little bit surprised that Ryan Harris is coming into the attack. What I thought Ricky Ponting had done beautifully was leave. There's 4 overs left in this power play. So I thought Bracken would finish off his 2 from his end. And then, who else? Hilfenhaus finish off his 2. And then leave Ryan Harris with his remaining over with the field allowed to go out for the last over. But anyway, here's Harris.
He bowls to Duminy. Duminy gives himself room, smashes and misses. Came from his body, I think, and trickled a backward point for a leg by. What's umpire Gould reckon? No, it was a nick onto the pad. So it's a run. It's 5 for 195. Duminy 29. Boucher on 5. So the game in the clutch here as Ricky Ponting has to manoeuvre his field. They've got power play until the end of the 49th over. So only 3 men out. Deep cover, long off, long on. Bowled full and straight because fine leg and 3rd man are up. And Boucher is on strike here. And he's going to be bowling to Ryan Harris is going to be bowling to Boucher. So he is down here at the northern end, and he charges in. Boucher gives it room and has a go. Drives it down the ground for a single. Out there to Long On and to Warner. More applause from Warner getting rid of the ball. A run. Well, they keep it to singles.
Yeah, this is, well, that's perfect for the Australians. I think this is a massive over. Because Ryan Harris on debut, bowling in a batting power play, is under pressure.
He runs into Duminy on 30. He gets a Yorker, which he misses outside the off stump. Played right over it. Well bowled by Harris. 5 for 196 in the 46th over. They need more than 10 and over, more like 12 and over. So they need some boundaries. And Harris has gone 1-1 dot.
Right, I'm going out or 4 here, Jim.
Okay. Harris charges in. Duminy swings and gets 4 to backward square. Well done. You picked it. You're probably thinking of the wicket, but he dragged it from the leg stump. He hit it pretty well. He's 34. The 200's up in the 46th over.
Yeah, just a little bit leg side there from Ryan Harris. And Duminy threw everything at it. It was more like a top spin forehand. Got it away past Nathan Bracken. And it was always going to be 4. So handy boundary. That's what's required by the South Africans.
Might be another one coming here. You're going the same way, this ball? Harris charges in and Duminy swings again. It hits the pad. How's that not out? Probably pitched outside leg. It's gone down to 3rd man. as they take a single. Umpire Gould indicates a leg by. I don't think there's much doubt that was outside leg, but it was pretty well bowled. And importantly for South Africa, they get a run. 5 for 201.
Actually, I thought he was a little bit fortunate there. To me, it was just a little bit straight again. I would have preferred him to maybe just be a little bit further outside or on about off stump to the left-hander.
Harris bowls to Boucher. Boucher gets a Yorker, digs it out with his shovel. Harris chases and doesn't throw, realising probably not worth it. That's the end of Harris's bowling for today in his debut match. 7 off it. 1 for 54 from 10 on debut for Ryan Harris. And that was the end of the 46th over. 24 balls remain. South Africa need 48.
To me, that last delivery sums Ryan Harris up. He's just a goer. It was a Yorker. It was a well-executed delivery from Ryan Harris and sort of dug out to sort of short cover. And Ryan Harris, being athletic, sort of ripped across to it, dived on it, and was thinking about the run-out, but Boucher was going to be home safely. But he just never dies wondering. He'll always have a go for you. So that's why he's so important to the teams that he plays in. And not, as you said, not a bad start. He's picked up a wicket. He was extremely happy about that. And he also got a run out of De Villiers. So he's imposed himself on the game, no doubt about that.
Now here's Bracken. Long on, long off. Around the wicket, he comes to Boucher. Boucher has a swing, chops it away, no run. Bracken fields, throws back to Haddon, who breaks the stumps. And Boucher kicks at the traces, annoyed that he could not get that very well directed block hole delivery away. 23 balls left. South Africa need 48.
Well, we're seeing why Nathan Bracken is he still ranked #1 or is he #2?
I think he's #1.
Is he?
Well,
okay.
I don't know how up to date the rankings are, but that last time I saw, if he's not 1, he's close.
That's right. But we're seeing why.
Here he comes around the wicket. Boucher wants to hit him for 6. He bowls to him. Boucher swings, gets a bottom edge down to short, fine leg. Just as well it went there. Either side it would have gone for 4. It went to Hopes. Well bowled by Bracken again. 5 for 203. And JP Dumini's now the man who's got to muscle it. He's 34. Boucher is 8.
Well, I think they're better off having Dumini on strike to Nathan Bracken. They can use that natural angle and sort of hit towards mid-wicket, whereas Nathan Bracken, when he comes around the wicket to the right-handers, at the end, he's very difficult to hit. So I think the positive is getting Dumini on strike.
Bracken over the wicket, comes in, and Dumini swings at this and gets it away out towards square leg, where it's fielded by Marsh. Only a single. Well bowled. 5 for 204. You sense Australia's got the measure of South Africa here. It's getting to the point where if they don't lambast a couple of 4s and 6s soon, it's going to be out of the reckoning.
Well, it's much like Australia at the end of their innings. They struggle to hit boundaries, and South Africa exactly the same. Good bowling from both sides.
Now Boucher's been trying to smash the ball into the scoreboard. Bracken bowls, and he swings, and he chops it away. Again, he just cannot get under that length. It's so well bowled, right up in the block hole, and again he shovels it out to cover. Just a run. 5 for 205. Not many balls and a lot of runs. They need to slam it to the boundary, or they need Albie Morkel to come out and slam it, because these two are struggling against really well directed bowling. Bracken has been superb. He's in his 9th over. He's conceded just 25 runs. He comes in to Dumini, and Dumini swings into this. He misses it, gets an edge, and there's a run out. He's charged off, and he's been run out by Brad Haddon. The direct hit. The pressure, the pressure, the pressure. A run out. Dumini couldn't get Bracken away. It was really Bracken's wicket, but Haddon's run him out for 35, and South Africa 6 for 205 in the 47th over.
Well, that was pretty well done from Brad Haddon, because Dumini was stranded down the middle of the pitch and he was just starting to come back. But when you've got that much time, I'm sure he would have been going through his head, do I underarm it? Do I overarm it? And sometimes when you've got that much time on your hands, you overcomplicate it. But the execution was good. He threw down the stumps from fairly close range. And Duminy, another well-compiled 35. Just couldn't find the boundary there at the end. But look who's striding to the crease. It's that man from the other night.
A Morkel. A Morkel. Albie Morkel.
Albie mangles.
Yeah, well, he mangled the bowling with 40 from 18 balls the other night. And is that the end of the over? One more to come. One to come. So they've got 19 balls left to score 45 runs. Well, he made 40 off 18 the other day. Looks like the assignment's a bit too challenging here. But with Morkel out there and his ability to swing hard, it'll be interesting to see what he can do. It's his the index finger on his left hand. Now that's his bottom hand, which is the problem. He dislocated it when he took a sharp catch. Now Ponting and Bracken are about setting the field. Remember, we're still in a power play here. We've got another 2 overs after this ball, and then the last over they can spread the field. So they're going to go with men up, long off, long on, and a straightish deep mid-wicket for the big cow slog that Albie Morkel can strike. He hit Bracken over his head for 6 in Melbourne. This has been another fine Bracken over. The last ball, he comes into Morkel, and Morkel swings into it and hits him through the covers for 4. That's a good start. 6 for 209, and they need to score 41 from 18 balls. And Bracken, his figures just took a bit of a buffeting there. 9 overs for 29. Still pretty good. 9 overs for 29. And Hilfenhaus is going to come up and bowl. Poor old Hilfenhaus was there at the death the other night and couldn't quite get it right. Can he do it here?
Nothing wrong with his finger there. First ball straight through the covers. And that's what the batsman before him was struggling to do, was reach the boundary. So great start for Albie Morkel, who's obviously supremely confident at the moment after his performance at the MCG. So I'd like to see the size of their parents, the Morkel brothers. They must be a fair old size themselves to produce offspring like that. Jim?
Big sporting family. If they're not playing cricket, you think they'd be playing rugby union. It's tall enough to be up there in the line-out. Yes, I think there's a very strong sporting connection now. Again, what's he do with the field? Long off, long on. Bowl full and straight, Hilfie. Get them right this time. Don't bowl short. He runs in, bowls to Boucher. Boucher swings the ball away in the air. 1 bounce, 2 bounce down towards long on, and they'll come back for a couple of runs. Well struck by Boucher. He got plenty of that, but he didn't find the boundary. That's what they need. 6 for 211. They've got 17 balls to score 39 runs.
Well, I was watching Hope's field then. I thought he ran around it a bit there, and then I was watching Ricky Ponting to see his response, and he gave him a bit of a clap, so he was reasonably happy with it. I thought he could have maybe cut the angle off and kept it to 1.
Hilfenhaus bowls a full toss, and it's swung away behind square. That's gone for 4. Just got the line, the length wrong there. He's got a packed offside field. I know he's trying to tighten up Boucher, but the full toss, he loved it. 6 for 215, 35 from 16.
Well, he got a boundary on the leg side, and the 3 men out are on that side. There's Sean Marsh, who's about right on square, then mid-wicket and mid-on.
Hilfenhaus again, a slower ball. He's hit that in the air. It's going up over the head. Warner running back. He can't get there. And they take 1 and they come back for 2. A miscue over mid-off. That was more like the length. And Boucher just got enough on an attempted big off drive to clear Warner. 2 more runs. 6 for 217. 33 from 15 balls.
Yeah, 8 runs off this over already. So they're up with the rate.
Hilfenhaus to Boucher. Boucher, full toss. Hits it hard over cover for 4. 6 for 221. Hilfenhaus just can't get it right. The pressure of the game, as well as he's bowled earlier on, it's very hard to get your length right. The other night he was bowling a bit short. Now he's a bit full.
Overcompensating. Just looking at Ricky Ponting too. He's out on the deep mid-wicket boundary. He's got his hands on his hips. Mike Hussey ran across from cover just to have a word with Hilfenhaus, try and settle him down.
12 from the over, 29 from 14. Hilfenhaus comes in. Boucher gets another full toss and flicks it hard out behind square. Marsh is out there to cut it off. They have one and they go back for another 2 well run. 14 from the over, 1 to come. 6 for 2, 2, 3. 27 off 13.
Well, this over has got them back in this game. We know that Bracken's fairly reliable. He's going to bowl the penultimate over, but Hilfenhaus is going to be left with the last over.
Here comes Hilfenhaus, a full toss, and he whacks it away, scoops it along the ground out to Marsh, and they get a single, so he'll keep the strike. So they took 15 from the over, which narrows it down to 26 from the last 2 overs. 26 off 2, remembering the last over, you can put the field back. This is the last over of the power play now, and Boucher will be having the strike to Bracken. 26 needed from 12 balls.
I'd forgotten about that power play only lasting to the 49th, so I think Hilfenhaus might be fairly relieved at that, but that's not going to give him a lot of confidence going into his last over. That over just completed. He'd be feeling a little bit toey right at the moment, knowing that he's going to bowl the last over, and he would be praying right now that Nathan Bracken bowls a nice tight over, maybe go for 6, 7 runs this over would be perfect. Give him a bit of leeway leading into that last one.
Boucher 24, Morkel 4, 6 for 224. Another really good game of cricket with 26 needed. Bracken starts the penultimate over and Boucher plays the paddle and squirts it to square leg. And the throw comes in as they comfortably get home. Now Morkel's the man on strike. Mike Hussey retreats out to deep point. 6 for 225. 25 from 11. If they can get it down to a dozen or so from the last over, it's even 15 from the last is a chance, I suppose. But Morkel's the man. He can really lather the ball. Now they've gone with a deep cover, a long off and a long on. So Bracken's got to bowl it outside the off stump, you think?
Well, his big area, the cricket that I've seen him play, he goes in that cow corner or mid-wicket area. So that's basically open at the moment.
No fine leg or third man. Bracken coming in and Morkel has a swing, chops it down into the pitch, misses. Oh. He went to pick up and throw, but he had the pick up before he had it. And as a result, Boucher got home. He would have had to have been quick. Boucher was down the runway there very, very quickly out of the blocks. 24 needed from 10 deliveries now.
I think the tactics there to Morkel is to bowl it full outside off stump. Yorker length, about 2 feet outside off stump, so he can't get underneath it, go to mid-wicket. So probably not bad tactics there.
Bracken around the wicket. He's walking here and Boucher hits it hard towards square. It's knocked down by Hussey just as well. It went to him, 4 either side, because he was up in the circle. So a good start for Australia here. 3 balls, 3 singles, 23 needed from 9 balls.
Oh, that was stiff. He hit that right out of the screws. He was proactive there, Mark Boucher. He came down the pitch to change the length of Nathan Bracken and hit it right out of the screws, but straight to Michael Hussey at square leg.
Morkel wants to put one into orbit here. Bracken runs into Morkel. Morkel swings and swings high down the ground. Is it going to carry all the way to the boundary on the full 1 bounce 4? Over straight, long on. A very good heave by the Morks. And it takes the score to 231, 19 from 8.
Yeah, he's powerful, Morkel. Lusty blow straight down the ground. And I reckon if they can get it to 14 or 15 off that last over, this is game on.
Power play. So they need 17 off the last over.
He's bowled beautifully today, Nathan Bracken. Especially his last 3 or 4 overs when he was really under pressure bowling in that power play. His execution of his deliveries was nothing short of outstanding. He went for 1-4 in his last over, where he over-pitched, but apart from that, he was bowling every single ball about exactly where he wanted them to. So he can be very proud of his efforts today, Nathan Bracken.
10 overs for 38. Harris 10 overs for 54. Hope's 10 overs for 43. David Hussey 7 overs for 28, and White 3 for 16. Hilfenhaus 2 for 49 from 9 with 2 maidens, but he's got to bowl the last over. And where's he got protection? Long off, long on, deep square, third man, deep cover. And Boucher 17 to win, 6 balls. Hilfenhaus bowls, he walks across and slams it away out towards deep mid-wicket. They'll have 1 and they'll come back for 2. And there's a fumble out there by Marsh, almost into the boundary. It didn't cost, but it almost cost 2 runs because he was so keen to get to it and stop the third. He left the ball behind and it just wiggled along towards the rope. And the umpire's just checking there. That's okay. It's 2, not 4, but they need 15 from 5.
Well, there's Sean Marsh I think he's just in front of square. It's hard to tell from here. And apart from that, there's just a short fine leg. So I think that's the area where Boucher wants to go. There's quite a large area on that leg side.
Hilfenhaus again. Boucher swings and misses. Swings and misses outside the off stump. It was a well-bowled ball by Hilfenhaus. So you've got the local hero bowling the last over of the match. Australia looking to level the series here. And that ball will help them. 15 required from 4. He's got to hit a 4 here, or a 6. Yeah, there's a bit of support too for Hilfenhaus. 6 for 235. Hilfenhaus comes in. Boucher swings, and he swings long and high and into the crowd down there. It goes over the boundary for 6. 6. Oh, 9 needed from 3 balls. Hilfenhaus didn't quite get it right. Boucher thought it was okay and launched a huge hit over wide long on for 6.
What a time for the first 6 of the day in the last over when you're trying to chase down 17 in the last over. So that has got them right back in this game. 9 required off 3 deliveries.
They need a dot ball, Australia. South Africa want another 4 or a 6. Hilfenhaus bowls, full toss, and he flicks it away out towards deep mid-wicket. Ponting's attacking it. He comes in. Boucher sees the danger. Says, no, Morks, it's all yours. Hit 2 4s. 8 from 2. That's what South Africa require at 6 for 242 of the final over. So we have 2 one-day games with last over finishes. You'll never get this in 2020. Only in 50-over cricket, back-to-back last over finishes.
Well, I'm a little bit nervous, to be honest, sitting up here. Obviously won an Australian victory after the loss the other night at the MCG. But Hilfenhaus, if he gets through this over with an Australian win, it'll do him an enormous amount of good. Great experience for a young man playing for Australia. Only played a handful of matches. And to be bowling the last over at the death in front of your home crowd, a packed house here at Bellerive Oval, is you'll remember this for a long time. Big discussion now.
Yeah, well, they can have a council of war, and they can take it almost as long as they like because they've got 10 minutes or so left, haven't they, to bowl these overs. Not that it matters. They've only got to bowl 2 balls, but Bracken's come in with Cameron White, and Ricky Ponting, after that discussion, decides for Morkel he's going to have a third man, a deep cover, a point, an extra cover, long off. There's a long on. They're bringing in the square leg. Now Ponting's going back. So pretty obviously they're going to try and get the ball full and outside the off stump to stop him hitting it over mid-wicket. Or even down the ground, which he's pretty good at doing. And if Hilfenhaus doesn't get it right, he could hit it straight back over his head for 6 here. They need 8 off 2 balls. Hilfenhaus comes in. And on the walk, Morks hits it hard towards deep point. They take 1. That should be it. 7 needed to win from 1 ball. 6 to tie, mind you, and that's happened here before. It was a 6 off the last ball of Pakistan and Australia some years ago.
Keep your foot behind that line as well, Hilfy.
Asif and Mujaba. Yes, I think he hit Steve Waugh for 6 onto the hill to tie a game here years ago. So they need 6 off the last ball to tie. And he doesn't want to bowl a wide or a no ball, of course. So 7 to win, 6 to tie.
Surely not. Surely not.
Boucher's facing. I'll tell you, this will be something if he hits it for 6. That'll be a huge outcome here, given the position South Africa were in a few overs ago. It looked like Australia had it all sewn up. They probably have got it all sewn up now. But just that outside hope, that thought and opportunity as they set the field again and again. More discussion going on. And Ponting probably saying to Cameron White, who runs across, it's up to Hilfenhaus. You've got to get the ball in the right spot. If he hits it, you can't catch it outside the field of play.
I think he's going to go full and outside off stump again.
6 to tie. Hilfenhaus bowls, he swings, and it goes to cover only a single. And Australia win the game. They've won by 5 runs. 5 runs to level the series. And Ben Hilfenhaus has been congratulated by everyone for getting through that over without conceding the runs South Africa required. Another very good finish here in this one-day series. Australia level up, having lost the first game by 3 wickets with 3 balls to spare. They've won the second game here with just under 16,000 fans in by 5 runs. South Africa finished at 6 for 244, 11 from that Hilfenhaus over. In fact, 26 off his last 2 overs, but he held his nerve. 10 overs, 2 maidens, 2 for 60, and Australia 9 for 249 have beaten South Africa 6 for 244 by just 5 runs.
Yeah, he held it together very well there, Ben Hilfenhaus. He was tested. That third ball sailed over the mid-wicket fence for 6. All of a sudden you thought, well, maybe a young man, he might feel the pressure, but he bounced back in his final 3 deliveries, and especially the last 2 deliveries were perfect. Exactly what was asked of him by the captain, and the way the fields were set, full and straight, probably about 1.5 foot outside the off stump, both to the left-hander, then to the right-hander. And especially the last ball, just had nowhere to move Boucher, and he could just manage a single. So that is a fantastic win from the Australians. They showed a fair bit of emotion at the end of that game, and they know that they've got some tough opposition here in South Africa. They'll be a little bit disappointed, but know that they are extremely competitive against a very good Australian side.
A very strong performance by Australia with the ball there, defending what looked like a mediocre total, but history proved them okay just going into it. I've mentioned all those numbers. About only twice before had a team scored somewhere around that and lost. So history was on Australia's side. You don't have to win the toss and field here, no. Well, that's what Botha did, and ended up keeping Australia to 9 for 249, which proved to be just enough. Big wickets there, though, of Callis for 72, and then the de Villiers run out.
Yeah, exactly right. I thought that the bowling basically dominated the bat, I thought, today. There wasn't, there was only 1 6 for a start for the whole match. There wasn't that many boundaries either, probably a lot less than what you would normally see in a 50-over match. And at different stages throughout the middle of both innings, the ball basically dominated the bat. There was a lot of dot balls, and the batsmen really struggled to just keep the scoreboard ticking. But in those middle overs, both sides really fought back, and just breaking the odd partnership here and there, and the new batsmen coming in really struggled to get going.
Peter Newlands is down there looking around for 1 or 2 of the players who have lingered down on the ground. I can see Ben Hilfenhaus. So when we get a moment, we will get down to Peter Newlands. But a terrific day for the locals, if Ricky Ponting's still considered a local. I suppose the crowd think he's a local. He's 64. Was out in the 30th over, caught by de Villiers off Callis. Led the side, and his teammate Ben Hilfenhaus had to bowl the last over after a very good first spell. 2 for 60 from 10 overs. His first spell was 5 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 13. So a patched up Australian side with 2 players making their one-day debuts, Warner and Ryan Harris, 1 for 54 off 10, have managed to get the better of South Africa in another very tense finish. Now, Ben Hilfenhaus is still there. Peter Newlands is about to move towards him. Peter.
Thanks, Jim. Ben Hilfenhaus, describe your feelings after that very tense finish.
Very relieved now. It's obviously very nerve-wracking, especially those last couple of balls.
What were you thinking going into that last over, knowing that they got the better of you in Melbourne? What was your thought process?
I just had to come up with a plan and execute well, and I knew if I did that we'd probably come away with a win.
Where do you think Australia got on top of South Africa? They were chasing well with De Villiers and Callis. Where did Australia get on top, do you think?
I think just the bowling group as a whole was kept a lot of pressure on right throughout. So I think that set up the game for us.
Was the team happy with that total of 249?
End of the day, it was enough. So obviously it would have been nice to get some more, but we got the win. That's all that counts.
What's it done for your confidence to come away with come off as a winner this afternoon?
Yeah, it's fantastic. Obviously, going 2-0 down in the series would have been a bit of a bummer for us. But now 1-1, so yeah, it's very much alive.
And yourself, do you feel you made a point in that final over?
Obviously, bowled a bad ball in there somewhere, so I've obviously got a lot to work on there. So hopefully, keep improving and go from there.
Well done, and enjoy the rest of the series.
Cheers, thank you.
That's Ben Hilfenhaus. Yes, he was hit for a 6. But they only got 5 off the other 5 balls. So he did pretty well. I mean, as a bowler, you're going to go for 6 sometime. And was the only 6 of the match, strangely, with Boucher making 37 odd out. Albie Morkel with his dislocated finger got 11. 6 for 244. As Peter hovers down there while there's a presentation due to take place in a moment. So Australia there with Marsh 78, Ponting 64. They didn't really wag in the lower part today. They struggled. I think from the last 10 overs they only scored 53 runs. South Africa, how many did they get in their last 10? 32, 76. So they finished pretty strongly, really. Just those overs from Bracken were crucial, weren't they? 10 overs for 38.
Oh, well, I just thought he was outstanding today. He didn't take a wicket, but I think he went a long way to winning Australia that match, because if he had have leaked more runs especially during that power play. I mean, his first 5 overs only went for 11, and then to bowl under that sort of pressure, and he bowled just about every ball exactly where he wanted to. They just couldn't get underneath him. I think they got him away from maybe 1-4 where Morkel came out and hit his first ball through the covers. But apart from that, he was very, very good. And I suppose I don't know whether it was an experiment, but with Horrocks being left out and David Hussey bowling 7 overs for 28, White 3 overs for 16. Now, they didn't get a wicket between them, but they only went for 44 off their 10. So in a way, you'd have to say it worked, but at no stage did they ever look threatening, those bowlers. So they've just got to decide whether they want a wicket-taking option, for their spin bowler, or they're just happy to contain.
Yeah, well, it's a tough game to get right consistently, and Australia have done that for the better part of the last 10 years. When you look at their performances in most major competitions, even though they've had some disappointment near the end of those triangular series at home in recent years by not finishing off with victories. But I think you'd have to say that they'd be looking for more of a contribution from their middle order. I mean, Marsh 78, Ponting 64. He was dropped twice. But Michael Hussey 28, David Hussey 19, White 1. Hadn't run out for 23. I mean, if you look at that lineup going into the game next Friday, you wonder where Australia can actually improve on the 11 that they put out today.
Yeah, well, the squad will be reviewed after these 2 games. So you would think that Mitchell Johnson will just come straight in after having a week or so of resting up. So he'll come back nice and fresh. So interesting to see what they do with the squad. I would imagine it would stay pretty much the same.
Johnson for Harris?
Johnson for Harris. Yeah, I'd like to see Harris play, but, maybe whether it's Hopes or... I don't know, but Hopes is, I think, a very good one-day player.
The fact that they've had a win always helps keep your spot in the team. And we hope to catch up with the South African captain, Jan Boerther, at the moment. He's just been interviewed for the benefit of everyone else. 15,671 people here. Of course, South Africa, you just wonder what more they can do with their side now. Mackenzie, who wasn't considered a one-day player and is only substituted for Smith in this series, made runs the other day. Didn't really look the part today. He actually put a catch down, drop Ponting, and struggled before he was playing on to Harris for 8. But they don't have a lot of options there. Van Jaarsveld didn't appear to be up to it in his first game. So they don't have a lot of options, but they do have a rotation policy. So they might be moving a few people around. And Steyn probably be looking for a rest at some stage, and yet he's the key bowler. 2 for 36 off 10 today. And then Tini refreshed, 3 for 39 off 9. And, well, I know he's on the losing side, but, gee, Jacques Callis must have gone close to man of the match here. 10 overs, 2 for 57, and he made 72. But looking at who's down there on the ground, I don't think he's going to be getting that award. It's gone to someone in the winning side who played extremely well. So South Africa going down narrowly here. It's been another very tense finish. It was an extraordinary day, though, when you think that the only 6 was hit in the penultimate over. That must be a first. You can look that one up, Rick, in the last over, rather, yeah. You want to look that one up and see how many other games we've had where there's only been 1 6 at Belrive. Now, Peter Newlands is ready. We might get him talking to the South African captain, Johan Botha.
Johan Botha just getting out of the sun for a bit. Johan, did you feel that was one that you let slip away?
No, I don't think so. I think we were in a good position, and in the middle period probably got a little bit too far behind. So there we might say we let it slip a little bit, but we also bowled really well in our last 20 overs to bring the game back again. So can't really blame it all on our batting. I think the guys had a brilliant second 20 in our fielding session.
Were you happy with the way you dealt with David Hussey and White with their 10 overs?
Yeah, I think we probably could have taken that for a bit more, but as we can look back now, the new ball went around a bit. I mean, they also scored reasonably well up till 30 overs. I think we were a little bit behind till 30 overs, so that put a bit of pressure on us when the ball got old and the wicket got a bit slower.
It was a terrific finish, very close game. What's the mood? You're smiling and you seem pretty relaxed. What's the mood going into Game 3 in Sydney on Friday?
Yeah, we would have loved to have gone 2 up, but I think both teams will be happy as 1 all over this weekend. It could have gone either way for both teams. So they could have been 2 up, we could have been 2 up, but I think 1 all is a fair reflection of the weekend.
And where do you need to improve on going to Sydney?
Oh, definitely our fielding. I think we've been a little bit sloppy in both games in our fielding. I think the bowling's been really good, but now it's just our fielding, and then the batting was pretty good again today.
All right, well, we'll see you in Sydney.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Johan Botha down there, and yes, a few things to think about with their fielding, but they'll be pleased to have 4 days off for the next game to freshen up for that match in Sydney. Then they go into Adelaide and Perth. Remember, this is a standalone series. There's no triangular competition, with New Zealand to follow in February for a series of 5 one-day games. Yes, but he made a good point there, I think, about the fact that slow bowling was pretty steady today, and maybe that was an area where they could have picked up a few more runs, but both balls swung, the first new ball and the second almost new ball, and they got wickets.
Yeah, that's right. The ball swung a lot with the brand new ball. I thought Hilfenhaus and Bracken caused some problems, but I think they did well, the South African opening batsman, just to nullify and stop and wait till the ball stopped swinging without any wickets going down. So they did pretty well there. But the other point I thought the skipper made there, Botha, was that I think it was a fair reflection on the weekend, 1 all, because he said, quite rightly said, it probably could have gone 2-0 to Australia or 2-0 to South Africa. Being 1 all is probably a fair reflection of how both teams have played.
I think Ricky Ponting's almost ready. Rick Fenley's a master on the stats, isn't he? There have been 27 matches here. Guess how many have been played without a 6-pin hit? The answer's 4. Ooh. Ricky Ponting.
Ricky, congratulations. A tight win. Were you happy with that score of 249?
No, I thought we were a long way short of where we looked like we were going to get at one stage. I think at the 30 over mark, I know I was still out there then with Sean, and I think we were 1 for 152 at the 30 over mark. And generally in one-day cricket, you can double that total if you've got wickets in hand. And with a batting power play still up our sleeve, we should have got a lot more than 249. But as it turned out, ended up just being enough runs. But, I think we've got a bit of work to do with the way we're thinking about our power play and when we're using it and how we're using it. So if we can get that right in the next game with wickets in hand, then I think we can capitalise on it a lot more.
What were you thinking when de Villiers and Cup?
Partnership, obviously. I mean, they did work the ball around particularly well. Even when Duminy come in again, they tended to get off strike a little bit too easily and keep getting their 5 and 6 and over without taking any risks. So had to sort of mix and match the bowlers around a little bit, try and get a breakthrough. And we got a breakthrough around that second new ball there, and that was when we started getting our noses back in front of the game, and we hung on.
You think that David Hussey and Cameron Wynd are the answer for that fifth block of 10 overs?
David Hussey did a great job today, 7 overs to 28. You can't ask for any more than that. So, I mean, it's unusual for us at the moment with having Watson, Simons and Michael Clark all out of the team at the one time, that our all-rounder options are sort of pretty slim. So we've just got to look at different guys to bowl a couple of overs here and there and try and use them at the right time, more importantly. When we get a wicket, just to get the spinners on quickly and get through a couple of overs and try and sneak up on opposition teams that way. And I think we did that pretty well today.
Would you expect the same team to play in Sydney, or is that a little too far off yet?
Well, we've got a couple of days off, so we'll wait and see. I mean, Tate will probably have to come back in, I suppose, although Ryan Harris did a good job for us today. So, we'll wait and see what the makeup of the team is.
And Hilton House at the end, how him to come off as a winner today with that bowling that crucial last over?
That's what you play for, those sort of moments, I guess, and to stand up under pressure and get the job done will do him the world of good. He went for a few the other night in Melbourne in his last couple of overs, and even his second or third last over of the night he went for a few runs as well. But to bowl out the game today and close things off for us that'll do him the world of good, and hopefully he'll be a better bowler as a result of that.
Your thoughts on being 1-1 after 2 with 3 to play in the series?
Yeah, it's we've played good cricket so far. We probably let one slip in Melbourne the other night, but we're back on even ground now, and we're looking forward to a couple of day break to hit the ground running in Sydney on Friday.
Good luck in Sydney.
Thanks a lot.
And Peter, Sean Marsh was man of the match?
I'll confirm that for you, Jim.
I think so, yes.
Looks like it.
Yeah, okay. Looked like I could see him down there, but he sneaked past you while you were chatting to
correct.
Ricky Ponting. Okay, so Sean Marsh with 78 was the man of the match. You made an interesting point about using the power play. What's the alternative?
Especially their batting power play. It wasn't effective at all, was it? And I don't know, it was just Australia were in a bit of a glut at that stage. They just sort of not glut, a rut. They just couldn't get anything going, and they had, I think it was Haddon and David Hussey at the crease during that time, and you would expect those guys to really make the most of that sort of thing. But, I mean, the Australian team, we've seen it, I've seen a lot at domestic levels about the way the power play is normally used, and I just don't think Australia are only just getting their teeth into it and just trying to work out when the best time to take it is.
All right, so that's the scene here. It's 1-1. You mentioned Tate coming back. Sounds like Mitchell Johnson might be having an extended rest.
Yeah, I was interested in his comment then, because I thought, maybe Sean Tate just wasn't really up to it at this stage. He's just lacking a bit of fitness, and I thought he may have been given a couple of weeks to try and get his body back on track. But from what Ricky said, he expects him to come in for the game in Sydney. So, which is good, because everyone loves seeing Sean Tate bowl.
Oh, he's spectacular. So, sent in Australia at 9 for 249. Marsh top scored man of the match, 78. And in the reply, it got down to the last over. And they needed to score 17 to win South Africa. And they managed to get 11. They got 11 off the last Hilton House over. Boucher 37, Morkel 11, 6 for 244. So that's the scene here as we wrap up from Bellerive. Thank you for listening. Thank you for your SMSs. And we'll do it all again on Friday. And hopefully we'll get some clarification in the next 24 hours about whether some of these players can be released for that 2020 playoff match on Wednesday at the Gabba between Queensland and Victoria, with, of course, the final next Saturday at Homebush between New South Wales and the winner of that. But in terms of this series, the next game in Sydney on Friday. Farewell from Bellerive.